Good evening, chat room. You may hear the AC in the background. That's because I live in America and it's 7 million degrees. Apologies for the condensed audio. Today we have the monetization turned off because we're DMCing the shit out of everything. Little nostalgic stream, you know? A little nostalgia, a little Age of Sigmar, right? Hey, how about some vintage memes, all right? A little vintage memes for you for this little intro.
People describe my pronunciation as cute instead of good or bad.
People describe my pronunciation as cute instead of good or bad. Angry. I want to be good at this.
Am I pronouncing it badly?
Am I producing non-badly?
Am I pronouncing it badly?
Am I producing it badly?
Am I pronouncing it badly?
Am I pronouncing it badly? Very bubbly. Bubbly?
All right, Bateman intro. Oh, hey, we haven't done this one in a while because it's actually illegal and no one remembers the meme I made it about. Am I proto-cutting it bubbly? Remember Verbalays? All right, it's time.
With yours, my lungs breathe with yours. You're a piece of me I can't hide away. Oh, I'm under your spell. I'm aching and I'm fading, and nobody can see I'm your heart. You're a part of me. Can't believe in all this time I'm hurting for you. But you feel like home around. Love you give it lift so high. I'm dying for it. I'm dying for it. And I can't let you go. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Don't you lose.
Holy shit. Dude, I didn't have to do him like that. All right, well, hey, remember that? That guy's doing this fine evening. Oh, it's bright. This is too bright. I don't like it. Help me out here. Entirely too much. Well, hey, that's better. All right, that's better. We got vampires in the chat. I got to want out for them. Unky Face Cam, back at it again. You're the cat bobbing its head with earbuds in meme right now? Hell yeah. Dude, the song's good. Sorry, the song's good. It's not my fault. Looking forward to the rest of this week when it hits 100F outside. Yeah, and I will be inside. Good shit. Ahem. It's a bop. I will not apologize for liking it. Yeah. I won't either, dude. If it's a bop, it's a bop. That's it. I don't care who you are. Anyway, people recognizing Nene. Interesting. Taking notes. I mean, who's that? And I'm 12. God, why is this guest so negative? Dude, CJ, I think I responded to you in the comment section of my video. Those people, they found it. They're here. They're here among us, those people, okay? Where is it? Can I find it? I can't find it too quick, but they're just like, this guy complained about every single unit. ... That's the comment. And I'm like, yeah. I gave what I felt was fair positives and negatives about every model, and I took my damn time listing all the positives, which greatly outnumbered the negatives. Bitch. Anyway, good shit. It was funny. Actually, a lot of people who felt the need to comment were like, I like the hats. I like the helmets. To which I respond, all right. You can paint them up probably in a way that's cool. I'm going to try to make the helmets grow on me as well. Currently, I'm doing a psyop on myself, as I mentioned, in the Discord and perhaps on Twitter. Doing a mass hypnosis event, including my audience as well as myself. Like Revolver, turning himself into Liquid Ocelot. Of making the face on Maul Beast Cavalry. Turning it from stupid into endearing through the power of memes. And I think it's working. I almost kind of like it now because of the memes, you know? Why do you continue to inflict Twitter upon yourself? Because I am what is known as a content creator, allegedly. And you need to advertise yourself in order to get views. And I'm not good enough at thumbnails to just do it on YouTube, and you're actually hurting yourself if you don't participate in Twitter as a content creator. I tried out people spun up Blue Sky temporarily, like that thing. They tried to spin that up and I joined it. And after 2 days, I'm just like, this place is equally as insufferable as Twitter, perhaps more so, except there's no reach. And so I never logged into the account again. Look, I tried the alternatives. But hey, all right. Content creator, you're on OnlyFans as a patron. Do you really want views from Twitter, though? Yeah. Yes, I do. 1% of those views give me $5. Check, please. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, see? There are people who aren't disgusting, toxic sociopaths on Twitter, right? It's only like half of them. So, you know, some people are forced to be there, like me. Hey, that's great. 28644. I recognize that number. My mods, I hired my mods, and by hired, I mean asked them to help for free and gave them chicken wings exactly 3 times. Before all the content creator money dried up for 5 years. And they're ostensibly supposed to moderate my chat. They're sending hentai links to each other in public instead all day. But I feel like I can't discipline them because I haven't given them any money since the Carter administration. So I just let them go, you know. Do what you will. And hentai, oh shit, the Night Lords, yeah. You like the hats and you like the riding beasts' faces. Yeah, see? There's dozens of them out there. Maybe I'm the minority. You know, as a white man who has good taste, I find myself in the minority a lot. So, this would be nothing new. And also, I fixed Red, you know, that centerpiece, Red, that guy. I fixed him. With Photoshop, but it's going to become a reality. I'm kit bashing that. I'm going to make it in real life. American flag and everything. You know, when you think about it, giant monster truck wheels wouldn't really be hard to find at all. Plenty of children's toys, right? And obviously I would paint over them, you know, so might work out. It would fit the theme of the rest of my heavily converted army, that being completely retarded and American flag themed. Parenthetical positive. So we'll see how that goes. Doing exactly what you hired him to do. Hell yeah. I, for one, am a big fan of the new models. You think the least favorite part of what they've shown has been the lack of powder weapons. Yeah, I agree. Word on the street is no lead belchers, which would be very sad because I feel that black powder is really up there in, like, part of the triad of what makes almost all ogre players like ogre aesthetics, right? It's big boys, monster mash, cannons. If I had to really, you know, condense it into 3 things. May I ask a Riff's lore question? Absolutely anytime. Anytime, any place. I might be in the middle of some other rant in the meantime, but I'll try to remember. We go off script here. I don't have one. I got scripts for YouTube videos. Hey, speaking of scripts for YouTube videos, I got a few more in the pipeline, okay? I got a few more in the tank. Guzzling. But I have a question for everyone in chat right now. Who has watched the video? Did you feel the summation of the video was a negative take on the new models or a positive take on the new models? In your opinion, after watching that video. I'm trying to, this is a, you know how you're going to weigh something on a scale, right? And so you weigh the container, and then you weigh the thing in the container, and then you subtract the container, and you get the real. I'm trying to zero out my biases here to see that if I'm not crazy, you know. We're in your chat, so we're pretty biased towards you. Yeah, that is true. I always have to remember the sampler, you know. Positive but critical. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was going for the most part. What's up, Isawa? Chuckler, the Chuckler. Constructive criticism take. Okay. I mean, maybe people just aren't familiar with that, really. I think that's true. I've talked about this before. You know how everyone kind of drums up the major they took in college sometimes when they feel persecuted by other people about it? I have a little bit of that too with an art degree. Fine arts film, right? But one of the life lessons that you really do detect when somebody doesn't have it, that you do learn in fine arts, is the ability to take criticism without being a fucking bitch about it. Just melting into a child, right? And I would imagine music majors are probably similar. You know? And so to me, I was giving them a softball, but maybe to the average person who has less introspection about the things they create, they take it as like bullets being fired or something like that. Your video had great use of color. There it is. Good meme. Seemed more negative slightly, but at the ending you re-emphasized that you liked it. I added that re-emphasization, I guess. I added that because I detected that, you know, the totality of the video isn't really what people can often step back and think. It's like the hills and valleys, the most recent 1 minute, you know, like the direction you've been going recently. And so I try to rein it back in and just remind people, hey, this is me enjoying something. It might not look like it because I hate everything, but this is what it looks like, you know. You have to rank the new ogre models they showed today as well. Yes, I will. I have it put up on the docket here already. Criticism is not an attack on personhood. Yeah, it is muddled though, because a lot of times a lot of criticism really is intentionally meant as a personal attack, especially online nowadays. So we are crossing the streams a little bit, both intentionally and otherwise, regardless of how someone might take something. But yeah, actual critique. What news are there today? Great question. We got new Ogre Hunters, an article to read through. We got new battle profiles for the upcoming season. And we have rules updates for the game. Age of Sigmar, which I have been in hibernation, mostly ignoring since 1 month after 4th release, maybe after the first GHB or something. Because I couldn't be bothered weathering the storm, waiting for 5th, as it were. Probably intentional on GW's part to differentiate the AoS ogres from the old world. I feel like we did not. I should have mentioned this in the video. I really didn't mention this in the video, and I meant to. I guess I forgot to put it in the script. But one of the things I thought they were going to do, and a question in chat right before the summer preview that somebody asked me that I failed to answer properly because it was live and I didn't think about it long enough, comes into play here. What a fucking sentence. Holy. Thank God for the semicolon. I was expecting more AoSification, theme-wise and aesthetic-wise, for the ogres. We didn't get any of that. Like, okay, we got a little detail here or there, or a little bit of a twist on a look. You know, for instance, the Iron Jaws have just a little bit of Japan in there, a little bit of Oni. It's not too much that it's cringe, but like, they looked a little Oni-like, right? So they put in that, you know, Asia is big, and so when people are like, oh, a little Asian flair, that could mean a lot of things. And I know traditionally Ogre Maw tribes are Mongolian, hence the helmets, right? The general shape of them for horseback riders. But like we got a little Japan in there for the iron jaws, so just there was some tweaks. But when somebody asked me the question that I mentioned earlier in the long sentence, they're like, what is the nightmare scenario for this reveal for you? And I sputtered about some fucking shit. It was a bad answer. But my real nightmare scenario for the release would have been like Pacific Islander voodoo ogres. Like a completely different aesthetic, and one that I hate, which would be like Zulu witch doctors and Pacific Islanders with tattoos riding on crocodiles or something. Like just fucking stupid to me. You know, I would be the guy. It would be happening to me, right? The Tomb King's player who's so excited to see what they do with OBR, and then they look and then they get OBR and they're like, I'm not joking, I just wanted Egypt again, and you gave us 4 different cultures thrown into a bag, none of them are Egyptian, and then just kind of spit it out with a little World War I in there for flavor, you know, just totally different. Not that it's bad, just totally different, right? And that would have been like a nightmare for me because I hate witch doctors and Zulu stuff, and Pacific Islander themes typically I find them a little, I don't know, I'm just rolling my eyes. Don't like them. I know a lot of people do. It's the same thing with me and pirates. Don't like the pirate theme. And don't like pirates in general. They were some of the world's most terrible people, and they're kind of like folk heroes now or something, which is whatever. I mean, that happens, right? But yeah, I shrug. I don't care. But a lot of people do like them, and there it is. But for ogres, we didn't see any of that. They were very faithful to the aesthetic of Ogre tribes. Now they've been lining up Beast Claw stuff and in front of a firing squad and just right over and over. So that sucks. But from an aesthetic point of view, it was like Slaves to Darkness. They must think that with the quasi-Mongolian, brutal, like giant, fat, you know, eat 'em monster guys, that they got it. That no, this is aesthetic. We can do this. This is what we're sticking with. So I was a little surprised by that, because I thought they would get thrown into a bag with 6 cultures and shaken up like a lot of AoS kind of is when we get new armies. Just wait until they reveal the new Firebelly and accompanying infantry unit. Yeah, true. So the second wave of new ogres is not Beastclaw. We're still gonna die, but it's an entire Firebelly thing where it's all his friends, and it's that okay, welcome into the fold. You know. So we'll see. Now the tone has shifted. That's true, right? The tone has shifted. Ogres now are a little more cruel, a little more horrific, and a little more brutal, a little more violent. In the general overall, we're getting rid of a lot of the humor. There used to be a decent percentage of ha-ha fat, you know, farting on my roommate's door, you know, like, look at how fat they are. Grots or Noblars, like they had the whole Noblar thing, haha funny, right? They had the cross-dressing man-eater as a joke, right? So we're seeing less of that and more dark brutality, which in general I'm a fan of. I don't think the game should be joyless or humorless. I just think it should have it when I think it's good, just like anybody else would think, right? Is there a strong chance this line of ogres is designed with TOW in mind, but seeing backlash from POC, they change their mind? No, they don't work that fast. I'll give you 2 bedrock reasons why that's not true. 1, they don't work that fast. The turnaround time is 2 years. And number 2, and this one is the nail in the coffin, TOW is a rank and flank game. Look at the poses of all the new guys. Wayne Reynolds, okay? Spread out, made explicitly from the design phase for circle bases. They would be in a phone booth kind of bricked up for rank and flank if they were designed for TOW. Anyway, right off the cuff though, that's my initial reaction to that. Geats are the, yeah, Gloomspite Geats are the humor, Skaven is the humor, Iron Jaws is the humor. It doesn't, now factions don't have to be the humor faction or not the humor faction, but there are ones with more or less, right? And those have more. There's dark humor in a bunch of sets, you know, Nighthaunt has some good dark humor. This army has changed names 7 times and I'm so old. Bloodlord Stormcast anti-haters. What the fuck is that Nagash shit? I haven't spoken about Age of Sigmar in 1 year. Hold up. I'm losing my marbles over here. Soulblade Gravelords. I knew it was 4 fucking things. Flesh Eater Courts for sure has some dark humor and overt humor. That judge with the big wig they use in the UK, made out of intestines and stuff. There's a lot of stuff there. I believe that guy posted the giant Rifts question, but I missed it. I'm gonna scroll up to it. Literally describing half the armies in your War Machine are. Okay, sorry. But you prefer them old bald or those sumo-ish fancy hairstyle? You mean the top knot? Well, okay, they didn't really have a top knot before. They had like a one long weird strand sometimes. The knot was a top? Yeah, dude. Each time. Top knots on all of them is going too far. A guy here or there with a mustache? Sure. Mix them in for the culture. You know? I would just rather have the helmets be something I really like instead. Cities has some funny stuff too, you are right. KO have a lot of humor, borderline joke faction. Yeah, very overt in KO. You know, Games Workshop likes their funny humor. None of their games were meant to be taken even 1 iota seriously. And they certainly haven't for a long time. But a lot of people really do. But hey, alright. Oh. Let me read this giant paragraph, 2,000 word essay from Rhino Rancor. But I'm not saying this derogatorily because I love Rift's questions. So you always thought Glitter Boys were like alien technology, but in the main book they clearly talk about pre-Rift Glitter Boys winning a war in South America. Only a handful of the Nemans survived to continue the fight through the ages, but one by one they too fell. Only the fabled Glitter Boys would survive to our present day. That makes it seem like the Nemans brought Glitter Boys with them. No, you're thinking... So Nemans... what is it called? Something like North American something alliance. The NEEMAN is like a misnomer. It's like verbal history passed down and mispronouncing what the original thing stood for. It was something like the North American Federation Alliance or something like that. It was almost a global power, but there were about 8 of them. And so the original Glitter Boys, let's set the scene. I'm going to give you a big old answer because we got infinite time here. Before the coming of the Rifts, there were superpowers on the planet, and each superpower had essentially one super weapon. They all had crazy weapons, but they each had their super weapon, their super soldier program that was their claim to fame. South America had the crazies. America had the glitter boys. I can't remember who had juicers, I'm going to be honest. And after that, my memory gets fuzzy. Some people had psychic stuff, giant robots, you know, everybody had nuclear weapons though, etc. And then, so America, those glitter boys are like their navy, you know. And the rifts came, infinite demons showed up from infinite portals. They fought the combined might of Earth. After all of our cities got blown up instantly by all the rifts showing up and all of our infrastructure was destroyed, we still fought the demons to a standstill, even though the portals were infinite. Closed some of them, and hell like ran out for a while. And every person in the world was dead. The last glitter boys holding an American flag, shooting demons on top of a mountain. You know, Ronnie James Dio music playing in the background. It was sick. Supposedly there are almost, like, they're all dead by now, except for a whole bunch of exceptions and a whole bunch of books, not the least of which being Sea Titans and all sorts of other stuff, right? Atlanteans, although those weren't around for the actual coming of the rifts and stuff like that. It's actually a multi-galactic kind of clan-based empire, and Draco Amicus and all the rest living in a Dyson sphere, blah blah blah, right? And so yeah, they are old technology. Currently, Canada has the most glitter boys in the world because they've unearthed ancient American and Canadian in the Rift's timeline. America and Canada just sort of became one giant thing eventually. And so they have the most factories, which are able to produce the most glitter boys. So right now, Canada technically has maybe the most powerful standing army. If you consider glitter boys to be the thing that you really want to be having. And in general, that's true. Although there are plenty of others. I know Japan has a bunch of them. A bunch of people have a bunch of them. Anyway, great question. Now let me scroll up and see what your actual question was. I was just going to give you the surrounding details. We're like an alien tech. No, not alien technology. Pure Earth, baby. America, baby. Only a handful of Neiman survived to continue to fight throughout the ages. Yeah, that's true. And eventually there's basically none left. We have what is known as descended glitter boy pilots, but those aren't technically those aren't actually like traced back to the originals, although some of them it's like a nightly, you know, you trace your lineage kind of thing where half of them are lying. It's neither here nor there. But yeah, almost all the suits are old except for those uncovered factories. I can't remember when they uncovered them. It was something like 60 or 70 PA. I can't recall anymore, and a new one was found later. So they're not all old ones. And they came out with a whole bunch of like different versions of glitter boys that are all worse than the normal ones by far. And all of them don't have the boom gun. But it's actually kind of an interesting and somewhat brilliant take, because that's the most expensive thing to create. And so the governments and military contractors find a way of, well, okay, if we can't make the most expensive part, can we still produce a whole bunch of almost this things? And they try to, and they're worse, but it kind of makes sense. It's also nice for not power creeping your game, which sounds silly when I say not power creeping riffs, but I think a lot of the shit they've gotten for power creep has been largely overblown. They've been surprisingly responsible with their power creep. It's been 40 years. And the average party has access to a D6 times 10. When the when like the England book came out in the 90s. And nowadays with Triax 2 and Northern Gun 2 and Naruni Wave 2 and all this stuff, you're still basically at a D6 times 10, sometimes plus 10 afterwards. Like it's pretty... It's not the worst power creep I've ever seen. MDC values are kind of up, but even still they try to keep it remotely consistent, except for a bunch of weird outliers that are all funny. You like to take them seriously in fiction, but as an audience looking at it from the top down, it's obviously very silly. Yeah, that's, I think, a healthy way to look at it. Who posed for the swimsuit edition cover? I think that was supposed to be Erin Tarn when she was young, if I recall correctly, if you're talking about the Rifter. Great question. Good reference. But I'd have to go look at it and see. Maybe that was just inside. Maybe it was just inside one. Northern Eagle Military Alliance. Thank you for looking it up, CJ. I used to know that. And Chromium Guardsmen is their original name. Yeah. U.S. Navy Chromium Guardsmen is what they were called. And then they decided to call them Glitter Boys because Kevin has no idea. He doesn't know about LGB stuff. And he didn't in 1988 either. He's pure. He just doesn't know. He was going to call them Boomers. That was the original name. It was going to be the name of not only the Glitter Boys, they were going to be called Boomers. But he was also going to call the game Boomers instead of Riffs. It was close. It was real close. Like a friend called him up and he was just like, I don't know what to call this. I might call it Boomers. And I got to deliver this to the printer in like a week. And the friend's like, you need to not call it that. What about Riffs? And he's like, oh, that's good. That's good. Whew, we were saved. That shit would not have 40 world books by now if it was called Boomer. Although it would be like a digital archaeology project that people found really funny in 2018. Briefly. You are fully convinced that the original Fallouts are inspired by Riffs, but cut the magic stuff? Yeah, that is actually actively true. It was Riffs and Road Warrior. Those were the two things. Keep in mind, this might shock some of you, but in 1995, what was the world's biggest, most popular tabletop role-playing game? Okay? You might think it would be Dungeons and Dragons. That is wrong. It was Palladium Riffs. They briefly eclipsed TSR and Dungeons and Dragons in the 90s. They briefly eclipsed them. Which is kind of crazy to think about now. But that happened. And they inspired some stuff here and there. They themselves were such a conglomerate of inspiration that it was kind of, but... Oh, Palladium Riffs, yeah. I mean, I was very enjoying second edition, and still in the 90s, even though I was getting a little old. Got those players option, right? The complete X handbook, the brown books. That shit was tight, but I was also playing Riffs and some other stuff. What else? Shadowrun. I played a lot of Shadowrun in the 90s. I want to say second edition, when FASA still owned it. That shit was tight. For whatever reason, I never discovered Cyberpunk, the game, in the 90s. Sorry, Mike Pondsmith. I was a Shadowrun kid. Only discovering Cyberpunk the game much later. Cliff notes on the Ogre Hunters. We've been chatting. We're going for a walk. You know, waiting for Pink Chan, which I might have missed because I haven't been looking at the screen, which would be hella unfortunate. But yeah, I'm giving everybody a chance to waltz in, just talking, and we'll do the news segment after this. Anyway, Palladium Rifts was super popular. It eclipsed Dungeons & Dragons. And then D&D came out with 3rd edition, and Rifts never made a new edition. They just kept adding to it, and the rest is history. 3rd edition absolutely exploded, and people had been trained to look for editions to get hype, and it just never happened with Rifts because it wasn't his. It just wasn't what he was going to do. And a bunch of other things besides, but that was that. But now, 30 years later, the totality of Rifts is so sick. And every edition of D&D is like, either, it's like Windows. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Their last several have been trash, and yeah, what are you going to do? Is Sandra back for the news? Sandra Van Ogre? Maybe. I'm going to click the button regardless. Well, it didn't help that Palladium got robbed of like $200 million in 2000. Well, there is that. Okay, there's a complicated history. A lot of stuff happened. Some light embezzling, maybe, as well. But look, all my heroes did some light embezzling as a treat. It's fine. Brad McQuaid, Where are the Nobblers? Are they safe? Are they all right? They are not safe. They're gone. And I don't like to celebrate when other people are mourning. So I won't talk about how I feel about Nobblers or what happened to them. Do you recommend any commanders for Timmies that like big sorceries rather than creatures? If you like gambling and kind of wasting people's time, look at Is It as a color combo. If you like just straight up resolving gigantic shit, look at Green Blue or Green Blue X and play Ramp. If you like cheating spells out for free, also look at Is It. I'm giving you color combinations because off the top of my head, I can't think of a commander instantly that's like cast giant sorceries. There's so many, there's so many ways to do that. Most of them involve ramp or cheating. It's a good goal though. I myself have a resolve giant sorceries deck, and it is Glarb. I assemble Cabal Coffers and then I tap Cabal Coffers and play whatever the fuck I want. It's great. It always loses, but it's fun. And sometimes that's okay in Commander. Thanks for the detailed answer. Your tier list stream got you back. And reading Riff's books and listening to your campaign. Yeah, I tried to do a live campaign thing. It was just very difficult to do a live run an adventure for people and also kind of care about chat and be clicking through everything and I got to speed this up, but I can't speed this up because I'm not trying to rush that person, and some sound issues. And also, like, the way I had to prepare the games were much more like a show than a game. And so it involved me talking too much. Like, I was over-describing and railroading my players more than I normally would because I'm kind of, like, trying to put on a show. So I'm bringing the Rifts game back. I've talked to everybody. We're getting a schedule worked out. But I'm going to privately record it on Discord amongst everyone whilst we game. And then I'm just going to edit that and then I'm going to make a video on it instead of doing it live. Because then, like, also people, you know, you get them to open up a little more when they're not live as well. And you can take your time a little bit. So I'm doing it that way, and look forward to new Rifts videos whenever we get around. The pace will be glacial. Which I shouldn't need to tell you because you know me. I'm glacial anyway. But I will continue to. It's a nice story, and I would like to tell it. So, and it makes it way easier for scheduling. That is also true. Because if there's one thing playing a TTRPG as an adult amongst adults doesn't need, it's to make scheduling more difficult for no reason. So, hey, all right. Hey, big man, what's Rifts? Palladium Rifts is a tabletop role-playing game. In my opinion, the best one that has ever been made. In a lot of other people's opinions, one of the worst. But it just depends on your perspective of what a TTRPG is, fundamentally, I think. And also, I'm right. And they're big wrong. Nobblers were hella derp, too. I mean, yeah, look, we can talk ill of the dead if you want, but a lot of, especially old, like, Ogre Kingdoms people, they fucking love Nobblers. And I don't understand it, but I wasn't there at the time, so maybe I'm just missing something. They love them. And I didn't think anyone could, but Ogre Kingdoms players, they love Nobblers, typically. But look, we can commiserate, okay? Clearly the Everwinter as a concept and Beastclaw are just on their way out, right? I'm getting my shit flushed down the toilet.
Twitch Prime.
I'm getting kicked to the curb. And, you know, technically there'll be some Beastclaw still, although a lot of it's gone or just replaced. Come 5th edition, we got like 2 boxes left for the entire army. I don't know. So we can, you know, we can commiserate. But as long as the Ogre army looks cool and is fun, I'll probably play it. Even though they chose the lesser of the two as far as what I was interested in, you know. Wildman Aegis, thanks to the big prime for 14 months. Appreciate it. My wallet is not big enough for all this new meat. Yeah, dude. A sampler platter for everyone. You feel that way with Final Fantasy XI. Best MMO ever created. But everyone else thinks it's trash. But you are right. I played Final Fantasy XI on the PC. And I joined a party with my friend who was playing on the PS2. That, being able to do that was revolutionary at the time. To me, it was a very brutal, old school, extremely EverQuestian MMO. You had to group, you could not solo. Everything was punishing. It was essentially like playing EverQuest with a Final Fantasy filter put on over everything, is what is my take from it. I didn't play it very long. Because I liked EverQuest. But I won't tell you you're wrong. You hope you're wrong about BCR and the Everwinter. They're what got you into the army. I mean, same. They're what got me into the army, too. If this refresh came early in 4th, it would have been all about BCR as the more magical and highly themed half of the range, maybe. First Fire Bellies, now BCR. What do you mean Fire Bellies? There was only ever one guy. Fire Bellies plural. There was one guy. Yeah, he had people like him because he had the motto with the funny smoke. That's it. I don't know. He's okay. I never really had a huge attachment to him as a singular guy.
Twitch Prime.
Ogre, I hardly know war. Yeah, true. Don't mind me. I'm at work. That does not narrow it down. Okay, my Discord is positive. My Discord had 10,000 messages posted in it today. all of which from people who were ostensibly at work. Doesn't narrow it down. Thanks for the big prime, though. I appreciate it. Hawaiian Ogres is still peak. Absolutely disagree. The opposite. We are at odds there. What you think about EverQuest Legends? I'm probably going to play it. Man, you guys are asking me questions that are going to get me on tangents. I'll try to be brief here. If you think it's going to be THJ, it's not. And that's fine. Not everything has to be THJ, right? If you don't know what THJ is, then this doesn't apply to you and don't worry about it. But the similarities truly start and stop with pick 3 classes. That's where it ends. So it's not going to be the hero's journey again, and I'm okay with that. It's classic EverQuest, not even Kunark. Pick 3 classes, and it's just for dads. It's for dads who can't find a group because no one plays the game anymore. And so you have 3 classes worth of power with which to solo in classic EverQuest. And they added this stupid stance system on top of everything, which is in danger of overshadowing the mechanics of the base game in a way that I don't care for. Secrets is making it. If you recall Project Quarm, you'll know him. Which is fine. You know, that's fine. I'm excited for it. I'm going to play it. It's $20. Whatever. Or rather, it's $10 with the first $10 month free, which is $20. So, like, whatever. I'm going to play the shit out of it and hope that it's good. 1 million quality of life features. It's going to be the easiest EverQuest you've ever seen. But, I mean, you're supposed to solo, so you got to kind of be overpowered for that, you know? And I'm thinking about all sorts of combos of classes with which to combine and play. Should be cool. I'm looking forward to it. The quality of the design, in my opinion, is a little under the THJ guys. But it's looking very promising, and I've played a lot of solo EQMU servers over the years. And this is looking better than a lot of it. Secret, he loves systems, whether or not they're entirely necessary or not. Yeah, man loves systems, which is fine. I like systems too. And the projects he's worked on have largely succeeded. Where's my EverQuest server, right? So, shows what I know. Let them cook. Let them cook, see what they come up with in the kitchen. I'll play it. Kind of excited for it. Over there should be fun. Hell yeah. We got to pick a server for the Discord. I have a few EverQuest enjoyers in the Discord. I saw they released the server names. Thinking Freeport, because it's the one everyone will choose. And it was, you know, Freeport's where my first character ever started. Because I didn't know any better. And also Freeport, the map of Freeport is a carbon copy of the map of Waterdeep from Sojourn. A.k.a. Toralmud. As a nice little Easter egg. We renamed the WoW channel EverQuest Containment Zone. Hell yeah. All right, good. That's a good one. I'm glad BCR getting shelved isn't turning you off from ogres or AoS in general. Nah, I haven't played in a year because the edition sucks. And so if they're like, hey, most of BCR is retired now, I can't summon the energy to really rage at that. Yeah, I've known that for a while, bro. I've seen the road signs. I've passed the exits on my way. I've seen the billboards. I've had plenty of time to prepare for this. And also, I've had plenty of time to enjoy playing my Beastclaw Raiders for 10 years of AoS. Played the shit out of them. Went to all sorts of events. Made an entire creator channel out of it, you know. A few million views in total, right? Like, got a Discord, play Magic with them at Adepticon, don't even look at the tournaments. Like, yeah, I got my money's worth from my singular army I bought. I've had my fun. Nothing lasts forever. I'm not implying that if you're really upset on the internet because your faction got squatted or something like that, I'm not implying that people are wrong to feel that way. This is just how I feel about this. I had my fun. I had a long time to prepare for it. It wasn't a surprise. And yeah, there's some vestigial stuff still, but I mean, I think we all know which way the wind is blowing. There are dual kits for the Maul Beasts. There's a dual kit for the Tyrant, so you can get him looking like a kind of a hunter guy, right? Like, it's not completely over. But I will enjoy Age of Sigmar as long as I think it's a fun game. And I'll play Age of Sigmar as long as it has models in an army that I'm interested in playing. You know? And 4th edition sucks, so I don't play it, but I'm not gonna, like, swear the game off. I'm waiting. I'm chilling. Show me what you're doing in 5th. I might come back. I got guys on the shelf. When 5th rolls around, you're gonna pick up the gut side of ogres then? Probably, yeah. I might even pick up something early to do a funny conversion or two. Maybe do some streams about it. I'm not like a angry person, I guess. Maybe it's because I've had such a long amount of time to mentally prepare for it. Because, you know, as soon as they put us in the same book in 3rd edition, I'm like, okay, it's the beginning. And then I read the lore where Meat Fist Maw Tribe wins the civil war between Boulderhead. And I'm like, okay, they're telling me their plan for 5 years from now. They told me their 5-year plan. So I was mad about it in 3rd, but I got over it. $1,000 for 10 years of fun is pretty good when you come from Magic the Gathering. Well, true, but Magic is different. That's an investment. Unless you got candelabras. I didn't think they'd do them like that. Anyway, unless you got candelabras. But look, I got beta cards. I got a bunch of beta cards in a safe deposit box. Whatever I spend on Magic over the years, I will be able to sell and buy a house. So I can't really complain about Magic. The stuff that I painted for Warhammer is worthless. The secondary market value on that shit is nothing. For the most part. But I'm fine with that. You know? Somebody said something the other day, and it really put it into perspective for me. It also put into perspective how unbelievable inflation is. Due to poor decisions over the years of our government, regardless of who seems to be in the office. But they're like, some chatter was talking to some guy, and they're like, I don't know if I want to spend that much for EverQuest, you know? And he's like, that's fine, dude, but keep in mind, it's $20 for EverQuest Legends plus your first month. Like, that's $20. That's going to McDonald's once in 2026. Like, you're driving home from work, just don't go to McDonald's. You've paid for EverQuest Legends. And I'm like, holy shit. McDonald's is $20. Stepping, like, my foot steps out of the portal of my wizard tower and lands in outside. That costs $20 now. The noise that my, right? That costs $20 to leave your house. That's crazy. When did Meatfist win? It's in the lore of the 3rd edition Ogre Maw Tribes book. They talk about Glob Glitter Maw and the Ogre Maw and the Meatfist Maw Tribe winning the civil war of the Ogre people against Boulderhead. It was just Boulderhead, which is Beastclaw Raiders. And then there's other Beastclaw Raider clans, but it really was just Boulderhead versus the combined might of Meatfist kind of gathering the clans and bringing all the Gutbusters together. They had a giant civil war. Meatfist won. And as I was reading that on the page, I'm like, oh, well, they're telling me their 5-year plan. Beastclaw out slowly and Guts take over slowly. And, you know, more mashing everything together. Which for me was unfortunate because I thought the Beastclaw lore was much more interesting. But hey, sometimes you're a minority. What kind of monster would you like to see added? 2 ogres? Frost King on Mountain Horn. They talk about the Frost Kings in the lore. There's Frost Lords, and then there's Frost Kings. The representative of each Alfrestun. They don't describe what beast they ride. They don't really describe anything about them, but they're all asleep in a great glacier somewhere, spread out like the Pirate Kings or something like that. And they're just waiting to awaken, like the weapons from Final Fantasy VII when the planet cracks or something. And I'm interested in seeing that. Obviously, for refreshes, I want a new Stonehorn and new Thunder Tusks and stuff like that. But if we're talking brand new and pulled from the lore, I would like to see that. As we know, we're not getting it. It's some Rhino instead. And I'm sure the Rhino's cool. I'm sure I'll like it. Hopefully it's cool. Beastclaw doesn't have as much infantry in comparison. It's mostly cav. Infantry probably sells better. I think, and nobody wants to hear this, single foot heroes sell the best. And I haven't looked at any data, but the reason I know that is because they keep giving everyone single foot heroes that no one wants that plays the game. And so they must be really big sellers. It's been a long time since I tuned in, says Vengeful Jam. But gotta get filled in on why 4th Ed is not good in your thoughts. Was there a previous VOD where you talked about it? Yeah, and I'm trying not to just have all the, every stream or whatever be like a giant bitch session about, oh, let's all whine about 4th, We gotta keep it positive on this stream. But I'll explain. So, they thought that come 3rd edition, the game was too complicated, and there was too much stuff, too many options, too many things to do. The game was too confusing, it was hard to get into for new players. Now, the established players wanted more. More choices, more options, more artifacts, better internal balance between all of your different options. You gave us 18, but only 2 were good, stuff like that. Everybody wants more. They loved the realm artifacts from 2nd, they wanted them back. But GW wanted new players, and new players, companies sometimes treat the mythical new player as if they have brain damage and can't think or make decisions and gets confused when it sees light and hears sounds, right? And so they're like, well, we got to get this under control. And so it is a reset edition. They drilled down, blew everything up, took every war scroll and ripped every rule out of every war scroll except for maybe one. And they're like, every war scroll should just have 1 rule on it. Every army book, largely speaking, should have 1 battle trait. Instead of 18 choices, you have 3. Instead of 6 choices here, you have 3. instead of 6 giant battalions or sub-factions or something, you have 3. Instead of this amount, you have 1, right? So just cut it all out. And while you're there, rebuild the game kind of from the ground up to make the core rules not shit. Put keywords everywhere. Have the game be remotely approachable. And so, like, a lot of the stuff they did was good. Isn't just bad.
Twitch Prime.
This isn't just bad. A lot of the stuff they did was good, and it was structural. And you'll see that in a lot of the core rules and how they're shown. And so this is the reset edition, in my kind of a throwaway edition, because it's no secret how players are going to think when you take away all their toys. You know, you look at your army book or your army PDF, when you're used to 3rd edition, and you're like, oh, I have all this stuff I could do. And then you look at your new PDF or your new book, and it's like, hey, remember those 7 cool ways to build and or rules you used to have? They're all gone. You got 2 of them back, except they're worse and nerfed, and you have to take an extra guy to even have the chance at it, and it only works on a 2-up D3, and you got to jump through 3 hoops to do it, and it can only target your opponent when it's not a double turn on a Tuesday, if their hero has a artifact of power, right? And so, like, players are obviously not going to like that. And I'm a player, and, well, I didn't like that. But they did it. It's a long-term goal, which is brave to do as a game designer. You're going to have the most boring, watered-down, shallow edition ever, and your established players are going to hate it, and a lot of them are going to either quit or just wait for the new edition. But it's good for the game in the long run, because you can responsibly add stuff to the game at whatever pace you want with purpose each time, so that things never get out of control. And so it's kind of forward thinking, it's long-term planning, which you rarely see in stuff like that. And so I think it was brave, but also fuck you. Because the game was not too complicated. I wanted more. So, you know, we just disagree on vision there, which is fine. Anyway, so it's a bland edition where you used to have all this stuff and you lost, and you got to watch it all get torn away and replaced with one thing that's like kind of okay. And you're like, okay. And so a bunch of people are just waiting for 5th. A lot of people quit and might not come back, but I'm waiting for 5th. When they inevitably add more, because it's the whole point of getting down to a solid foundation, which is what they did. Was it that good in 3rd? No, we complained all the time. We wanted it to be better. But your duty as a gamer is to complain all the time in an effort to get the game in a better place. That's your job. Your job is to always ask for more. And the devs are supposed to ignore you as much as they can up to a point. Because if they listen to what every player wants, then you're playing GTA with cheat codes, and it ruins it. Players will ruin their own game trying to make their own experience better at the expense of everything else without a care in the world for secondary or tertiary consequences. But there's just as many examples of designers of a game having a vision that none of the players share, and them sticking to it, and then no one cares and the game dies. So, you know, you just gotta make the right choices. So that's the long and short of it. I'm mostly sitting out of 4th because the reason I got into Age of Sigmar was because it was over-the-top stupid mythic fantasy with over-the-top stupid mythic lore and over-the-top stupid mythic characters. And it had over-the-top stupid mythic rules and abilities and powers that your guys could use thrown in there without a care in the world for if it would be unbalanced or not by people who didn't understand how to play the game. And so the main thing we all campaigned for was at least make everybody overpowered. Like Soul Calibur 2, then it's fine, right? If everybody's overpowered, it's fine. They chose the opposite, is to make everyone boring. And then accidentally make Lumineth too good. Because they're elves. But you know, whatever. Yeah. Simply make the right choice and not the wrong choice. Yeah, my favorite advice to give game designers is also the thing they want to hear the least and makes them absolutely furious, and they have every right to. And it's this. Why don't you just make it fun? You know? Like, why don't they just make the game good? And that's funny because that's really what players are saying. If you use the auto-translate button, that's what they're saying. And it's infuriating, but it's also literally fucking true. And don't you forget it. So it's everything all at once, all right? Vengeful Jan, thanks for the $10 on YouTube. Ooh, I'm gonna click the heart and I'm gonna click the thumbs up. Thanks for the $10 dues. I appreciate it. You know, that $10 is what I would have made in ad revenue for a 4-hour stream. And I shut ad revenue off. I turned it off. I'm not. So you paid for this stream. Thanks a lot. I see. So in an attempt to make the game easier to comprehend and function, they left the game not much of the meat than it had before. I get you. 6, 7 out of 10. Not great, not terrible, just okay. Yeah, so I'm going to correct you a little bit. It's not necessary. So obviously they want to capture new players. But this isn't like a blame the new player thing. This is like they felt they had to get this nonsense under control. And so they performed a demolition on the building, which destroyed everything. And then they rebuilt the foundation. And they gave it 1 floor. That's 4th edition. And in 5th edition, we're going to get a second story on that. And they're responsibly building it instead of a haphazard tower. Now, my problem is the game I got into and the kind of war game that I want has 7,000 stories. And fuck it, if it falls over, all right, that was funny, okay? So that's my problem. But we just differ on vision, that's all. Anyway, everyone thank Jan for the stream. Didn't mean to bring things down. No, I needed to get it out there, you know? I needed to put it in a video somewhere, maybe. I a little bit talked about it, I think, in the video I released. Lord Yan. It's like they didn't learn a single thing from WoW and Powered Power Systems. Yeah, and with Slanesh getting the 3rd try at a browbeat mechanic, apparently didn't learn a thing from Magic's failures either. Hey, just look at Magic the Gathering. They had to learn the hard way because no one had made a card game before. You can learn from their mistakes. Nah, dude, this time we're going to give the opponent the choice. We're going to get browbeat. It's going to work this time. No. Stop trying. It's not fun. Even if it works, it's not fun. Just make it work. HeyWoah wants the Tower of Babel on steroids as a war game. Yes, literally yes. That is what I want. The only thing I ask is that the game lasts long enough so both players get to at least do something. That's it. To me, that's my limiter. No Alpha Strike, game over, turn 2. To me, that's too fast. I think you should have zany rules for a zany setting. But the only thing that I would ever like pare back in general like emergency, don't ever do this, is like alpha strike, instantly win the game. I want to have the players play a game a little bit, but fucking bullshit happens, and everybody gets their own bullshit. That will be the save, right? That, to me, that's the thing that saves it, is everybody's on some bullshit. Like a, you know, Fire Slayer's player complaining at Ogre Maw tribes, like, your shit is so broken because you're way too fast and your impact hits will kill people before anything even happens, and you got the dirty snowball for 6 mortal wounds at 18 inches. That's bullshit. And then the Beast Claw player can be like, Fire Slayer's player, you are literally invincible. 30 Hearthguard took 2 casualties over 5 entire battle rounds of being attacked. So it's even. Like, if everybody is on some, it's not always even, but if everyone's has some bullshit, then it's at least funny. And it's not a serious competitive game, and it's not trying to be, which to me, that makes it okay. If it were trying to be a serious competitive game with tournaments for money, or like ELO ratings, or just anything like that, with integrity, then we would have to make so many changes. But it's not trying to be that, so we don't have to care. You get a trophy the TO bought on Etsy 2 weeks ago, and a box of models for an army you don't play, and you're just going to donate to their charity raffle after you get off the podium. Like, it's fine. No harm, no foul, really. No one's grinding rating. The Everyone is OP design philosophy is a lot of fun. Yeah, and now it still condenses all the way into a meta and a tier list, and somebody has to be the worst and somebody has to be the best, and a lot of times, randomly, maybe only one thing is good. It's not like a foolproof system. In fact, it's the opposite. It's much worse for balance and all that other stuff. But I'm a player, right? I'm not the person working on it, so I want the cool thing. Got to win the tournament so you can start your coaching service and live a life of $38K a year luxury. Hell yeah. Dude, I could quit my job and make less and be stressed more all the time. Hell yeah. Your opponent in your last game could not stop rolling 1s and 2s for 3-up abilities, and it sucked. Yeah. Yeah. That's a dice game, though. You gotta be cool with the dice failing you when you need them the most. Some people are like, it just burns them up inside when the dice screw them over, and you gotta play a game without dice then, I think, really. Old world setting is too dry for you. You personally only got into Warhammer or anything with AoS because 40K and Warhammer Fantasy were just Stinky boy stuff. Stinky boy stuff. That's a new one. I like AoS because it was like proudly stupid. If that makes sense. Somebody called it the Shitty 3. Like, as in D3, but shitty. Like, somebody called it the Shitty 3. Like Shitty Walk, Take Order Pre, right? Like Shitty 3. And I thought that was kind of clever, that person. I don't know who did it. I think an Australian, maybe. I don't want to misattribute it to the wrong country, but they called it the Shitty 3, and that's funny to me. Ahem. You like historical fiction type stuff, the type of thing Civil War LARPers would blame? I'm not interested in those games, but I'm often interested in, I guess, history. I like history, but Poor Hammer called it the shite roll, right? With that particular accent, shite roll. You've had a good time playing TOW? I've heard good things. I think SJ plays TOW now because he is their target audience. He's got all the armies from 3rd edition and stuff still. And he was burned by AoS. And so he went to the TOW pipeline and he's enjoying himself. Playing in real life today, I think. There really is something to be said for the outcome of a battle being determined by doing things that you would do in a battle. Can somebody take that man, put him in an envelope, and shoot it with a rocket launcher into the office of whoever invented battle traits? Or, I'm sorry, what are those new? Did they change the name of them? I don't think they changed the name of them. Anyway, battle tactics is what they, yeah. Hey, I have an idea. What if you did something that would help you to win this game that's happening right now? Instead of just score a point for doing a backflip and running from here to here for no reason. For building your list with 2 fast guys in it. Ooh, wow. Amazing. What a genius. 2 fast units? Okay. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word battle tactic. This is what happens when you don't talk about AoS for 7 months. Ooh, boys. I'm turning it up 1 notch, BRB. Let me get my ogre here. I'm turning it up a notch. Run it back. Is he cold? No, the opposite. Oh, we got the VTuber Ogre model. I'm going to lean back in my chair, take the hat off, exposing my brain to the outside world. Oh, that's better. PNG tuber detected. It's a cheat code, really, because I don't have to have a light in my eye now. I don't got to do my makeup, do my hair, you know? And I got to wear the nails. What a cheat code. Fire Slayers rise up, the most oppressed group there is. Besides gamers, besides white male gamers, yeah. They are the most oppressed group, obviously, though, so. What kind of sandwich is the ogre rocking today? Today we got Braunschweiger, 5-year aged cheddar, little Worcestershire sauce, mayo. Did I say Worcestershire? I meant yeah, we'll say sriracha mayo and hummus. on sourdough. The swirly kind. Yeah, horseradish. That was the word I was looking for. Is this early onset dementia? I can't think of words today. Is this my problem? Do I gotta get some more fish liver oil? I don't want to end up like the car guy. Or Mike Stacklasa. Stadium runs in third person so I can watch May's butt the whole time. This man is an American hero. I don't use that word a lot. My proteins are untangling. I don't use a microwave anymore, you know? I left my microwave in my old place and I've just been living without a microwave because that's how they track you. Maybe the radiation was good for me. Maybe I need one. You're on tuna salad sourdough. Throwback to the soup sandwich. Dude, soup sandwiches are kind of cool, though. I will still defend them. Oh, an English hero. Fair enough. They can be heroes too, you know. You got a foot-long turkey club from Jersey Mike's. Hey, well, what's your order? I don't shop at Jersey Mike's, but I'm going to go to their website right now. And take a gander at their menu. I don't believe I've ever entered a Jersey Mike's. Let's see. You know, I'm thinking an original Italian. It's got provolone, ham, prosciutto. I was about to say prosciutto, but it's a longer word. Prosciuttini, capricuolo, salami, and those pepperonis. Maybe that's too much meat. You know, turkey club maybe. That's a lot of meat maxing there. Prosciutini. Yeah, that's what they said on their website, Ordmandius. It's like the first half of the word, I was about to say prosciutto, but it's like prosciutini, which must be a legal definition to explain why it can be on a Jersey Mike's sub instead of like real. So I don't know. Normally when I go to a sub place, I like whatever their turkey club is, and then put some giardiniera on that shit immediately. Some other stuff. Used a meat max growing up? What happened? Dude, age comes for us all. You get something like 30, and you're gonna need to start giving a fuck about what it is that you eat in ways that you never thought you would need to. Because you haven't had to. And then eventually you have to. You don't want to be like Rich Evans and get adult onset childhood obesity or whatever. Adult onset childhood diabetes, was that the joke, I think? Or like Eris, yeah, you don't want gout to sneak up on you. Got to start fiber maxing. Yep. So the sentence "got to start fiber maxing" when we're talking about getting older from a person whose screen name is quote nipple swag 08. Yeah, I made my screen name a long time ago too, and now I have to care about getting older. Be true to your younger self as well. Or that kid that died in the Flint the other... Yeah. 200 pounds at 7 or whatever. It's like... close to murder or whatever. I don't know the law, but like... philosophically, it's close to like... manslaughter or something. Second-degree murder, I would essentially say yeah, I kind of agree. That goes beyond child abuse. It's like child abuse that leads to death and could only. So anyway, are you guys ready to laugh after that news story? Who's ready to laugh? I just want to announce that a dog has been run over outside in the parking lot. And now get ready for the comedy stylings of Homer Simpson. Dude, your dog died? Let's go. As a 22-year-old dude who has recently faced necrosis, yeah, you understand that. I have not. But I've had my own share of medical and accidents. And, a rough part is something that people are very good at doing, but it's sad when they have to, and that is getting used to the new normal. It's one of the saddest sentences that I've had to learn, and that everyone will eventually have to learn as they get older. But the years go by, and fuck it, what are you gonna do? Do the good things. Geez, my tone changes like a fucking anime. I'm bouncing all over the place, but then, responding to chat. First time you try to jump and hang from a bar in like 7 years, and you're like, holy shit, I'm so weak. I'm so fat, dude. Like how every super rare thing that's happened to you in life has been bad. Medical stuff and general state of the world. Can't stop rolling poorly. Legal. Yeah, I mean, if you... I don't know your position. I could give you some bullshit spin if you want. Would you like spin? Or would that just be patronizing? Or do you just want commiseration? In which case, welcome aboard. How are those knees? You done been fat most of your life, but since about 16 your parents have had the stance of, we will help you lose weight if you would like, but you'll have to want to do so. And you just never really have. And now you're just strength maxing. All right. Big. There's many ways to be big. Right? Big can also mean strong. And if you're coping, it can mean like big heart and stuff like that. Although, cardiovascular wise, that's actually not a good thing, but it's neither here nor there. No, you don't want to play the bottle top game? Jesus, I'm old was the 90s spin blade thing. I was gonna say Pogs, but that's the slammer, or whatever the fuck. And that's where PogChamp comes from, an emote that we used to have on Twitch before they took it away. Because the guy whose face it was went a little MAGA, which apparently means that a funny meme that doesn't actually have anything to do with him needs to get taken from everyone like a toy. All right, bitches. And maybe a little anti-vax too, but you know. Beyblade? Was Beyblade the 90s or was that later? I recognize the word though. You turn 40 next year and you feel as if you are about to disintegrate into sand and drift away. As somebody who also turned 40, or I guess saying also doesn't apply here because you're about to. Let me tell you, it gets worse. I'm currently kind of taking care of my 97-year-old grandfather right now. It gets worse. But that is the nature of reality. That is the human condition. That is what it means for time to move in a direction. Do with the remaining that you see fit. And don't fucking bitch about it and obsess about it all the time. It's not healthy. Tay Barracuda thinks with a tier 1 to Taxi 2 stock gets shit on for life. You're gonna upload your brain to ChatGPT and live forever? Same dude. Hopefully not ChatGPT. Or hopefully after it becomes good. Robot bod stat. I'm 50 and it's not that bad. Yeah, but if I prepare them for worse, they'll feel like it's not so bad. It's like getting a shot, you know? Where you think it's going to be bad and then it's not so bad. I'm trying that. Now, me saying that I'm trying that probably ruins the bit. But I think I respect my audience enough to tell them when I'm trying to trick them. Dead Emperor Irritant, it's been a while since I've tuned in. How's it going? Good. I'm giving a life advice about getting older suddenly. That's not what the show started as, but we've just been chatting and people have been bringing it up. Can you guess the demographic that likes old man yelling at cloud and walking through place, Japan? You're only exaggerating. You're legit probably the healthiest you've been in a while. Yeah, aside from being older, right? I am way healthier now than I was when I was 29. The only catch is that I'm older, which really sucks for being healthy, right? You lose everything. But, you know, focus on the things you can control and don't obsess about the things you can't. The best day to start looking after your health was 5 years ago. The second best day is 4 years ago. The third best day is 3. And just do it today. Just do it today. That's the whole quote. just do it today. Like picking up a paintbrush. Shall we get to the news? We've been walking for an hour 40. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. We'll fill some time, talk about some huntors. I thought, because this is what I heard, that frost sabers were gone. And to be clear, they are. But we're getting two similar cat-like things in a unit with guys, which is not a unit of frost sabers, but it's still kind of like it. So they were only half retired. Meganosh, thanks for the big primer for the 1 month streak. Thanks for the 47. Thanks for stopping by. We must have seen Pink Kun by now, maybe twice. I keep looking at chat, so I'm not looking at the video. I must have missed her. Wait, is this it? Is this the... No. We'll get Pink Kun eventually. Well, really it's Pink Chan. Let's, you know. That's Pink Man. That was Pink Man, but I'm looking for Pink Chan. Did you see it? In the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Oh. Fucking keep posting that. Trying to make Frank go crazy. One of the new Saber Fangs are going to be tokens or not? Well, I was about to opine, but I guess I'll read the article and we'll opine. Oh, wait. Long leg black shirt Chan means Pink Chan is soon. We gotta kill some time. Straight up wasting time waiting. And then we can switch over. Then we can talk about the news. There it is. On the horizon. Oh, let's go. It's Pink Chan. There she is. All right. Pog, I saw her. Pog. All right. It's time for a commercial and then the news. Which one shall we do? Let's do one we haven't done in a while. How about 80s cream? How about 80s cream?
Hey, Jimmy Lee. Beautiful morning, huh?
Yeah, morning ain't my time, Bert.
Oh, Daddy, give me a glass of energy for my pal here.
Energy, well, that's just...
Cream. The Macho Man Randy Savage. What Nintendo? Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jimmy, give me a
Cream.
with nut.
Nothing.
It certainly is a big bun. It's a very big bun.
Where's the cream? Cream.
I soaked in it. Madge, I soaked in it.
This is
The cream.
this is your brain on
Cream.
any questions?
Time to make the
Cream.
Dunkin' Donuts are always fresh. I made the
Cream, yeah.
Remember, only you can.
Cream. Nobody does it better.
It hurt.
Nobody does it better. Hertz leads the others by far. Nobody does it best of all.
Oh man, what a song. What a good ending song. The Juice. Did he rush for 2,000 yards? The Juice is literally still got it. Do we go on this screen or game screen? I guess they're both the same. I got to distinguish them better. Ahem. S-Talk. Shoot. And Skin with brand new Ogre Hunters. Fresh. From the reveal of a massive Ogre mod tribes released at last week's big summer preview, we have even more ogres to show off. Who is ready for a hunt? I think I like them. Normally I'm a fan of the shawl scarf thing, and I really was on the other rider. They went for a leather look over here, it seems. Still got a little bit of the culture here. Now, obviously, I'm no fan of crossbows, as you know, but it's not like they were going to give hunters fucking cannons, right? They got to be stealthy. So it makes perfect sense for something like this. Oh, he's got a little award. They gave him a medal. They gave him a medal for being a good boy. Anyway, good shit. They're just covered in stuff. Cold weather outfits. They haven't forgotten. as close to BCR as we'll get. I think painting these up will be all the different layers of cloth will look pretty cool. And I'm looking at this helmet. It doesn't really look any different than the other ones, although it does actually, because these flanges go up instead of curl down and around. I think the helmet with stuff underneath kind of ties the room together a little bit. The saber tooths are looking good. They got that like high arced back dire animal, kind of look to them. These creatures were made by just a different person entirely than the Maw Beast. Like, let's see. Giga News and Leaks. I'm scrolling up for a second. Look at the animal biology, okay? As far as the sculpt is concerned, these are two wildly different artists. Lady Leader is looking badass. Yeah, are they all ladies? Are they all lady ogres? Or do they just kind of look like it? Because of maybe I'm thinking it's because of the shawls, right? Maybe that's wrong to think. Anyway, this gut plate is sick. This is a super cool gut plate. I almost kind of want to steal this particular gut plate and put it on a bunch of guys. If there were still such a thing as bit sights, I would want to do that because the look of this one is sick. I'm a fan. I like them. And I'm just going to give them shotguns and rifles when I do my own. And instead of a bird, it's just going to be like dynamite or something. I don't know. Anyway, this is cool. Oh, it's got a little, look at it. He's got a little maw, the Great Maw keychain. I don't know if you can see that on stream. I'm going to zoom in. Look, it's the maw on a little cell phone keychain or whatever those things are. The champ gutplate is going into Iron Guts. I like it. Hunters are responsible for ranging ahead of an ogre warpath, often spending many weeks away from their tribe, and have developed keen survival skills that let them sneak through enemy lines despite their prodigious size. They're as happy as the next ogre to get stuck into bone-crunching close combat, but unlike most of their kin, they're also a dab hand. I haven't heard that before. That phrase, a dab hand. With an enormous crossbow. These lethal weapons can punch a hole right through several enemies at a time. Okay, every time they mention something like this, use auto-translate, that means multi-damage weapon. That means at least 2, but it says several. To me, several is 3. Are we getting 3 damage crossbows? Anyway, and hunters have perfected the art of slipping silently away so they can get a good angle for their shots. Hunters with saber fang is cool. You're right, Femonk. It does mean D3. It doesn't mean 3. It means D3. No fun allowed. I know. Look, it's good to get pulled back down to earth every once in a while. Through the frosts. Despite their size, hunters are skilled at the art of ambush, advancing under the cover of lingering icy mists. They remembered the Everwinter. Remove this unit from the battlefield and set it up again, wholly within 3 of a terrain feature, and more than 9 from enemy units. This unit cannot move in the first turn of the first battle round. First turn of the... because it's I didn't read up here. Once per battle army deployment phase. So you deploy them, and then after they're deployed, but before the deployment phase is fully over, you get to teleport them anywhere near terrain, but then they can't move. But they can shoot, and they can be on an objective, and they can capture a terrain feature if the battle tactics care about that. But it's not like a teleport whenever. It has to be deployment phase. It's right away, which is a huge downside. This is also weird. Why don't they just have deep strike? You know, or ambush? I suppose this is better than ambush because you get to decide whether you want to ambush after you've seen the full deployment of your opponent. And it's not limited to board edge like normal ambush. It's limited to terrain. I think this is better than ambush for those reasons. And I'd have to check the tapes about specific stuff, but move is bolded. So I'm pretty sure they can charge, although looking at them, I'm sure they're not good in combat. Although, actually, I don't know. I mean, supposedly, I get the distinct impression that when GW is designing ogres, what they think they're doing is designing an army where everybody kind of slaps shit. Even if you're a type of unit that isn't normally supposed to do that. That's like the claim to fame sort of the race of ogre, is that even your wizard in melee combat like kind of slaps. Even your stupid ranged guys that shoot can kind of slap, right? Like, you know, lead belchers do 2 damage with their hits. Butchers, even in the old editions, right? Like butchers have 3 damage weapons. It's like it's only 2 or 3 hits, but they're like rend 1 damage 3. Like they can randomly kill people. And so maybe that's true. I probably don't want to charge with them though. Charge is a move. Okay, so they can't charge. Well, good, because I was about to say that I didn't want to do that anyway, so no big deal. I think you just put them in a cool place, either on an objective or on a terrain feature that's close to something you care about, or just a good shooting position. You see where your opponent is. After that, you set them up, and that's where they're going to shoot from. I think that's cool. Those kitties are not tokens, so they probably just slightly worse than gluttons in combat. I bet they have more attacks, but less damage. Right? Like probably if a glutton is 4 attacks, 4s and 2s, rend 1, damage 2, then these would be like 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, no rend, 2 damage. Like maybe, like I'm just guessing, but something like that. Where they have more attacks, but either no rend or -1 damage. How many points do I think for this? Depends on how many shots they get. Like whether or not they're actually good at shooting. If they're actually good, like for real good at shooting, 170. If they're not good at shooting, then if they auto complete a battle tactic for you, then 140 is probably the highest anyone would really want to pay. If they don't and their shooting isn't good, then why the fuck were they even created in the first place? And there's no points cost low enough for them. 100. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. Probably. Unless their melee is surprisingly good, and I'm not expecting it to be. He does have a buzzard, or maybe she, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe, maybe the buzzard has a rule. Maybe the spears have a rule. Maybe the unit champion is a Chad. I'm just going to throw it out there. My guess is 140 if the war scroll is lacking, 170 if the war scroll is good. Might be a good unit to check someone that deploys lopsided on objectives. Yeah, and also they have the opportunity for this war scroll to actually do what it says on the tin for once ever. You know how you get a lot of like units in AoS where they're like, this guy's a monster slayer. And then you look at his attacks and weapon and movement, and you're like, I don't think so, Tim. No, he's not. He's not doing that, you know. They have the opportunity to do that. Because what are everybody's like, what did Vince call them a long time ago? Prospector units, you know, your fast little guys that are just supposed to do the backflips that battle tactics require of you, that don't require you to kill something, right? I'm just gonna pretend they're ladies. They might not be. We'll see what they are, but these chicks could get a war scroll where they're like, okay, 4 or 5 wounds a model, 2 damage weapons, 15-inch range, D3 damage, and each of them get 3 shots or something. With a buttload of melee attacks for these two, like they could actually hunt 120 point flankers and kill them, and then you get the points, right? Like that could actually happen if their war scroll's good. That's kind of cool. The one in the middle is wearing a bra. It looks like it might be is it a strap for this thing? Do we get the spinny? Let's see. Look at the gentleness with which they're feeding the disgusting bird, right? The hair. Having shawls. Maybe shawls are a thing in ogre culture for women. I'm just saying, with the amount of lard on the average ogre, having something of a strap there is gender neutral for ogres. I'm going to say this in a nice way. Or I could see it being as such. Oh, this guy doesn't though. Okay, well, maybe you're right. Why don't they just fucking say it? Give me you're the pronoun people, you bitches. Give me their pronouns so I know who I'm talking to. Holy shit. I thought you guys liked that. Anyway. Shawls look commonplace on raider types. Same with the Maul Beast. Yeah, there was the one Maul Beast rider who had a shawl. Well, a leather. Well, that's what they have too. Striking a sassy pose. What do you want them to have? Hoop earrings and those super long nails that are so big and curly that you can't even type on a keyboard? Dude, ogres from the Jersey Alfreston. And then the cats, which look very like Lincoln Log kind of Lego put together here. Like these are clearly the seams where they fit together. And like here and here. And that's paint. Right? This is all paint and stuff. We can paint this. We can paint this better. The cats are female. No, I haven't checked the undercarriage. Black powder may truly be gone from ogres. Well, I wouldn't jump to conclusions here because these are like the Beast Claw units, even though they explicitly never, ever say that word. But they do talk about icy mists. So they're kind of, there's a little thing there. Their color schemes are not Beast Claw at all. But yeah, they did call them raiders. There is that. Yeah, I like what these look like good creature biology there. Not everything has to be two weird animals put together. Really excellent gut plate on the champion especially. This is one of the better gut plates in the whole army. This one's pretty good too. Possibly might be a big lady, which is sweet. Nice shawls and stuff. This helmet actually looks better with the shawl. So maybe we can fix it. Maybe we can fix everything. We just give the normal guys shawls and then put a hat on them. And then the army is fixed. You know, I like guns more than crossbows. So I'm just going to put guns in their hands, like problem fucking solved, right? And if they can actually shoot, then these are exciting. That's going to be it. If we look at the war scroll and their shooting is good, then I'm excited by this unit. And I would not be sad to pick up a unit. They look fun to paint. Look at all those layers of clothes and different fabric materials. You know, cloth, leather, some kind of burlap or animal hide, wood, metal, bone. It's just got all the material types. It just got everything. And then the big hunks of meat back here, that's fun. Kind of reminiscent of the Blood Pelt Hunter's bear haunch he's got on his back, and also the dragon head arrow sheath that he uses. GD Panda thinks with Big Prime, 60 months. Absolutely massive. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. If they shoot like Bolt Boys, will it be exciting enough? I don't know the stats on Bolt Boys offhand. It's been 7 months. It's been 10 years. I guess my follow-up question to you is, are Bolt Boys shooting good? I know that back when I paid attention to it, there were certain Cruel Boys units that could shoot pretty well, but crossing your fingers that there are some STLs for bones you could slap on all the boys' guts. Yeah, you could do that. 1 or 2 shot, 3/3, -1 D2 is a decent. Okay. It's only 3 models, although maybe Bolt Boys are 3 models as well. I'm not sure. What would this have to be for me to be excited about it? Probably 3 shots, champion gets 4. So we're talking the unit has 10 shots, 3s and 3s, -1 D3, maybe. That might be enough. Bolts are 3 bays. If the bolts are 3 bays, then I am beyond interested and you have my attention. Plus, they look cool. You'd expect 3 shots, 3s and 2s, and -2/2. That could be the case as well. And absolute glass. Oh, these are 5-ups for sure. 5-up save. I don't think they're approaching a 4-up save. They kind of look like they could if you didn't know anything about ogres, but I'd almost guarantee a 5-up on these. 3 models? Yeah, 3 models. I mean, the 2 dogs, I suppose, but 3 shooting models. You think 3 shots for a crossbow is a bit too much fun? I don't know. Maybe we're having fun. Oh, you were talking about Bolt Boys. Okay, yeah, true. You expect 4s and 2s like everything else in Ogre. I was kind of expecting that too, but maybe they're good at shooting. Like, they're accurate. To be honest, like, 3s and 3s is basically the same as 4s and 2s, statistically. It's not actually the same, but it's pretty close. The only place where 4s and 2s get really screwed over is when you ever get -1 to hit, and then suddenly the wheels fall off and your house blows up. But yeah, 3 shots, 4s and 2s, -1, 3. That'd be kind of sick. And then maybe there's a No, these are probably combat weapons back here, right? So this is like melee combat, 2 damage melee weapons, 1 buzzard special ability, and then wolves just get a bunch of little hits. Long strikes are 2 at 3 shots, or 3s and 2s, -2/2, so maybe not. Yeah, I suppose so. Long strikes are also made of paper and have longer range and better armor. You think there's a 4 to 6% difference between 3s and 3s and 4s and 2s? Yeah, it's pretty close. It's not that bad. No way, there are 3 shots, damage 3. Look, a man can dream. I'm not being realistic here. I'm just pie in the sky. These are cool. If they're at all good, I will probably get them and paint them because they look cool. I would just replace the crossbows with guns and the bird with something else, and then we're good. Maybe a bald eagle, the only bird I respect besides a kiwi. And I guess like birds that don't make noise, kinda. You like their ponchos? Yeah. Yeah, they're just kind of like draped in a bunch of different layers of hanging cloth of different fabric types, and also animal fur, pelts, if you will. What do I put them on the tier list? I've looked at them long enough. I like them. And their faces are really good because you can only see half of them. Where do I put them on the tier list? They're at least a B. I think they're at least a B. That's the floor. It couldn't be lower than that. Just looking at them, right? Plus they got a bunch of fucking weapons and shit all over them. Melee weapons, ranged weapons, all that. You think Iron Gut tier? You think A? You think somewhere in the A range? If they had guns, they would be A+. But they have crossbows. Now, I'm going to fix that, but we're judging the normal model, not the conversions you can do to it. Solid 5 out of 7? Yeah, I think so. Range 10 would be disappointing. If these are range 10, I'm not buying them. It's that easy, even if their stats are good. Okay, that's probably a lie. There are stats good enough so that I'd buy them at 10. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm trying to deep strike them 9 away, shoot once, and then have them die to a counter charge. I don't know if that's worth it. Range 15? All right, I'm interested. Yeah, I'm going to put him in A. Possibly an A-, because crossbows, and I can see a lot of big connector points in these creatures here. But I bet that's because a lot of times you get some sick mold lines on the very early painted stuff at GW. And I'm just going to assume it's that. Yeah, I'll put him in A. So the real rating is A. Subjective rating is A- because I don't like birds and I like guns more. But you can safely ignore that, right? Yeah, really good work. Also, this one, he got a medal. He's a war hero. POW MIA. Well, actually, no, not MIA. He probably caused some MIAs. Good shit. Hey, and that raises the average of my tier list, too. Non-negative, positive streamer over here. Dude, good shit. And then we got some quarterly battle scroll updates and the Scourge of Akshai, which I have already brought up right here. Not liking birds is whack, but can be forgiven. However, not including crows as a bird you can respect is dumpster tier. I don't think... Do crows make noise? Crows and ravens have to do with prophecy and wizards and Odin and shit. And that's cool. So, I like that. And they're also very intelligent birds, which is good. So, ravens and crows and stuff would probably be not the lowest on the bird tier list, for me, anyway. They do make hella noise, though. Okay, they're dropping. They're sinking as we speak. But they at least have other cool... Like, you gotta be... You have to understand that, like, most of them are actual F tier. So even being in, like, D+ is huge, you know? Crows have regional dialects. Damn. Dude, give me some Bayou-ass Southern hick crow. Like a piece of weed in its mouth. Or a piece of wheat in its beak. Wait, I'm starting to describe by accident the look of the, you know, those ones from Dumbo. Never mind. Moving along. Crows will know your face and tell other crows you're a homie or a danger and pass that info on to their children. So crows will look at my face and be like, that one right there, that one hates birds, but he never bothers us. Nice. I got a reputation among the boys. All right, are we bringing people in? I might bring people in. Ahem. This is for, well, let's look at the article first, see what we got. Prepare for the new General's Handbook with the Scourge of Akshai. And the General's Handbook did spoil, I believe. We have it. Like, it was in Giga like a week ago. They're super smart, and if you give them some food, they might bring you shiny things in return. Oh, sweet. So if I give a crow like a little piece of tuna, like a little tuna fish, it'll leave and then later it'll come back with a USB. Yo, thanks for the drive, dude. RAM prices are crazy. Here we have Dwarf on Dwarf Warfare. Over the course of this week, we'll have free downloads for each Warhammer Age of Sigmar faction. These will consist of varied war scrolls and some combination of artifacts, heroic traits, enhancements, spell lores, or prayer lores. These new rules replace the existing Scourge of Ghyran ones, but don't worry, you might notice that a few fan-favorite war scrolls have made their way from the Realm of Life to the Realm of Fire. That's unfortunate to hear. Now, it makes perfect sense. We're no longer in Ghyran, so we don't have access to those anymore, but it would have been cool to let people just play with their toys. We only have a year left of 4th edition or so, right? So, like, just let people play with their stuff. It would be unfortunate for someone's army to get ruined, you know? Borrowed power, the Scourge. We got to learn from WoW here. But maybe they actually know which ones are fan favorites. Because the much maligned Matt Rose, one of the good things he has done is start collecting data on what everybody's playing with. And so they actually know what people are playing with. And so maybe they can look at that and be like, okay, it seems like everyone's playing with this, so we'll keep that. and the ones no one is using will replace with the new ones. This is absolute LARP at this point, but like that could be what happened. Look at me putting a positive spin, right? Thoughts on the new Mario model? Dude, I saw it in, who posted it? Bobo, maybe, in AoS Coach's chat, and then it got reposted on mine. We didn't make that one. We made a lot of them, but we didn't make the Mario one. That one was good. Good meme. I was like photoshopping the monster truck version of Red. And then people were like, oh, this person cut out the bases so that it's just him on a base that's 120 round or 120 oval. And then the two heroes are just foot heroes on bases. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I kind of thought that the plan probably was before the plan changed, maybe. Oh, you were the one that reposted there. Okay. Baudo Calibriao, 1509. Yeah, that was a good one too, the Mario card. It had some detail on it that was funny too. Let me point it out real quick. You know, we got a proper accreditation for the memes, right? No meme stealers. We're just meme users. What was the detail that was funny? Oh yeah, they colorized the Gorger green and gave him a little Mario hat, which fits him perfectly. Good shit. The soggy Skaven Bell stayed since it single-handedly held the faction up on its shoulders for the past 6 months. Okay. See, this is the information that I need to know because I've been out of the loop. Crows as pets are illegal in most countries because they're very easy to train them to steal stuff. Interesting. Mechrat agrees that the soggy bell carried you really hard. Okay. I liked the Iron Blaster. We got a soggy Iron Blaster for ogres, and it was actually good and fun. And so I'm hoping we get to keep that. However, a wrench might be thrown here because I don't know if we're keeping the Iron Blaster or not, like in the faction. It might be getting trashed. And for that matter, the Noblar Scrap Launcher. We'll see. I hope we keep it because a huge cannon is cool, even though it is definitely an aging model that looks nothing like the new stuff any longer. Rip Mage Eater. That was a great big name. What was the big name everyone always used? Fate Seeker, probably. OBR lose their soggy battle formation, which sucks because our battle tome formations are dog water. And our infantry is relying pretty heavily on one of the soggy formations. Okay, well. Hope we get them back. All we can do is wait. All we can do is hope, I guess. I believe they stayed on Facebook that Iron Blasters were staying in the roster. Cool. All right. Nice to hear. I have some, so it'd be, you know. You're getting, what do we call this? It's not soggy. It's, is it saga? Soa? I suppose Soa, right? That would be the Soa now. Getting a Soa Flot and Thunder Huskard. Yes. That information, they didn't announce it necessarily, but I took a gander here and I noticed that Scourge of Akshi, Frostlord on Thundertusk, and Huskard on Thundertusk. So this is them experimenting with anyone ever playing a Thundertusk for any reason. 280 and 260 for the Flot version and the Husk version. I'll be interested in looking at those. I guess I get to look at new ones too whenever it is that the Battle Tome comes out as well. As the last year's Scourge Guy ran when putting together your army roster, you'll need to decide between this War Scroll for that unit or its existing one. You can't pick both in the same army. Oh, for the same unit. Okay, yeah, fine. Sure. Like, if it happened to be the case that there was a Iron Blaster in the new Akshi, I couldn't choose a Gairan Iron Blaster and put it next to an Akshi Iron Blaster and put that next to a normal Iron Blaster. Like that, fine. That's fine. Good to catch a stream from the Pokemon, Diablo, and Old World streamer. HeyWoah. It's true, Hercules. I am one of those three things. Hell yeah. Thanks for just stopping by. Please enjoy the new YouTube video. I'll be doing more. Not too many more. Don't get your hopes up. I do have a job, but, you know, I got some in the tank. They took me longer than I thought they would because I've had to do other things, but look forward to them, I guess. You heard directly from the dev team that they are using the soggy squishy. Is squishy? That's what they're calling it. We're not calling it. So the last one, Scourge of Gairan, we called it Sog, right? So soggy. And so we're not going Soa. We're not going Soa. We're going squishy because it's S and then okay. I'm just getting in touch with the lingo the kids are using these days. I'm working on it. Okay, squishy. You heard from the dev team that the squishy battle scrolls are used to take another stab at units they feel they screwed up with at launch. Okay. That makes sense. Because in general, almost all of the scrolls they have chosen were for units that were super bad. But also that makes perfect sense. You know, if you're going to redo a war scroll, do it for something that no one uses. And because of that, no one's buying. Why remake a scroll that everyone's already trying to play with, right? Makes perfect sense. You wish it would take more than 2 swings per season. They fucked up his thralls 4 times. Squishy Reavers better have shoot then move, or they're useless too. That's funny. How do you feel? Like, it's got to feel kind of bad, but it's also very funny when, like, here's a unit that's bad. I'm pulling a random unit that's never been good. Not necessarily bad, just never been good. Mornfang, right? The year is 2015. Mornfang are not good. The year is 2018. Mornfang are not good. The year is 2024. Mornfang are not good. 4th edition. Mornfang are not good. And then you're like, oh, we'll do a Soggy of it, and then people still don't use them, and then you do a second Soggy, and people still don't. You got to be like, damn, I'm running out of ideas here. Lead Belchers. Technically, Lead Belchers were good, but it was for a reason that you never want something to be good, if that makes sense. They were used as chaff because their points finally went down enough so that you used them after they nerfed Noblars. So Lead Belchers did see play, but not to shoot, just to stand there. Dev team is in fact chill people. That was the impression that I got. And I've talked to one of them. I talked to Matt Rose in person at Adepticon, waiting in line at a Starbucks. And I asked him if he had Big Oosh for his FEC army, and he didn't know what it meant. And that interaction caused him to hate me. And he decided in that moment to kill Beastclaw. So, as the lore goes, supposedly. And people in my Discord made a funny comic about it. Anyway, just Josh and ya. Looking forward to that Italian lunch break. Does anyone have it? Post it in HeyWoah General if anyone has that comic. We'll immortalize it. Because Frank made that comic unprompted, and it was fucking funny. So if anyone has it, post it in HeyWoah General. Enjoyers. As I read the rest of this. There it is, dude. All right. There he is. He's got his little hat and everything. Big oosh, hi. Haha, just Josh and can't wait for an Italian lunch break. You too. See you later, kid. Later. Roll a dice. Roll it. No flavors. Beast Claw gone. Oh, the classic format. No, he was a fine gentleman. Clearly very intelligent, passionate. How much more can I say? Anyway, just Josh and yeah. As with last year's Scourge of Gaia ran, when putting together your army roster, you'll need to decide between. I already read that. There'll be match play legal for the duration of the season. You'll have plenty of time to decide on your favorites. Some of the rules play with the new Furry and Rage mechanics, while others reflect how armies fight in the realm of Foya. Come back tomorrow and we'll share the first Scourge of Axii updates. Getting off with the Forces of Order, of course. So check in. So if you want destruction, you'll have to wait 6 weeks. 6 business weeks. Hey, all right. Sounds good. And they did the first one, right? No? I thought they did a doc one, I believe. So first things first, they changed some rules. It's only like 2, it's not a big deal. Yeah, doc and LRL. Charge moves. This is like some minor technicality rules update thing. Some rules reference a unit finishing or ending a charge move. This is considered to occur when a charge move ability that unit uses resolves and the unit has charged as part of that ability. Okay. The difference here that I'm detecting probably is there might be a unit or an ability or two. I'm thinking KO here, or at least what KO once had, that they have an ability not called a charge, but it really does charge you, and so maybe they just want to double down on the fact that that does count as charging, and so the rule, some sort of rule applies to it. Got an update here. If a persisting effect applies to a unit that is destroyed and another ability allows that unit to return to the battlefield, e.g., the Resurrection Prayer from the Path of Glory Ascension Battle Pack, does the persisting effect apply to the returned unit? I would think no. Because anytime anyone ever has asked if a unit getting a replacement model still has the same artifact of power they used to have, the answer is no. Still counts as the general, the answer is no. Still has their enhancement, the answer is no. And still has any of the buffs they used to have, the answer is no. But suddenly here the answer is yes. And so I'm wondering what the situation is that would make this different than those. Maybe this Path of Glory Resurrection thing works differently than those others. It's not a replacement unit. When it's resurrected, it really is that unit. So maybe that's the difference. That could be. This is for resurrections, not replacement units. Oh yeah, I just said that. There are a few named heroes that came back to life, like Marathi and Ilario. Oh, Ilario. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So these aren't. You're not You're not doing a Nagash thing where you're replacing the unit or repopulating it. You're actually resurrecting it, and so in that case, those would still work. Okay, sure, yeah. Return same guy, replacement different guy. Yeah, that would be the. I think that's the operant difference here. I don't have a problem with this. It's flavorful that they still do because it's a resurrection. That's nice. Is there a difference between returns and replacements? Maybe not before, but with this update, there certainly is. Do persisting effects continue to apply to a unit that has been destroyed? Yes. Why would that matter? Maybe I can't think of an example right now. Oh wait, no, I can use the example that you said here. Like if you put -1 attacks on Alariel and then she dies and then she gets resurrected, she still has -1 attacks. If otherwise the duration of the spell would not have yet ended. That's probably it. Or some other resurrected thing. So that's probably why they did that one. And that would follow. Laurel comes back via command. If she has commands turned off, she can't come back. Oh yeah, because she uses a command even though she's dead, so that I see. So if you like roar her, or the old roar anyway, she couldn't use a command to come back until it would have naturally worn off, probably. Terrain control. If a player controls a piece of terrain, can a unit be counted towards contesting a different piece of terrain while still maintaining control of the first piece? The answer is yes. Continuing to have terrain control function differently than objective control. Which is fine. All right. You can have like one unit controlling 2 different pieces of terrain, which is largely harmless, unless I'm missing some giant implication here. And sometimes you have terrain where it's like one little piece and another piece, and I don't know. Then you'd probably just count the whole thing as one in any case, though. I think that's it. I think those are the only updates. Just minor, they're just working out the kinks here. They're just doing it. All right, we're going to try to get through this. This might take a while, but it might be really fast if we can't find anyone. Let's start in alphabetical order, except unironically. It used to matter for scouting. Okay. With Cities of Sigmar. Who plays Cities of Sigmar? Oh, wait. Never mind, there were no changes because you just got a book. There's a lot more rules changes. Oh, I bet. You mean like where? Aha. Down in the faction pack changes. Okay. Well, we can do them both at once then. So who's the city man? Who is the city person? Do we have one? We might not have someone. We might not have somebody who plays everything. It might not happen. But if so, just sound off. I'm going to be reading through it, and I might not. In fact, I definitely won't get the implications. Used to have battle traits, and a shitload of them are just deleted. Oh, well, they're deleted because you just got a new book, so obviously these are gone. Okay. Nibble Swag, me, and Bowden Caleb Bot as well. Know your way around the book. All right. I'm gonna jump in Discord or bringing people on. Have a good mic. Or don't, and type. One of the two. Headphone users. Don't get blasted by this. But you will be hearing the Akira noise in 3 seconds, okay? Cho. Have to go to the Battle Tome section of this document. You mean the faction pack section? Or a different one? Anyway, if you are a player of any of the armies in here, get in the waiting room, which is any of the voice channels on Discord. And we're going to chat about it. Look, it'll take a bit to start up, but then it'll be rolling, okay? Table of contents. Battle tomes. Okay, I see. 40. Cities of Sigmar. So the rules are enter the live waiting room if you are the faction we are about to do, which right now is Cities of Sigmar. And I'm going to drag you in, and we're just going to chat. Have a good mic. Welcome to the program.
I forgot that was still on. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Welcome to the program. Bobbin of the Meat Dimension, potentially Bobo, and Mech Rat.
Howdy.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
Now
Doing good. Up to you.
You are both
Give me 2 seconds. I'll need to pop through my laptop.
It's still on. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Welcome to the program. Bobbin of the Meat Dimension.
I am muting you.
And Mech Rat.
Look, I knew this might happen. You are a self-proclaimed expert in cities. I'm setting you up as that, but you don't have to be. It's fine.
I've played them a few times, so I can comment on them.
Sure. All right. What's the deal? Give me the top
right.
down.
Let me. There's going to be a bit of a delay, I assume, between your stream and my wonderful commentary. But
no, because you're on the stream, and so they'll just hear us both at the same time.
Right. Well, I just mean because I have your stream pulled up in my other monitor, so I can see the battle traits and stuff.
Sure.
I mean, most of it's just like fixing small mistakes. Like Grenadiers didn't have a champion before. They didn't have a 1 out of 10 champion before. They do now. I have your stream pulled up in my other monitor, so I can see the
Bobo, I'm getting
traits and stuff.
I'm getting double audio. I'm going to mute you for a moment. Continue, Mac. Amazing intro. Great start. Yeah. Look, I don't normally have people on. I just decided to do it this time Because there's so much I don't know about all the armies leading up to this, because I've not paid attention to the game in a million years, and I'm like, oh, I'll just drag people in. It'll be fine. How's the cog fort? Is that shit good? The cog fort? Is it good?
It's really expensive. It's I'm not gonna call it good, but I'm not gonna call it bad. It's like I've seen a few people play it. It's really the from what I've seen that Cities has a couple list archetypes. The big, really strong run right now is you just run a ton of cavalry because their cavalry is really good and it has ability that lets it count as having charged, and it can like charge in combat or something and stuff like that. It's very strong. And then the War Hydra is like a super meme because it's 12 wounds on a 5-up, but like the first time it dies, you roll 1,000,000 dice, and if any of them are 5s, it just doesn't die, and it just keeps doing that. So like sometimes it randomly takes 6 combat activations to kill it, and it's like pretty cheap.
Okay, that's very funny. You know, if the game had another 700 abilities like that, it'd be super sick.
I agree.
All right, so which I have a question. The cavalry. Those are the guys who they were new and looked really cool, but they sucked right when they came out, and so everyone was sad. Are those the guys that are good right now?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. I always like it when a unit that looks good is blessed with rules that make it playable. I'm a simple man, you see, and so playing with the toys that look cool instead of not getting to, I'm generally down with that. What's their overall? You said they're all cav. If you had to put like a strat onto them, like a classic strat, you know, one of the castle army or other kind of thing, what does Cities tend to do?
It's like tempo buff castle grinder kind of. The you don't need a ton of heroes to be successful anymore, but the way the battle traits work, it like benefits you to have a Neapolitan of units, because when you're issuing orders, you pick them in clumps of 3 and they all have to be different units now. So you want to run a whole bunch of different stuff, but the best troops are just the cav, and then you just throw a bunch of buffs on them and then charge them in, and they just sit there and then don't die and grind through your opponent's entire army. And then you kind of shoot at them with like some good cannons and the ogre with the funny man on a nerd pole.
Damn, so Cities, in the time I have been in cryo sleep, Cities has become fun.
They were really overly oppressive. They were one of the best armies in the game for the greater part of 4th edition when it was Index Hammer. But with the new Battle Tome, they're not over oppressive anymore. They're just good now. They're good and pretty fun and have good variety.
All right, perfect. Any particular no, I guess all these are technically new, but they're not actually changes. It's just stuff from the Battle Tome, so there's not like a number 1 change or a change you're looking for kind of thing. What's the biggest problem that needs solving by rules or GW or rules wise?
For Cities, it's probably like, I think you're maybe asking a question that doesn't have an answer, because I can't think of a huge problem that Cities has currently. I mean, the problem with GW, greater internal balance, pretty please. But honestly, I've played against a pretty good variety of Cities lists. And I've played against the cog forts. They seem playable. They're not like super competitive, but they're playable. All of the human foot troops, are good. The steel helms in particular have a really, really fun and interesting ability in combat, where they pick something, they roll a dice on a 3-up, that thing has to fight them and has to pile into them. So you can like charge 2 things into a big hammer, and then the steel homes just taunt whatever your opponent's huge mega hammer was, and then die. It's very thematic and funny.
All right. City's eating good in that case. Nice. I'm pleased that because something like a cog fort, you know, if you could do perfect rules writing, the place you would want it is playable but not required. Something like that. And so it
for sure.
It perhaps sits there, which is cool.
Yeah, I think the only complaint I have is with the cog forts is that they're very expensive and they're not as durable as they look because they hurt themselves constantly. They feel like a Skaven unit that was thrown into cities for some reason because they deal mortal wounds to themselves every hero phase to like do cool stuff, and that adds up. So like whenever your cog fort is finally engaging the enemy on turn 3, it's taken like 10 damage.
Okay. So that's sort of like they weren't sure if this thing was going to be too good, and so we gotta put a vest on it just in case. Kind of like the lightning cannon, where it has the potential to be way too good, and so we're gonna have it kind of blow itself up so that it can never be too good.
They gave it a bunch of safety valves. The points will, but the war scroll is good, so the points will come in line eventually. That's the main thing.
Yeah, that's ever how it works. All right, are you just here for cities, or are you here for a spattering of stuff that other people aren't here for?
I can talk about, excuse me. I can talk about Skaven. I can talk about Daughters, and I can talk about, what else have I played? I can talk about Slanesh, and I can talk about maybe Seraphon. It's like I can step in on some armies.
So we did C. I forgot that Blades of Corn is actually first, so we'll do that. But it looks like D is on the way. That's what she said. And so I'll drag you in for Daughters.
Yeah, sounds good.
And we'll see if Bobo has a fixed mic. I'm going to unmute him. And then probably move on. All right.
And then
Bobo, I have unmuted you.
Your,
Are you good?
The armies I'm good at, that I can be an expert at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ogres, Sylvaneth, Doc as well, but Mac already has that covered.
Yeah.
They're fun as well. I can do a bit of Gits, Destruction, like Iron Jaws, Cruel Boys.
All right, sounds
and then
good.
a little bit of Death.
All right, so when we get to those, I'll have you join the live thing, and I'll pull you guys in.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Until then, Blades of Corn. Who plays Blades of Corn and has a mic? If you don't have a mic and I can't find someone who has a mic, then just type in chat and I'll read it. No big deal. What is Big Oosh? It is Usharan, the leader of Flesh Eater Courts, who looks awesome. He's like Godric the Grafted. And for a while, his rules essentially allowed you to play FEC at all, because their battle traits are like impossible to qualify for unless you were playing him, which made him sort of required, which isn't what you want. Even though he looks amazing and everyone wants an excuse to play him, you don't want him to be required. I don't know what's happened to him since, because I've been in cryo sleep. And so we'll see when we get to Flesh Eater Courts. I'm going to drag them down into the waiting channel. Any Blades of Corn? Speak now or forever hold your peace. If we have no one that plays Blades that happens to be in chat, then hey, all right. It looks like they didn't get a lot of change here. Does the Blood Drenched ability have any effect on Scarbrand in the Exiled One Regiment of Renown? No. That ability is a Blade of Corn battle trait, and so will have no effect on a unit in a Regiment of Renown. Side note, Regiment of Renown system, crumple it up into a basketball shape and shoot it into the sun. I hate Regiments of Renown. It's a bad system. Give us sub-factions back. Does Scarbrand's rage ability mean that Scarbrand is affected by the blood-drenched ability of the first turn of a battle? The answer is no. I don't know what that means, but that's the answer. Frank gonna lose his mind. He lost his time to shine. Bro, he has not played. He hasn't been playing. He was in the they were in the lab They played every 2 days, coming up with corn combos, like right when 4th came out. And then they're just like, nah, this isn't the edition for us. And they just stopped, so. He's hung up his blades. He's waiting in the wings. I don't think he's done forever. Some people are done forever. I think SJ's done forever. But he's, he's chilling. There's more to the hobby than playing the game, which is a good thing. Because if there were, then, nobody would play the game. But he's a hobby man. He's working on his hobby. Funny thing with Korn, the Fury dice are like hella annoying with them in particular. Okay. Oh, see that across the pond. I hope Docking comes back because he had a lovely time. A couple of games we played. He's fun to play games with. Play Commander with him all the time. Hey, well, if you need someone for Bach, I can do it. All right. Coming in. Blades of Corn. What do we got? I hope Docking comes back. You got to mute. You have to mute the stream, though.
Oh yeah. 1 second.
Otherwise, we're gonna hear doubles of everything.
There you go. Double HeyWoah.
Right.
Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. So Blades of Corn right now, they actually just got a little bit of a rules change from their list in the old GHB, where they used to just run 80 bloodletters.
Oh, 80 blood.
But now,
okay. So like a first edition. What was it? It wasn't Murder Host. What was it called?
Yeah,
anyway,
it's effectively a murder host list. It actually
across
is
the whole table, blast them. Yeah.
And unfortunately, that got changed. But there is other things in the book, and they're still good. Like bloodletters are still stat sticks, and also baleful lords exist.
All right, for Corn, my questions are:
yes.
How are the mortals? I want to play a mortal army that just
pure mortals.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll say yeah. How's the mixing as I crack open this Monster Zero Ultra?
You generally going pure on mortals is not generally a smart idea, but going a mix is better.
Okay. Is it because the mortal troops suck or the heroes don't have good enough buffs?
Mixture of the two. And also there's multiple sub factions that could benefit mortals and demons. Because with Soggy, there was a sub faction where you could chain activate a mortal and a hero, and you give +1 to wound to either or, whoever activates second. So that was a nice wombo combo.
All right. And bloodletters are good, you said. Baleful Lords, I'm imagining that's like Bloodthirster bomb.
Yeah. It's Bloodthirsters, and you can just revive them. If there's like enough units dead, so like if it's like battle round 2 or 3, you can just hit your opponent. If you roll, so you get dice equal to the amount of units that are dead plus the battle round. So like let's say there's 5 units dead on battle round 2. You roll, I think, say like 13 dice, and for if you get 8 or more 3-ups, you just bring back a Bloodthirster on the board edge, and it's per Bloodthirster.
But it has to be if one is dead.
Yes.
All right. That's sweet, actually. Somebody in chat says 4 Bloodthirsters and Scarbrand, Angry Gargants, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Except they get to resurrect, and they benefit massively from Rage Dice, as Mech had mentioned.
I mean, it would be kind of silly if they didn't, right?
True.
Is Scarbrand...
But like, they're one of the biggest winners out of that mechanic.
How fun is Scarbrand? I know he can't fly, which automatically makes him not fun, but when he's swinging, how swang does he swang?
Still gambling casino man. but
Okay.
pretty good.
All right.
He's gotten much more consistent with the rage dice, as mentioned, because you can just have 5 of the damage, 8 attacks. Assuming you get maximum rage dice, but yeah.
How are they doing meta-wise?
Sin in the middle.
Just fat middle? Okay. No big deal.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you know them enough, probably as an opponent, I would guess, but perhaps you played them a few times.
Yeah.
It's like you had to name a problem that needs solving. This could be almost anything, but like maybe one of the main ones. If there's 2 equal ones, you can give both, but we do have to get through 25 armies.
For them, some of the mortal cavalry, like Skullcrushers of Khorne, they could use a bit of a facelift. The army is not what it used to be as an opponent, but they're solid though. They've gotten much better with the new Blood Tithe than on the release on the book.
All right. You did not miss the FEC talk. Stetsotzlin, we're doing it in alphabetical order, and we're on B. Actually, technically, we're on C because we did cities first, but yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right, so Khorne's looking for better cav, and it's fat middle, and it
mighty
has some
Skullcrushers and also Blood Crushers. Neither are good.
Just its cav, yeah.
Yeah.
But fat middle and has some fun abilities.
Yep.
Nice. Next up is Daughters of Kahani.
All right.
Bring you both in here and have you talk over each other.
I'll take it.
I've been teleported.
You've been teleported back. It is Daughters of Cain, and I have you both in here. Do note that for talking over each other.
I'll just be back in a minute. Mech, go nuts.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, you want the Spark Notes version of what Doc does right now?
Yeah, what's Doc doing right now? You can include the changes if you want, but we'll get to them in any case.
Changes are pretty much a slap on the wrist. They're still probably the best army in the game, one of the best armies in the game. They basically just throw a unit of 10 Blood Sisters across the board, like 30 inches at you, and then they double fight and kill 1,200 points of your army in one go. And then Marathi bounces around because she's impossible to pin now because she's got like 12-inch move flying, and every time she kills a unit and then does a handstand, she gets to move. So she's literally moving 24 inches a turn for no reason. And there's soggy rules. Like I glanced through their, or not soggy, I guess we're calling it squishy, right? For their squishy rules, they basically just got more damage. So it's just like they literally throw a zillion buffs on a unit of snakes. They have like 3 attacks each, crit mortals on 5s, +1 to hit and wound, fighting twice. It's just, and they move like 16 inches and then charge or something ridiculous. It's basically, you die quickly.
All right, we're back in 2nd edition then. All right.
Yep.
As far as the variety of builds, or is it all just kind of the one thing? Like you said, snake ladies.
I haven't seen any elf builds really. Most of what I've seen has been Marathi plus support hero entourage, and then spear snakes and Kinari, the like batwing. That's pretty much all I've seen. I've played against Doc a few times recently, and with like new GHB Scuffed Hammer, and yeah, it's mostly the snake show plus Marathi.
And is the reason for that basically that the snakes have a little bit better armor and crit mortal, and the ladies just don't?
Yeah, the snakes fight better. They're also 3 wounds now, so they're actually really durable, and they also have like a good unrendable ability. So ignore negative modifiers to save, but not positive ones. So that plus like ward plus durability buffs make them like stunningly hard to kill for how you would think they should be. So yeah, they're just better. They're just stats, lots of stats.
All right. So the functionally Daughters of Cain is pretty consistent with its theme of taking good troops and then putting every single possible buff in the entire game on it and other
Correct.
stuff. Both prayers and spells, which normally people can't mix, but they can, it's fine. And then ways of cheating farther up in the table. And then also having like a bullshit unkillable god that can do anything it wants. As the ultimate distraction Karma Reflex.
They changed Marathi a lot. She doesn't have the like immortal for the first 2 battle rounds thing anymore.
Okay.
But honestly, what she does is just as annoying now still. Because she's not also quite as killy as she used to be. But she's still pretty good at killing stuff. The main thing that's annoying about her is she's really hard to fight because she debuffs you like really badly when you're in combat with her. Like she slaps you with -1 to hit and wound and makes like D3 damage auto 1. So if you rely on D3 damage, you can't kill her. And then basically she like guaranteed comes back. Like if you're playing the army remotely how it's supposed to be played, by probably top of 3, maybe bottom of 2, you can just bring her back if she dies.
All right.
And also to add on to that,
sure.
Marathi Cain now has a spell that if the Shadow Queen's in combat, she just gets to fight.
Oh, it like forces her to fight even if she's already fought?
Yeah. So you can like fight 4 times in a round. If you like magically intervene, you just combo.
Very interesting.
And also, to add even more to the Shadow Queen, every time you get a blood rite done, by like literally anything, she gets to do a full move. Forget the other thing, but generally it's just a full move. And it triggers every time. So if you get like 4 blood rites in a round, you can just have the Shadow Queen just move like 48 inches at like 1 phase in a turn.
So what you're saying is, I want to go back in time and hire the guy who wrote Daughters and be like, I got a tome for you. It's called Ogre Maw Tribes. Write that down. You got to write that book.
It's like they reached back in time into the transition between 1st and 2nd edition and plucked all of the most toxic like rules and then clumped them all onto the Daughters of Cain battle tome and then clipped it and shipped it at end of 4th edition.
Okay. Yep. And that's so weird for Daughters of Cain and Lumineth to be getting rules like that. That's such a big change of pace. That's a joke. Anyway, as far as the updates now that we're seeing now on the screen, what do these do, if anything, to that? As you can include the points changes as well, because that's just part of it. Do the designers seem to think that this is a problem that needs to be solved? As far as outsized,
they're aware of how strong Doc is. The battle traits change, where you can only do 1 blood rite performed per unit destroyed, is more of a slap on the wrist than anything because it's still really strong. The points were definitely more of a balancing factor here than any rules changes that they got. I don't think it's going to be enough. But now, like, if you start with the core of a dock list, which is Marathi, Shadow Queen, the Melusi Iron Scale, and then a unit of 10 snakes, it's like 1,210 points now. So you're a little light on like screens and protective units and other buff wagons, but you really don't need more than 10 snakes and Marathi to get the job done if you line up all your buffs. So they're still going to be strong.
Okay. Now, the goal really isn't to drop them from 1st to 50% or like 1st to just awful or anything like that. Are they going down to 60 or? It's hard to say for win percent, and it's a bogus stat anyway for a bunch of reasons. But do you think they'll be really good but not quite as toxic, or is this just like statistically they're worse but they'll still beat you really hard?
Statistically they're worse but they'll still beat you really hard, especially if it's a good player. Like they're probably the best like curb stomping army in the game right now. That just wins. Like even their bad matchups, they still have good play into. So they're just like very strong.
All right. Hey, it's not their fault. They didn't write the rules. Any final thing? If you had to change one thing, well, normally this question is more of a, if you had to improve any one thing, and far be it from me to call for nerfs in a thing, just because you're really good doesn't mean you don't have problems. And a lot of the best armies ever are so good because of one card that if you remove it, the whole thing collapses and it becomes a bad army. We've seen this happen. So not saying that. Anything to fix in Doc? Parenthetical positive.
And same like internal balance, please. Make elves a little bit better. Make spear snakes a little bit worse. So there's actually like choices to be made. It's mostly among the troops. I think most of the heroes have play. All of the wagons are good. Most of the foot heroes have some use. I mean, and it's also like Marathi's an auto include, but like she's so cool. Why wouldn't you want her to play it? I mean, I'm not usually a huge fan of auto includes, but with god models, I don't know. Maybe it's okay.
All right. Yeah, I agree. If we're not talking about, destruction gods. Otherwise, I agree.
Get that centaur out of my face, dude.
Yeah, the BOC model that they swear up and down, and I have it from, I tracked down the person who modeled it. It was never meant as a BOC model officially, which is wild. But look, sometimes you put all the strings on the crazy wall of newspaper clippings and stuff, and it seems like it could. It wasn't. It was never meant.
Sometimes
as a BOC.
it is just the bad ending.
Yeah, it was just. They're like, destruction needs a god, and make sure to make it really fucking stupid and not look like any of the other races either. Hey, all right, Douglas Kane. Good shit. Next up is Disciples of T-Zench. I don't think that was any of yours. I'll desperation pull you in because you guys seem to play the game. If so, but I'm going to call out to chat now. Any Disciples of T-Zench players? Ideally, a mic in here, but if nobody does, then I'll take it to chat. If somebody does, and they can type. I wonder if I should have like Jeopardy music or a little commercial or something each time to give people time, because there's a minor stream delay for Twitch and there's a major stream delay for YouTube.
Oh yeah, it's really
like
bad.
And I have the shit set to, there's like a button you can click that I'm sure if I looked into the code, like the only code behind that button would be whether it lights up when you click it or not, and it's just not connected to anything. But it's the one for having the lowest delay for stream and chat. And YouTube is, sometimes I think YouTube is as much as an entire minute behind.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
So YouTube chatters, I'm not ignoring you. YouTube has an insane delay.
I mean, with Zinch, the big thing is that like Zangors and Enlightened are holding up that faction. Like the Soggy Bell. They're very good.
All right.
The Spark Notes version of Zinch is that they're like super annoying and still really good in like talented pilot's hands. Their big gimmick that they do is they can like swap units. So like you're in combat with, 3 little demon, what are they called? The Screamers. You're in combat with like 3 Screamers, and then suddenly you're in combat with 20 Zangors. Whoop-de-doo. Like they just do a ton of teleporting and shenanigans as always. Zinch has always literally done this since day one.
Being annoying and cheating at the game, but by the rules, has always been Zinch's thing. The thing you're describing reminds me of Change Host, which is probably where they got that from. Change Host famously being probably top 2 least favorite things to play against when polled. Like, they did a giant poll of all the players, and they're like, in so many words, what is the thing? It's not like about losing or anything, just what do you hate playing against? And number 2 was Change Host, and number 1 was Sylvaneth Wildwoods.
Yeah. And they don't have Destiny dice anymore. Maybe they have an AOR, like the Army of Renown, that has Destiny dice now. But basically, what they did is like every time you fail something, you get a good boy point, and then you can spend the good boy points to not fail at doing things. It's like every time a spell is unbound or you
they got
miscast,
World of Warcraft bad luck prevention
literally, yes, exactly.
built in. Oh damn. Hey, remember when OBR had a really cool alternative command ability system, and then the entire edition stole it? And then theirs got nerfed, and they got nothing in return? What if we stole bad luck protection and gave it to the whole game?
I wouldn't hate that.
As a player, it sounds like a really good idea. If I put on my designer hat, it sounds like a terrible idea. But it's tempting.
It gives Zinch a pretty strong edge. I don't think it would be good for the health of the rest of the game.
Yeah, imagine every single important roll that someone fails. First they say, okay, re-rolling, and then they still fail it, and then you keep going. It's just like, I don't know about that. There'd be so many re-rolls.
You collect so many good boy points that, like, but turn 4, you're like, all right, I'm going to charge. I have successfully charged. I'm going to do this thing. I have successfully done this thing. I'm going to attack you. You are now dead. Like...
Yeah, also, I suppose in a sense, it sort of obliges the player to attempt as many actions that require rolls as humanly possible, even if they wouldn't do anything, just to try to farm for bad rolls to get good boy points, which would inevitably slow the game down a lot. And I don't know if that's a play pattern that we ought to give to every single army.
So, on that topic of fate points, there is like a very haha funny meme list where you just rack up as many fate points as possible, and you just have an endless spell hit with like 30 attacks at like Ren 2d3 damage.
What you're describing is a combo, and those things used to be in AoS, and that sounds awesome to me.
It is rather funny. I have watched it literally delete Nagash from the board.
What size base do you think Big Red has? Battlebarn asks from YouTube chat. 130 round. It's not the big pie plate. It's 130 round. That's my educated guess. Although,
gotta call him Mario now.
Although my my tinfoil hat is somewhere in the pipeline originally, he was a 120 oval, and then later, for some clerical reason, he got switched to a 130 round, and they noticed that he was drowning on an empty base with nothing on it, and so they put 2 unreleased foot heroes on either side of him and called it a day. But I don't know how their company works. That's just my tinfoil hat. Anyway, Zinch is annoying and kind of toxic and good and cheaty, but very fun to play. And it gives you the tools to sort of run circles around an opponent that's worse than you if you're good.
Yeah.
Correct. This is the biggest I am better than you army in the game. Like, I'm going to outskill you.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember his name. I talk to him every time I go to a big tournament. The dude who only plays Zinch, and he's really good, and I believe he has, like, Christmas-themed everything. I don't know if you guys go to tournaments or not, but can't remember his name offhand. Anyway, like that guy. Where are they sitting meta-wise-ish? Or how do people think they sit?
Good. Upper half.
Yeah. I'd say upper third, probably.
Okay. Upper third, aka the place everyone wants to be, but they want to be in the lower half of the upper third, so they're not, like, that much of a problem?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think their win rate is dragged down by people trying to play them and not playing them well. I think if it was strictly, like, big brain top players playing them, they would be, like, top 3, but win rate, is a bad metric, so...
If you're 4-0 undefeated, it's the army you don't want to play against in table 4.
Correct.
But if it's round 1, like, we could do this. What's the one thing they would like to change? And they're the changer of ways, so it's going to happen.
In all honesty, I think it's just kind of get like the chosen, like a chosen-esque unit, like the other Chaos Mortal armies
Okay, so
have.
new unit. Usually I would ban new unit talk, but it's fine this time because the chosen do look cool, and I remember that concept art from the Warhammer MMO.
Yeah,
and that was fucking sick.
I don't know, they're pretty good.
You can just say internal balance every time. That's fine. I'm gonna make a super cut of it.
It really is,
And it'll
like,
be
I wasn't
25
gonna
internal balances.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah, it is just internal balance, as always, is the problem with Games Workshop rules
I
writing.
was just trying to come up with something different than that. I don't know.
No, if that's number one, that's number one. It's better to really hammer home if there's just an obvious issue, quality control wise across the whole game. Then there is.
Yep.
Somebody in chat, they desperately need a mortal chaos warrior equivalent, except in blue armor with golden trim. It's probably a little bit of a balancing factor that they don't, because they're so good at everything else that you give them just a block of invulnerable guys, then suddenly it might. But maybe they need to play all that other stuff to make the tricks work, and they can't fit in a slab. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's the second option. I think it's just they don't want to spend points on Anvil because they don't really need one. They can just do tricks forever and win.
All right.
Well, I mean, yeah, and also they have the damage now because like Zangor Lined on disc are insane. Like they just tap things and they die.
What happened to them this update, or do you not know? Any big changes, big points, big rule difference?
Nothing notable. I think maybe a couple of heroes went up and a couple of heroes went down 10. Nothing crazy.
All right, sounds good. Flesh Eater Courts. Who was it? Somebody from chat mentioned that they were a big oosh enjoyer. And I'm going to scroll up and find them. If you need someone for FEC, Destructive Panda. All right. It is your chance. Join live on Twitch, and then I'll drag you into Wide Gaming, which is the secret mod chat that we're in all the time, making fun of everyone and trading hentai links.
I mean, I don't know what that is, and also I'm 12.
Oh, I'm poking fun at my mods who today, instead of modding, were just sending each other hentai number links in public for like 2 hours.
No, I know that was the bit. I was doing the I'm 12. I don't know what that means.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what it is either. It's just numbers. I thought they were fun numbers. I'm gonna give him a bit because he is on YouTube delay. In the meantime, what's your favorite memory of losing spectacularly against Disciples of Tzeentch from any edition?
Oh, I have a good one.
All right.
Scragrot died to 2 blue horrors in combat.
Oof. It just finish him off, or did so was it like a finish him off, or was it a full UFC fight and he just straight lost?
He lost 4 health.
Scragrat the Loon King.
Through the
How
ward,
many through the ward and everything?
Just well, it's a 6-up save, so
sure,
save,
yeah.
You're not
It's not
anything, but
yeah, it's not like Catacross losing to 3, like a blue scribe or something. But
that's kind of how it felt.
I've got a good one too. Let me set the scene for you. It's 2019. It's like shortly after the Soul Wars box comes out for 2nd edition, and I'm a brand new player. I just licked all the Cheeto fingers off of my hands and got off my very first job at Jason's Deli, and I walked down the street to the Games Workshop store to play my 3rd ever game of Warhammer. and I get out my super cool black coach that I'm so excited to play because I just finished painting it. I'm super hype. I got all my Nighthaunt ghosts ready to go, and I'm playing against the shop owner, who was a lovely guy, and he had just finished teaching, explaining the better, like the more complicated parts of the rules to me, and went through all spell casting and endless spells and stuff like that. And I'm like, all right, I got a grasp on it. Let's do it. So, he's got his 2 chickens and a million horrors and stuff like that and endless spells. And I've got my tar pit of ghosts and my black coach in the center. I'm so excited and ready to use it. Turn 1, he teleports a chicken right into 9 inches away from my front line. He casts the purple sun, and I immediately roll a 1 and my black coach immediately dies. Right off the rip, and I don't even get to play with it at all. And then he teleports his chicken back later. And then for the rest of the game, he just walks away from me slowly with pink horrors and hurls endless spells at me. I think I lost a third of my army to purple sun rolls. It was really fun. I debated quitting the hobby that day. I was like, is this what second edition's like?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You did, by the way.
And you know what?
We'd never get to play.
6 years before that, if someone cast Purple Sun, it would kill the person's entire army on turn 1 sometimes in the old world or the Warhammer Fantasy Battles.
Yeah. So I have a story about that.
Oh, Destructive Panda, sorry to interrupt. Destructive Panda can't do FEC rip. Currently working out and listening to this between sets. Dude, he's pumping up. Holy.
Actually,
he's,
I could do that.
He's getting big. Yeah, sorry, nerds. I'm at the gym. Can't talk toy soldiers right now. Getting my reps in. Anyway, just joshing. Looking forward to that Italian lunch break. Oh, shoot, we got mogged. Who's got the Mog Beast cavalry image right now? Jesus Christ. McFatson, thanks for the $5 on YouTube. I appreciate it. My prized orc model is a truck I transformers into a dreadnought. He dies by round 2 every game, never killed a single model, but I still love him. Sounds awesome. Everybody's got that one. I don't know. Sometimes it's just a guy that you like. He's not like that good, but you did a good job on the conversion and you just want to play him, and the fucker can't do anything. And at least he populates your display board. Anyway, thanks for the $5. Good shit. Leg day, absolutely huge. All right, Flesh Eater Courts. Anybody else? Or you guys want to try your hand at it?
Yeah, we could do it. Hey, Mick?
I don't know anything about FEC. You take it, brother.
All right.
Alrighty. So, how much does everyone love 7 FEC dragons? Terrorgeist? Smash bats or back, baby?
My answer to that is, was it a dual kit with that new updated like vampire one, so it looks cool, or is it the old shitty looking ones?
The old shitty ones.
Okay, then I don't like it. Continue.
Fair. But so there was just like this list where they'd run like 5 to 7 monsters. Maybe Oosh. FEC have a lot of lists.
What was that called? The Menagerie, I think that was their thing way back.
Mm-hmm. It's basically just the Menagerie list where you run like 5 to 7 FEC monsters, maybe some chaff, and then you just roll bowling balls at people and they just die. Because the big FEC heroes, the Terrorgeist, the King Terrorgeist, could just have a prayer that just turns off wards. He gets to fight twice, and he just did like 50 damage to people.
Somebody chat. It was Grizzlegore. Grizzlegore was 2nd edition. That was with the activation wars, and it had that grizzly chomp that I can't remember. I think it was on a hit roll. If you got a 6, it just did 6 mortals flat. And you could re-roll that. And so you just re-rolled it every time. And you also fought first, regardless of whose turn it was. So if you're fighting against a melee army, which was the majority of the armies in the game, they charge you. And at the beginning of combat, it kills their charged units, and then they're dead. And there's no more combat. So you couldn't outplay it. You just had to run away from it, which was hard because it was a flying dragon that was very fast. It just soloed people's entire armies. And the only way you could win was by fleeing and trying to win on points. And if they were even remotely decent, they wouldn't let you do that. Second was awesome. I was talking about the first edition battalion called the Something Menagerie that had you play a bunch of the non-rider, like the riderless ones. And it was not great. And it might have been like the first tournament game I played ever. Might have been against that. It was either that or I think Stormcast was round 2. Yeah. Because the first tournament game I ever played of AoS was at Adepticon in like 2016. I think early 2016. And it might have been against FEC, who was playing a bunch of riderless Terrorgeists in a army list. And I just like shot them. And they just died. Great story.
Yeah.
Good old days.
I mean, they still do that, but here's just 7 dragons that all have run in charge at like +2 to charge, all at +1 attack. And also like a teleporting dragon that gets to move d6 after setup, but
Sick.
after a teleport.
Also, that now I'm cutting in. That tournament, my round 2 opponent was Martin Orlando, whom I dubbed Good Painter Stormcast Man because his Stormcast was painted well. And we had a fun game. And then round 3 was another Stormcast opponent who was using what's a giant Star Drake, like the Celestial one. And it was the build where it's invincible, and if you try to fight it, it kicks back mortals automatically. And he ran away from me all game to technically win on points. And he apologized for playing in that way. And I had recently gotten into AoS, and so I'm like, why is my opponent apologizing me for trying to win the game? Because I'm in Magic Mind. So I'm like, why? That's what you should do. If you want to win the game, you should run away. If you didn't, then I would win. Why are you apologizing? And he's like, is this your first AoS tournament? I'm like, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, sorry about this. I'm like, oh, fine.
You were still in the mindset of, if you 0-2 day 1, you just leave.
Well, I was still in the mindset of you should try to win the game. I guess. Right. You know? And that's kind of like not, I mean, it kind of is, but, you know, I learned eventually. I made a video about it. And that round of the tournament was when Andrew Yells, my roommate at the time, who got me into AoS, and he used to be a big chess guy, and I used to be a big Magic guy, and we're both very competitive in our different fields. And then we we joined this AoS game to be dads about it. And he was playing his Archaeon list. He had a freshly painted Archaeon. It was his first tournament with that Archaeon. And in the first game of the first round of that tournament, the first turn of that game, he went first, and he ran Archaeon over deadly terrain and rolled a 1, and it died.
Oh.
Yikes.
Just dead from fall. And his army lost 1,000 points, and the game was over.
Oh, man. I don't miss those terrain rules, I'll tell you that.
Well, it's called deadly terrain. And so, D3 mortal wounds on a Tuesday doesn't sound very deadly to me.
No.
Anyway,
yeah, the literal king of chaos on his 3-headed dragon, he tripped and fell and died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he flew. He was flying, but he didn't have enough movement to fly all the way over it, so he had to land on it. And at the moment he landed on it, he's like, "This is fine, right?" And he rolls a 1, and his opponent's like, "I'm so sorry."
Oh. I mean, also on that end, the fact that Archaeon still can be insta-killed by like insta-kill mechanics is rather funny.
The Grand Marshal of the Apocalypse slipped on a banana peel and fucking died. Yeah. All right, ladies, check this out. I'm about to absolutely wipe these people out. And then a dust cloud forms and disappears, and I'm lying on the floor naked, dead. Flesh Eater Quartz. What are the changes that... Oh, not the changes. So, okay, you can play Monster Mash with it, and that's cool. Can you play Ghoulies? Can you play the Honkers? Are the Cavalry good? They looked
the
cavalry,
all right. We don't talk about the cavalry.
Oh, did they
The
get
Foot
changed?
Knights, the horrors are great. Ghouls are great. Crypt Guard are fantastic. Probably the best infantry in the book. And then Oosh is still Oosh. He's great. Yeah. That's about it. Like the fundamental like little foot troops are great. You can like run Horde, Elite, or just straight up Monster Mash. Or like anything in between that.
A little variety there. Always good to see.
Yep.
What are the changes that happened just now?
The monsters went up, so that Monster Mash list, which was probably the best list in the book, did get pretty hard touched a bit. So you can't do like 7 monsters now. So like you have to do like some chaff, and then like you get like the Royal Terrorgeist hero, and then the Zombie Dragon version of the hero, and then maybe like 2 Terrorgeists, a Zombie Dragon, and then like some Beast Flayers, and that's about it.
All right, sounds good. What needs changing? Is there a change that needs to happen here?
Say it with me, kids. Internal balance.
All right, sounds good. Next up, Gloomspite Giats. Any experts in the chat? Also, we are going in alphabetical order. So, if we're talking about Gloomspite kits, that means the next army is, as I scroll, oh, Hellsmiths of Hashish. Okay, so if you're an expert in that, like, get ready to
We need
jump
Mitch
right
for
in.
this one.
What was that?
We need Mitch for this one.
Oh, is he around?
I think he's referencing the fact that we missed Fire Slayers.
Both.
Did I scroll past
Mitch
it?
is like the Helmsmiths player.
It's not
Oh,
here.
well.
It's not on the list. I scrolled from one to another, and they forgot. Well, there's no, or there's no rules updates at all for them, and I should have considered that as I was doing it. Any Fire Slayers in the chat? Fire who? Throwing my hat in the ring for Helmsmiths of Hashish, says Bard from Eternity. All right, just jump in live on Twitch channel of Discord, and I'll pull you in 2 armies from now. You guys know about anything about Fire Slayers? I certainly
do.
don't. Okay.
It's not. It's going to be a sad story. This is going to be a depressing few minutes.
Oh boy,
Okay.
how do
Well,
you feel about Auric Hearthguard?
Dude, the last time Fire Slayers had a good story was in 2nd edition, but it was a really good story.
Back when they were unkillable and really.
And could teleport.
Yep.
And sometimes strike force when they got charged.
Yeah, so they got like a minor change to their like shooting rune, which was the worst one. And as far as points, it's like a wall of green, but it's mostly heroes. The problem with Fire Slayers is that they just they don't do anything. They have like a bunch of rules for delaying whatever the opponent wants to do to you, but then the opponent just waits and then fights you and kills you anyway because you don't have anything durable anymore, and your entire army moves 4 inches. They're gonna really, really not be good in this next GHB where movement is super important. They need help. They need a lot of help.
Yeah, if you're going to invent an army whose intentional handicap is being the slowest army in the whole game by a lot, then you're going to need to give them extreme recompense for doing so.
Yeah.
And then every like special funny rule season that comes out, typically moving fast is one of the better ways to take advantage of that, almost always. And so they're going to be like extra punished randomly if you ever do seasonal stuff. And so some people might think that I'm moving this conversation towards don't make an army that's unbelievably slow. But, you know, somebody's got to be the slowest, so I guess that's a sliding scale. You gotta do something about that though. In the before time, they solved this by giving them rune smiters or rune priest. I mean, what are they called? I think they were rune smiters. Anyway, the ones that allowed them to deep strike, and so you could at least start anywhere.
Yep.
And that actually did solve it. They were a very good army that no one played, but they were very strong. And so
Yeah,
like they used to be
now they're
durable
just,
and teleport, and now they do neither, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, they're not as durable as they used to be. They don't do as much damage as they used to. Their game plan is very telegraphed. Their flexibility is at like the worst in the game. They just don't adapt very well. All of these new armies that have anti-ward mechanics and teleporting mechanics and tricks just run circles around them, and they don't have any counterplay.
Yeah, and I mean, like, some armies can just literally just brute force them to the absolute nines.
Okay, so my question of what one thing needs to change, I might have to expand that here with special pleading.
Yeah, they need like
everything.
They need to either get durability back, like hugely, or they need their points to be so low that you can just field so many dwarves that it doesn't matter. But that's a band-aid solution, in my opinion. So I think they need to get durability back, and they need to stop having such like. This is gonna sound weird, but their rules are just so predictable. Like, you know exactly what they're gonna do and how they're gonna respond to any given thing. So like the counterplay game plan to how to play against Fire Slayers is just a very simple checklist with like 3 boxes on it. You just, when they pop their fight first rune, don't charge them. When they pop this rune, don't do this thing. And that's not like a very fun or interactive experience, in my opinion. I think
for
honestly
either player.
they just need to. Yeah, exactly.
Because they're doing all that they can do. Like, that's the choice they kind of have to make, which is the sort of the problem with flowchart game plans, is that if the flowcharts are really simple and there aren't a lot of options, then you know it and your opponent knows it, and you're just like, okay, I do this. All right, well then I do that. Oh, okay.
I think Fire Slayers is probably the best example and the worst, like the best example and like the biggest offender of the 4th edition oversimplification of rules and cutting down on flavor. I think Fire Slayers has it the worst.
Agreed.
Of most of the armies in the game.
All right. They're also one of the smaller armies. If you consider 15-foot heroes to not necessarily count, like they're just a small, they're just a small army. Yeah, they have a million heroes that are all very similar, but they need some units.
Yeah,
they need like double the number of units, because 3 of their units are the goddamn same except with plus or minus, and one of them shoots.
Yeah, they have the old ogre problem where like fully 2/3 of their range is from 3 plastic kits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And their guys are the same with one minor difference, but they both have the exact same job, and so you're like, why do we have 2 of these?
Yeah.
And so you just do the math, and then you use one, and then, oh, it's next season, do the math again. Or we use that one.
Yep.
Because they're both just fight guys. Okay, well, that's 2 things, but Bo gets to choose a thing now. So there will be 3 things.
Give them Cav.
Yeah, which is waiting on the second, we need that, a bunch of, a few AoS only, as in like appeared in fully just AoS, like Fire Slayers was the first one. And IDK was another one, and OBR is another one, Nighthunt's another one. But there are like legacy armies that have been updated over time and sit here, and then there are ones that were created freshly for AoS, and the fresh AoS ones are typically like very limited when they come out, especially the earlier ones. And so Fire Slayers is about 5 years overdue for not a refresh, but like a second half of the army that I thought was going to be here at the start of third, maybe. And I'm still waiting for like the second, maybe the second third or the second half or something of their army.
Yeah, I mean, also, kind of feels like a missed opportunity not to have Go Trick available to the army.
I don't know
as
why
a
he's just
hero.
not. I don't know why he's just not in the army. I thought they would have
Yeah.
done that. I thought they would have done that 2 editions ago. Well, and that's not true because he came out at a certain time. But like, I thought he would just be within the army as one of their heroes. And there's something having to do with lore where like he's technically not a whatever, bro. No one cares. Just have him be in the army. It's fine.
I think it's because of the book when he originally, like Realm Slayer, where he like originally came in.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, look at all these posers, and then I don't know.
Yeah, well, you can write a few sentences to make that make sense. It's not.
Yeah.
We're not 40K where the lore is so ancient that everyone's anal about it. Like we actually mostly don't care. Over here, we're just trying to play with fun stuff.
True. I mean, you can just say he realized his mistake.
Or maybe he's gonna whip him in the shape. It's a 7 Samurai thing. Who knows? Zeno, I see your message, and I will be doing all of them. And if we get to Iron Jaws, I'll let you know. Or rather, I'll call out for it, and then you'll remind me. Fire Slayer's needing some help, it seems. Can you still do the Monster Mash that they were doing last I checked, or no?
Yeah, the Monster Mash is okay. It was okay back when you did the thing, back when you played. But like almost every army now is just able to just beam them from across the board.
Sure.
So it just doesn't matter.
It sucks that they made Fire Slayers before they started making incredible models. I mean, sure, the models have gotten better over time, but I think the real culprit is they made Fire Slayers before they realized that taking a single model from fantasy and copy pasting it unchanged into a 2,000 point army was stretching that theme a little thin. So I guess I agree, but an expansion of agreement. Ideneth Deepkin. So I guess we'll get the gets when we get the gets. Sorry about that. I was looking on this page. I should have been looking on this one. Oh no, wait. This one is going. I keep doing it. Gloomspite gets. They're next. And if I miss one, we'll get back to it. Did we have somebody lined up for Gietz? Or is Bard waiting forever for the one after Gets? I think he's waiting forever for the one after it.
Gits kind of got hit hard by the update. They lost the good battle formation. They lost Soggy Fanatics, which is also a huge blow for them.
What were they doing? What were they doing? What were the builds they were playing? Are they mixing or are they using just one of the three?
There was some mixing. There were some like Kragnos troll builds, but like the one that I know of the most was run by an Australian fellow at Worlds, where he had like the Nurgling regiment, and then like 15 fanatics, 40 stabbers, and just like a gazillion units. His list would basically just pin people in place, and then he'd just have fanatics kill them.
Okay. Trogs and squigs usually, says Ganjui Gumo. Sounds pretty close to what they were doing when I left. So it seems like you can play it a few different ways ish. Full rewrite, says Zeno. I agree. At least you can't charge the Loon Shrine anymore. All right. Is that an update? You can't charge a faction terrain anymore?
Yep. For every army. Oh yeah, that's actually something to mention. For every army that has a good faction terrain, thumbs up. Sylvaneth absolutely love this. Same with Skaven. Ogres, Gits. Yeah. You just gotta run to the faction train now.
Okay.
Your giant maw pit sitting in the center of your isn't a
You mean
giant charge anchor anymore.
Okay. Well, the pizza pit is harder to kill then, which was, I thought, one of the better terrain features in the whole game at the time.
Oh yeah,
It was
still great.
The fucking
but I mean,
lasers on both hero phases. The lasers. Oh man.
Yeah.
That shit was sick. If you had a head butcher, it was 18, so you could just put it there and kind of snipe twice a battle round everything. And you couldn't fail the die roll if they were alone.
Yeah. And it ignored expuring, which is chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Gloomspite gets. They lost a lot. We don't know what they're getting in Akshi yet, I don't think.
Yeah. I'm going to say wait till Akshi. I don't fully know.
Is their battle trait still, like, heinously bad?
Sorry, who?
Is their battle trait?
Oh, Manglers? Yes.
Okay.
Like, the way to sum up gets right now is, once again, hear me out, guys. Internal balance! But,
well, this one is extra hard because they made the bad decision of putting 5 armies in a trench coat.
Yeah. I mean, wolves are still god-awful. They can barely kill 10 hobgrots between half an army of them. What else as well? What was I thinking? They have good war scrolls for the units, but bad heroes.
Okay.
Minus Manglers. Manglers are effectively unsavable.
The Mangler Squigs. Those are the double meatballs that have the best sculpt they've ever made in the whole company.
Yes.
And have never, ever, ever been good. Oh, they got a new battle trait I'm reading here. Creeping Gloom. Once per turn army or hero phase, pick a terrain feature to be the target until you start next turn. Friendly non-monster, non-war machine Gloomspite Kits units are wholly within 3 of it. They are not visible to enemy units more than 9 away. So you get obscuring.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be kind of nice for Stab of Clouds. You can just kind of huddle them around terrain, and they just
Within
can't be
3 is
shot.
pretty close, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's sort of a silver
But I mean,
bullet, though, because it's... You know, it stops shooting and stuff. Which is fine.
And I mean, you can hide squigs. Like, you can just like, stage up in, like, obscuring or, like, just from far away shooting, so you just don't get ass blasted.
Yeah. I probably don't
really
have to
good.
ask about this because the answer is going to be no, but how are the spiders? Hey, all right. If you had to choose one thing for Gloomspite Gets.
Sorry,
Seems like he may be a AFK, so I'll say something about Gits.
Yeah.
Please just stop holding on to all of the old stuff. Just let it go. Just let the spiders die. Just slim down on the range so you won't struggle to internally balance the army so much. And also make Moon Clan stuff and the Git Mob stuff like actually playable. I mean, Moon Clan stuff is fine, but the Git Mob stuff has just been really bad for the longest time. Basically, it released and was bad on release and is still bad now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, outside of, like, the time that Sunsteel Wheelers were literally, like, the most uninteractive thing in the whole game. Aside from that, they had no use. I mean, like, they're cute for, like, objective monkeys. But that's it. I think you could agree with that, Mech. Oh, actually, Mech, you actually missed, the Derby Wheelers. So
Derby Wheelers.
Yeah, so basically, the Sunsteel Wheels, you'd run them in a 4-man, and they can move in any player's turn, and they did pass over mortals, if you just got within combat range of them. So people would get pinged for, like, D3 plus 4 mortal wounds every turn. And the only way to stop, and, like, this was also when war machines could be obscured as well.
All right, that's
So they'd just
funny.
be like ping-ponging across the board. The only way to stop it was if you just had two monsters on either side of the unit countercharge. But it was like effectively impossible to pin them down.
All right, so in keeping with Fire Slayers needing to get their durability back, plus a pretty hefty rewrite of how their stuff works and how they're going to deal with the automatic downsides they've decided to give them, from what I recall, anyway, back when I was paying attention to this, Gloomspite Gits is probably perhaps the number one battle tome that I would put in the code red area, as in like almost everything the battle tome is doing needs to be rethought, not necessarily rewritten. Like you need an entirely new battle trait idea.
Yeah, Sportster.
Like
Yeah,
you need an entirely new battle trait idea. You need a new idea of how the 7 different factions within it interact with each other and are supposed to play. If you want to keep doing exclusive sub-factions and making like 5 of them every single book so that people can play 100% squigs and stuff, I guess. But only do that if you're able to do that. If you can't do that, then do something else, even if it hurts, and let go of the old stuff. A lot of my stuff just got retired, and we're moving towards a point in time in the future probably when the rest of it will be as well. Hey, all right, you know.
Yeah.
New players ask, "Oh, should I get into spiders?" No, don't. It's pain. It's just pain ahead. It's the fact that they're still selling the spiders is almost like it's like a trick. It's like a bear trap that hits your wallet. I would just stop. And yeah, it would be cool if we got a whole new range of spiders added to Gloomspite Gits. But no, it wouldn't actually. I'm sorry to spider enjoyers, the 4 of you out there, I guess, but like we got entire armies like Fire Slayers that are waiting for their second half for 10 years. How many armies are going to be inside of Gits? If the answer is more than 3, it shouldn't be. You're telling me spiders are the tactical marines of AoS. I don't know the implication of that because I don't play 40k. But the word marine is in that sentence, so no.
Okay, so I actually understand this. Tactical Marines are just like the most like washed down garbage unit. They're effectively what Nobblers were in 2nd edition. They were there. They existed. They technically had rules, but were never played.
Okay.
Yeah, they were bad. Not good models.
Yeah, so just
Moving
a trap.
Yeah.
Hellsmiths of Hashish, and I believe I have a lady in waiting, Bard. I'm going to drag him in. Bard from Eternity. You are currently muted, it looks like. There we go.
Heyo. Hey, all right.
Tell me about the Hashish.
Oh boy, what is there to say about hashish? I do have to put your stream on pause just to not kill my ping here, but
that's fine. I am getting your microphone perhaps from a webcam, maybe?
Yeah, no, I wish. I just suck at, well, maybe it's got the wrong input mic software.
It sounds like a lapel mic for a guy with
Jesus
a beard
Christ.
and long hair.
That'll have to do, I'm afraid.
All right, well, look, he knows about Hellsmiths. Chill. And just let us know.
All right. Well, you know, long story short, we've got the new army blues, you know. There's like 11 units, 12 units in the entire army. I'd say generously 9 of them are any good. The big thing with Scourge of Action, worst acronym ever, by the way, is that, all right, in Scourge of Gyran, that came out and the 2 units were Infernal Cohort, who are just your basic troops, and the War Despot. And the thing with that pick of units is that it was, why are neither of these Anointed Sentinels? Anointed Sentinels are trash. They are garbage. They are the worst units.
Okay.
They're so bad. Because, how do I put this? Yeah, they're one of those units where like the dream scenario involves you having made 3 mistakes before they get to do the thing that's supposed to be why you pick them. You made the mistake picking them in the list building phase instead of picking a screen. Then you made the mistake of opening up your backline, right? Because their only ability activates if you spend 2 command points to countercharge.
Oh.
And yeah.
By the
if you
way,
make your if you make your countercharge,
if I may, countercharge is an ability you can spend 2 command points for, and try to make a charge roll on your opponent's turn. If they deign to let you do that by getting into position, and sometimes that happens. I played at the time an army that really did seem like that was made for, because I just played a bunch of Stonehorn. So you'd think like, oh yeah, countercharge, that's what I'm for, right? And I believe I only ever profitably got it off once in like 10 games. As the army like made for it.
yeah.
Dwarves on 4-inch move, maybe not necessarily made for it.
Yeah, a 4-inch move, that's another big problem. But yeah, just continuing with Anointed Sentinels, you spend your 2 CP, you roll, and if you make it, pray to God. You know, the ability that you finally get to, the ability you finally get is that you fight not so good first. that's the payoff for your 3 mistakes.
Oh, so they're
you try desperately to fight first to maybe prevent them wiping your backline of like weak squishy shooting.
Okay, yeah. So it's this unit sucks at fighting, but it has strike first so that it can do 3 damage and then die.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And so, Scourge of Akshi is coming. So I'd say anyone who plays Hellsmiths but isn't watching with rapt attention for what is on the Scourge of Akshi Anointed Sentinel hasn't been playing or hasn't even been looking.
All right.
They're being priced up to 170, which is 40 points more and only 20 points less than the thing you take instead of them every time. So we'll see.
All right.
In terms of like the artifacts of power. Oh, I should talk about accursed devices.
This is a battle trait.
No, this is not. Sorry, battle trait?
Yeah. No, that's reserves of demonic power. This army, you have to understand, this army came out after I stopped caring about 4th edition.
Yeah, fair enough. Reserves of demonic power. That used to read, you get, the way they work is every turn you can place a token on a terrain or objective that you have a unit on. So like be the objective monkey. And then every your turn you get to allocate those points to your units. And the thing is, there are armies in this game that like their army rule is we make your units acceptable, but never on such a stat sticky level as in Hellsmith.
Okay.
It's very flat. Give them a word save so they don't all die. Give them shooting that's acceptable. Make your cavalry actually charge. That kind of thing.
Oh, so is this this is kind of like a old Corn thing where your guys were actually garbage and you spent a resource to bring them up to playable? Where
That's kind of what's going on.
They were designed like on purpose to be bad at the thing that they were supposed to be good at, and then you have a puzzle piece that they're like, okay, you can put this puzzle piece anywhere, and you're like, oh, I guess I'll put it in the place that's shaped like the puzzle piece. Like, oh, good job, you did it.
or Games Workshop is literally afraid if they like let you be good.
Yeah.
Anyways, that battle trait is a 1 CP command that lets you add to your total. And it used to be after turn 3 in the game, like after the third turn, so top of round 2, you would get 1 less. The change is that turns out demonic power points aren't that good. We didn't need to hold them back.
All right.
So you can just
You
have
can release
to
the valve. Yeah.
every time.
Oh,
I think
what's
it just
the?
kind of speaks.
I should ask.
sorry.
What's the overall play style here of Hellsmiths?
The overall play style is that you are a positioning army that is not well situated to position, right? Because you're 4-inch move,
you're slow,
manlets. So you get your dudes all in their spot, every bit in its place, and you can kind of grind them down. Except for your one unit that can move, which is Bull Centaurs. Who are also like the unit who can really fight. And if you take the right stuff, they retreat and charge. That's if you have the Infernal Taurus Demon Smith. Okay. So in terms of their role in the army for Bull Centaurs, it's been a bit like having ice cream for dinner. You know, night 1, you're like, this is a nice treat. You know, because they get to be very strong because you have 11 units. So night 1, you're feeling this is great. Night 2 and 3, you're like, hey, how fun. By the end of like week 2, you're like, oh, it's ice cream. You know, it doesn't ever stop tasting good, but you start wanting other things.
Yeah.
But like that's just the state of the army. You know, new release, what have you. We live, we learn, we deal. Life goes on.
Where
in
do
terms
they?
of,
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, there's accursed devices on the battle profiles you'll see, which were in Scourge of Gyran. Inexplicably, this class of thing, they're enhancements for your war machines. Inexplicably, this class of thing was not in the core rulebook. So, you know, we're losing all of the enhancements, and these ones are pointed. The old ones weren't pointed. So that's another waiting to see. Hopefully they're good, because they were fun.
Okay,
and Caradron get to upgrade their boats. Why don't we get to upgrade our machines?
Sure, and so they're like mount traits you have to pay for.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like increasing the cost of your unit, really. You could, like, instead of making the things that can get those more expensive in the point change section, they could just make the thing that makes the thing good cost 20 points instead. And it's like the same, it's a different, same knob, but a different place to turn it. If they need a nerf, you know, if this army is performing so well that it needs to be nerfed, then you might consider point costing them. So the reason they costed these as points is because, I mean, we heard about Doc, but I'm about to hear that Hellsmiths with Bull Centaurs are just a scourge of the countryside.
I mean, Bull Centaurs are real good. I haven't super followed the tournament side of things. This is, you know, where the limits to my knowledge come in.
That's fine. I'm just looking for vibes on all these armies for the most part. No big deal.
In terms of artifacts
Ref tells me
of power?
in chat that the overall playstyle for Hellsmiths is to lose a lot. Interesting. I'll write that down in my notes. Latino Hunt says Anointed Sentinels aren't that bad, and then explains why.
The opponents are, well, the problem is the opponent is acting and you're keeping up.
Yeah, okay. This is kind of a Fire Slayers thing where you can only sort of slowly react to people.
Yeah.
For reasons.
Artifacts of power, me personally, I'd say for artifacts, if none of them are as good as make a unit invincible for a turn, which is like in the core rulebook,
scroll
then
petrification.
they're probably just fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Looks like actually a lot of changes here.
There's a fair few.
Yeah. Oh, you get standard bearers now. That's nice.
Yeah. let's read this take. Anointed sentinels aren't that bad. We're only 130 to threaten people. Yeah, but the point where I break with Latino Hot there is just like you should have just had a screen. You know, you should have just had a screen.
Oh, okay.
It may come down to just like different player mindset, but
all right. How are they sitting in the meta? Oh wait, you said you didn't know. Let's see. What how much variety do we have here, or is it kind of the Bull Centaur show?
It's not a ton of variety. You have the shooting that's okay to good, depending on how much you want to throw in on them. And then you have the Bull Centaurs who do your stuff. And then you have 3 flavors of chaff, which is entirely too many, by the way. In concept, the Infernal Cohort, who are supposed to be the dwarves, are supposed to be a bit like more elite infantry, but they just don't get to be.
They're pretty cheap.
Kind of just a
130 is pretty cheap for elite infantry. So.
Oh, no, they're not 130. They're I think they're 90 at the moment.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, both 90.
Pop, which is wild.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just another chaff.
Both Blunderbuss and
they're all right.
Like Autolac. Okay.
The hidden buff on Hobgrots is that they can't take demonic power points, so they free up. I guess conceptually they free up a slot for you to put them on something else, whereas you can put demonic power points on them to give them a ward.
Oh, okay.
And for all intents and purposes, that ward goes up to 5 up. Because like the 3rd stage is just 4 up against spells.
Sure.
You know.
How's the centerpiece?
The centerpiece has 2 flavors. You know, you have your named and you have your generic. Your generic, they do very different things. Your generic buffs your Bull Centaurs so that they can retreat and charge and no damage on retreat. So they can just cycle charge for buffs over and over. And you know, your named is Urektar, he's a wizard 2 flying, and his gimmick, or the vision, I guess, is he can take points you have allocated in your hero phase, and he can reallocate them. So the vision, or what I suspect is the vision, is that you allocate them offensively to like your shooting stuff, and then, you know, when your shooting's over, you reallocate to, you know, kind of boost your defense on like your frontliners. And I mean, he does that. You know, he does his job. I wouldn't say he's like a far cry from anything like ridiculous. There's no Hand of Dust. There's no Eye of Ed Sheeran. But like, it's a good thing, and he does it.
Is he like not modern, but is he like a Big Oosh when he came out, where it's like, if you want demonic power points to actively work properly, you got to take him, or is it just very nice to have?
Oh, he's just very nice to have. Latino Hot says he's +2 to casting. I was going to say, yeah, when you give him demonic power points.
When filled with DP. Hey, all right.
Yeah.
Can't say that on a Christian broadcast. So, it sounds like maybe this is a twofer if you had to choose 1 or 2. What are the pain points here?
If I'm cheating, obviously give us our second half. You know, New Army Blues. Give us the other units.
Second half of Hellsmiths, second half of Fire Slayers, all the Beast Claw that are somehow new in Ogres, etc., etc.
Yeah. I'll say it for the clip compilation that you've told us is coming. Internal balancing. I'd say, from my perspective, Infernal Cohort ought to be a bit stronger. They ought to fulfill the fantasy. And Anointed, I would say, also just completely rewrite Anointed Sentinel. Whatever this new thing is, I'd say, great, make it permanent, please. I don't even know what it is.
I think that's as an aside, I think that's what they're clearly doing
Yeah,
here.
that's all personal.
No, I mean, as an aside, that's what they're clearly doing with all of with GHBs in general towards additions, and with Soggy rules and stuff in specific for armies. They're essentially farming
A/B testing,
beta feedback. Like, this is They're like doing beta and seeing how many people take the stuff and how many people like it for future changes, I think.
I will see you all in 2042
Yeah.
with second half Hellsmith.
Yeah. Well, look, Ogre Bowls waited exactly 21 years, so we'll see about that.
Looking forward to it, you know.
Ogre Bowls were released at the same time as World of Warcraft's initial release.
They need 2 health if they want them to be the slow trudging army. I could see it, but I could also see just not wanting to pay that cost in other areas. I'd rather they did stuff, the cohort.
This guy thinks he's going to be able to cash Social Security. Hey, all right. I love the optimism. As an aside, that's a joke that people saying that we won't be able to cash Social Security things. They're nuts. They always make changes to do that. Anyway, moving on. And second thing. So the first thing was other half, obviously, and the second thing was?
Internal balancing. Or I thought I just gave it.
Oh, you did, and it was eternal balancing. But that one's free. That one's just for the compilation, although it is true. Although it is true. Yeah, got to stay positive over here.
It's a weird place where like a second half would obviously lead to some balancing retuning that would like give a lot of the changes you want to see.
Sure.
If I'm really pressed, right? I'd say too many of the spells and stuff are like, this is supposed to be a casty army. Like the lores, you're all governed by cool wizards.
Very much, yeah.
I'd say the spells are a bit of a solved problem. You just pick the one for the scenario, and that's very dull. Like you have the spell that if they have a good save, it makes it bad to have a good save, and otherwise you cast the one that has move characteristics, and you never cast Ashen Smog. Okay. Actually, scratch this. I know what my change is.
All right.
Give us a more fun army rule. This is so boring. You basically just
bean
count objectives. Every turn you ask yourself a question. What is the terrain piece I control that I'm least likely to control next turn? And you pick it and you put a token, and at the end of 10 turn, you have 10 or whatever the limit on terrain is that's under 10.
Yeah.
It's so boring. And then you turn around and you use it to give a save to your units. It's just so dull.
Yeah,
please legalize
alternative.
Fun.
Legalize fun. New battle trait is what I'm hearing here. You think it was Vince who said when the army came out that this army rule might as well not exist? It's such a nothing.
Yeah. And, because that's the army rule, you also pay a 1 CP tax every turn for reserves of demonic power.
Oh,
even more so now.
Even use it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, which is another point I have against Anointed Sentinels. I could talk forever about those. You did remember to keep your 2 CP in reserve, didn't you? For the counter charge for fights first? But yeah, just please rewrite the battle trait.
All right. Appreciate it on the Hellsmith of Hashish expertise, TYVM.
The Habibi of Hashish.
The Habibis. Up next is, thanks a lot, Bard from Eternity. Up next is Idneth Deepkin, the Ealers. Who is it? Do we have any Ely Oilers, or maybe Turtlers, or maybe Thrallers? Well, okay, I've been gone, but I haven't been gone that long. Thralls probably still suck.
They do.
Side note, they do. Did somebody mention Idneth Deepkin, or are we fishing for a new? I'm scrolling up. I don't think we have an IDKer.
Hang on, we might.
Oh, you got your feelers out?
I'm asking.
If they don't have a mic, they can just type in chat. It's fine too. But it wouldn't work for the supercut of internal balance.
Coming soon, TM.
Oh, coming soon. Nice. They do, followed by 3 riffs,
Damn.
exclamation points. All right.
He's good.
Had a
We weren't
long set.
expecting the Panda Sweeper.
What do you miss? You
Unfortunate.
missed Hellsmiths of Hashish and some other stuff, and now we're on to Idnet Deepkin. In the meantime, I'll tell a funny story about tournament play because I feel like we might as well pepper stories about tournament play throughout this while we have to kill time anyway. One of the fun games that I had at Gen Con 2016, maybe, I want to say. They had it was the first time they had an Age of Sigmar tournament at Gen Con, which is like the biggest gaming convention every year in Indianapolis. It used to be in Milwaukee. Before that, it used to be in Lake Geneva, hence Gen Con. Why was it in Lake Geneva? Because this is where Gary Gygax lived, who invented D&D. Anyway, it had 12 participants because it was the first one that was ever there, and the game had just come out and gotten points and stuff. And I was on Beastclaw Raiders, of course. I was playing against Stormcast, and at the time, your Stonehorns were crazy in good and bad ways because the rules were kind of silly back then. This is after it became a real game, by the way, i.e. got points and stuff. But Stonehorn were, I want to say I believe they were move 12 with run and charge automatically, just on their war scroll. Just happened. And all of them could do that. Also, you could increase their movement by a D3 every turn with your battle trait. And you did D6 mortals on the charge. And you halved all damage dealt to it. Like you totaled up all the damage dealt to it over in a phase and just halved it after that. This is known as Stone Skeleton, and it was fun. Now, to pay for all this, because there's got to be a downside, if there was a chargeable unit within range, you had to try to charge it. No question. You just had to do it. And so I'm sitting on an objective with 2 different Stonehorn. One Stonehorn on one objective, one Stonehorn on the other objective. And my Stormcast opponent is about to lose on points. And so what he does is moves his Stormcast into charge range and then just stands there so that I have to charge off of the objective and lose it and lose the game. And he gave me 2 chances to do that because he ran 2 Stormcast up within, and he measured it out just so I would have to get fully off the objectives. And so I used my one command ability that my general could do, which is a giant AoE around him that let all Beastclaw units re-roll charges so that I could re-roll successful charges trying to fail them to stay on the objectives. And by gum, I did it. I managed to, after re-rolling, fail both of the rolls on purpose so that I could stay on the objectives and win the game by 1 point. And this is what we call balance.
I miss that aspect of Warhammer so much. Just like the levels of jank that were so severe that people were actively self-sabotaging to try to win games in weird ways.
Yeah, but you got a little creative with it. You know, my opponent saw the line, and so he did it, and then I saw the line where I'm like, oh, I can use my command ability on my general, and then attempt to, because it, you know, nowadays that kind of thing might not happen because the rules are too good, if that makes sense. Like, an ability to reroll a charge might say something like, if you fail a charge, you can try to reroll it, which makes perfect sense when you're writing the rule, but it closes off potential funny edge cases where you actually want to fail for some reason. Anyway, is Ideneth Hungry Panda
Yes,
down there?
we have our expert.
All right, perfect story length. I'm bringing him in.
Yep, the Panda Sweeper.
The Hungry Panda. Ropium Incarnate. Hey, all right. Ideneth Deepkin Enjoyer.
Yeah, enjoyer, because definitely not an expert.
That's fine. I'm looking for some vibes and a 10,000 foot view.
Would be 10,000.
So Ideneth Deepkin. The last thing I noticed was when they came out with their index, I think, for 4th edition, and I scrolled through it because I have a few Ideneth units.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, what are they like? And I scrolled through it. I'm like, this is not fun.
No.
Just looking at it, I'm like, this does not appear fun in any way. And then I threw it into the recycle bin. Was I wrong? Have they changed?
So from Index to their Battle Tome, what I kept hearing is that they raised the skill ceiling and the skill floor for it, and I feel like I've been put under the skill floor with them.
Oh, okay. So you have to work 200% as hard as everyone else for...
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes. Like, it feels like you have to jump through so many hoops to do what other armies just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do that.
All right. And how are they sitting, if you even know, in the meta? What do people think about them?
They're being hard carried by really good players, not
Okay.
including me.
Now, just for the record, I got my stenographer over here. Did you say including me or not including me?
Not including.
Okay. I'll let the record show the humility issued forth by our IDNET expert.
I think it's a little over 50%, but that's because the shark sub-faction, when it says you revive a shark, it's more like repositioning one. So you just like throw a shark somewhere, it does something, it dies. Okay, you bring it back next turn. You're repositioning that shark.
Okay, resurrecting sharks. Okay, we switched from eels to sharks now.
For 1 year, because the sharks are gone now.
What do you mean? Because it's SOG.
Yeah, they were soggy, but...
Well, if everyone was using them, it means they liked them and they might keep them. Who knows?
From what I see on the battle profiles, we're just getting new heroic traits and Ether Sea companions is what it looks like. So, like, I guess hero accompanying fish.
Is that like Detroit Become Human? I'm looking for an Ether Sea companion.
Maybe.
Have it sit at the back of the bus, though.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Fish to the back.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the most winning sub-faction. So that puts a picture, puts into picture the state of the book, where our best sub-faction was temporary.
Mm-hmm.
The army has too few units and it wants to do too much. So it's sort of like a jack of all trades, master of none, but then it just flops around.
Okay. And if I recall correctly, the Tides of Death is gone, and that was too bad because that was fun and interesting.
I personally wanted them to get rid of the strikes first turn 3 just because too much of the power budget went into that.
Yeah, that is.
So
that's the inevitable danger of having a really strong, even if it's fun, having a really strong battle trait means everything kind of gets sucked in. It has a gravity to it. If that makes sense, rules wise, and you end up paying for it.
And what they did, I feel, is worse, where they kind of half removed it because it's still available. It's only on your turn now instead of the whole battle round. And you can still get it on turn 3, but you've got the whole other table, which honestly steps 1 and 2 are better than either of the turn 3 effects.
Okay. With the new double shoot rule, the faction kind of depends on if the spicy reavers are any good or not. That's Catharsis Chaser.
Yes.
So you're kind of waiting in the wings. You're like, if the spicy reavers are good, then the army will be good, and if they're not, then you're getting turned into sushi or some other fucking metaphor like that.
But reavers would become an option if the spicy reavers are like shoot then move, like shoot and D6 move or something.
Yeah. I guess it's tricky to it's tricky to make an army good suddenly with medium range movement shooters that don't have armor. So like I guess no matter how good they are, the army wouldn't necessarily be great if they were, but it gives you something to play with.
Yeah.
I probably know the answer to this, but how's the variety?
It's 2018.
Yeah.
bet Deep can release. People
Mhm.
are playing eels. It's 2021. Third edition comes around. People are still spamming eels. 2025, we get to spam sharks. 2026, back to eels.
I can't believe a unit with 14 flying would be playable, and they wouldn't
Man.
choose to play the 6-inch 6-inch 10 elves standing there with tissue paper armor
Oh yeah.
that are supposed to like quote unquote fight. Interesting.
Mhm.
They look really cool though. I wish they were good, but just
Yeah,
kind
I've
of
got
not.
30 of them painted up.
Yeah.
And
So not looking great.
from
But
like
where's the fun? Where's the we're in danger of becoming too negative on this podcast.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
guest is too negative. Where's the fun here? Is Wave Chad good at least?
For once, the caster one is the
good
fighty
one,
one is deceptively bad.
Okay.
In that he's got
Well,
his
that-
one combat profile of 7 attacks, 2s and 3s, I believe.
Yeah.
You whiff that, and you're just sitting there in the middle of combat. He can at least charge and retreat, like cycle charge.
Yeah. Does he still heal when he does that?
I don't believe so. Let me have a look
Okay.
real quick.
Just for a point of history.
Yeah.
The fact that the caster one is the good one this time is a bit of a misstep because the Wave Chad himself was never actually any better than his equivalent points worth of eels, to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
Very briefly, you could give him a, what is it called? There was some cloak where once a game you could use it to shut off somebody's entire phase if they targeted him with anything.
Oh,
and
the
then,
Black Pearl.
Yeah.
Or the Abyssal Pearl or something.
The Abyssal
yeah,
Cloak or something like that. Yeah. And so
Forgotten Nightmares.
he would get in front of your whole army and then they would have to shoot him and then he would shut off the shooting and that was like a combo. But it was basically not worth doing. It was just kind of neat. But for the most part, neither of the Wave Chads have been any good basically ever. And even if they were almost playable but not quite, it was still just better to take your 14-inch flying guys with electricity and decent charges and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But so the caster version now is like
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good. Okay.
Little overcosted for a 2-cast wizard. I think he's still above 300. But his War Scroll spell is really good, where he picks 3 targets and gives them -1 to save. Casting on a 7.
Ooh, it's -1 to save now. Okay, that's a real debuff. What's the range?
12.
Okay, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But big risk, big reward, right? So.
Yeah, there's a pretty safe combo you can do where you have another wizard cast the unlimited
Steed of
teleport
Tides.
spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steed of
He
Tides,
still
throw him
has that.
across the board. He Tsunamis of Terrors 3 units and then throws out the Incarnate and then uses the turn 1 Tide to teleport out of safety.
Mm-hmm.
Just like for free.
That's fun. That's cool. I mean, I get the impression that when they're writing IDK, they intend on it being Orders Tzeentch in a lot of ways. Where you're very tricky, very plan-oriented. You have a million different things you're trying to do. Except you're more, how do I put this? You got to choose a lane more.
Yeah.
And earlier. And instead of cheating at the game, you get like normal powers.
Yeah.
And instead of the best chaff in the game, you have none. So it's like, doesn't quite exactly hold up.
You get like the Tzeentch free trial.
Oh, yeah. WinRAR, dude, I haven't paid for that in 30 years. I should probably give him $5 actually. Well, no, I've been
Tzeentch
using
from Temu.
I've been using 7-zip for a while, so eat shit, WinRAR, I guess. Okay, if you could change one thing.
Oh man. I think that's tough because there's a lot I would like to change.
Yeah, I know, and this is a twofer. We'll give you a twofer.
our foot heroes look decent on paper, but then it feels like there's a lot of that with the army, that there's a lot of stuff that you look at and you're like, whoa, that's awesome, and then it just doesn't work for Deepkin. It would work amazing in another army.
Yeah, well, here's the fundamental problem. A third of your army basically teleports whenever it's the movement phase, and 2/3 of your army doesn't. And the 2/3 of your army that doesn't is just generally not good because of that. Because the things they're competing against are 14 flying. And so if the 14 flying things are even remotely okay, you're just going to use those because all things equal, you'd rather teleport than shuffle around at 6 inches. And so that's like the problem with the army in a real fundamental way, and it always has been.
And right now, like, the general play style of it is you don't really want to fight with them. You just want to run around and try and grab points.
Yeah, like Night Haunt in 2nd edition, yeah. Which isn't exactly fun for most people. Some people really like it. Seraphon players, maybe. Older ones. The 4 Night Haunt players that were trying to be competitive with it in 2018, maybe. But generally, people like to be able to fight. At least a little bit.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's hard to put a change on there that isn't so, like, well, it'd be this, this, and this, and this.
It's fine to be in the Gloomspite Gets Fireslayers category where you're just like, we gotta throw it back. You know, we're Sega bass fishing, throw it back in the lake and try to catch another fish. We gotta rewrite. We gotta like fundamentally rethink how we're doing this battle tome. That could be the answer.
I think the one change, if I had to make one change, it would be further that speaks to the whole faction. It's something that's like Mathala, the new hero that we got, the named one.
Yeah.
So their lore is that they're like like a Namarti supremacist almost, but they're
based.
Yeah. But they're a full souled elf, but they're like the Namarti are like the real Deepkin.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rules, they give +1 to attack to Akellians.
Okay.
Or, to companion weapons.
Yeah,
so
good use of lore. Yeah, good use of lore. Yeah. Except the opposite
there's
of
like
that.
a thematic mismatch where it's not doing what.
Well, maybe they're a politician and they don't really care about the common man, and so it's actually really good lore. Yeah. I'm going to step here and say mine, which is we've been dancing around this one the whole time. If there is a single army battle tome in the whole game, every iteration of it, that needs better internal balance, Idoneth Deepkin is the singular choice.
For the clip.
Because every edition, it is choose a single unit and spam it, and it's the same one. And if it's not the same one, it's the one that's functionally the same. It's just has an outline of a shark instead of an eel.
Yeah.
This is the most we need internal balance ever, and we needed it last book, and we needed it the book before that, the first book, parenthetical. Because just think about it. If let's say eels and sharks had a move of 6, what's this army? What's this army doing? Like nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. And so
you're setting up yourself
that's actually that's a window into why no one plays anything else in it. So how do you fix that? I don't know, dude. Maybe the thralls hitch a ride on the turtle like KO. That's a bad idea, okay? But I'm throwing out a bad idea instant. Let's say the bad version of the idea. You could do anything, but you got to solve it.
It wouldn't solve it, but one thing you bring up the thralls, and that reminds me of something I was thinking about for the longest time. The cope for them being so bad is, they're chaff. A 10 model $60 unit of elves is never going to be chaff unless they sell it as a box of 20.
Yeah. I mean, they're on 32s, right?
Yeah.
Big chaff.
Yeah.
And they look really cool, and they have cool swords, and their special rule is always like masters of combat that you don't get to choose, that your opponent gets to choose by what they fight, apparently.
They're all units of blind swordsmen.
So, hey, all right. Good luck, Godspeed. I hope something happens with that.
I do too.
And TY for informing us. That was INET Deepkin. Hey, speaking of thralls hitching a ride on a turtle, do we have any Caradron overlorders? Caradron overenjoyers in the chat. These guys I will need help with because I look, speaking of entire rewrites, KO get kind of ground up rewritten every single edition. And it's always in a way I don't like. But my opinion doesn't matter because I don't play the army. Sorry for my mic quality in the segment, gang. Happy to hang. I'm going to have to listen to the Xbox Live. Look, it was really rough. However, the information was really good. And I was the one who surprised people with, hey, just join Discord instantly without doing any sound checks or anything. And so I was prepared for that to happen. Any KOs in the chat? Oh, you know what? We might have to skip around. Yeah. I can't delay. I don't think I can delay any longer. Hey, are you guys still here? Macrat and Hunger Panda?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Nice. What's the next one you got? Just so that we're doing something every time.
Believe it or not, Lumineth.
Lumineth, okay. And what's your next one, Macrat?
I could do Skaven.
Okay, well, L is before S, and also Lumineth are the favorite of not only the alphabet, but also GW, and so they will go before Skaven, as is proper.
This one won't be nearly as negative as Deepkin.
Well, maybe it will. I've seen some Lumineth players that were nonplussed about the changes.
Yeah. Not happy with today, but with the faction, I'm way happier than Deepkin with their state.
All right, Malustine can speak about OBR. Jump in. And Oranguru can talk about Seraphon and Ogres. Jump in. Just hit up the live on Twitch or live waiting room in the Discord, and I'll pull you in when we get to that. Appreciate. All right, let's talk about Lumineth. What do they do? What's their play style? I took a gander, by the way, at that new book, and as I was reading that new book, I'm like, oh, this is a battle tome that was written for like HeyWoah's version of 4th edition. Because I read Lumineth and Tzeentch, and I did like 2 streams about it, reading through them. And I'm like, oh, they released 2 battle tomes for what I wanted from 4th. And nobody else got that. Interesting. And Doc, I guess, but Doc is just like powerful. It's not like fun, in my opinion, but that's a design opinion. Anyway, go on with Lumineth Realm Lords.
GW describes them as like the thinking man's army, where makes you go, and it is a lot like that. That I think they did do a good job on selling you the fantasy of playing Lumineth.
Yeah, and
you're making your grand plan and you're depicting runes on the battlefield and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in I'm jumping in a lot, but they do that with Tzeentch too, and I think they have been brilliant at it for kind of both Lumineth and Tzeentch, where the what's the word that MMO designers use when they're talking the class fantasy of it is you are a genius, and so that's how you're going to play in a way that makes you feel like you're brilliant and can kind of see the future. But then all the abilities you get are like Tonka trucks put the circle in the circle hole and then everyone claps, you know?
Yeah.
But it makes you feel smart, but then the tools it gives you a child could use, and that's perfect because you're not going to hit the average player unless you kind of do that. And Tzeentch has typically, I think, succeeded at that a little more, with just straight up giving you free dice that auto-succeeded stuff. But Lumineth does it too. And I'm not talking down to them, although I did to be funny. because that's what you're supposed to feel like. Anyway, go
Yeah,
on.
definitely. You're like, oh man, I did blue and green. Now I've got green blue, and it works. The lights are flashing. But the picking the runes being so like actually flexible compared to what I feel Deepkins isn't, where you can adapt to any army. So like you've got your -1 to hit. You throw down a destruction armies and they're gonna suffer. Now, knowing my luck, of course, it didn't work.
Well, I can
I played
from the other side of this. I have an experience here, and hitting on 4s but wounding on 2s is statistically similar enough to 3s and 3s that it's fine until you get -1 to hit. Then it is all ogre. It is brutal. Getting out from under a hitting on 5s thing. And that's if you only have that one debuff. There's always more. Anyway, go on.
It happened earlier this month. I was playing versus Ogre Maw Tribes. BCR heavy. I think he only had like 6 gluttons, and then like he was running a Thunder Tusk, I think.
Oh.
But I popped my -1 to hit rune, and he rolled so hot, it destroyed me. It did not matter that he was hitting on 5s.
Oh shit. Well, hey, just roll 6s. That is the advice I try to give people.
Yeah, best advice. But I think my favorite rune is probably the -2 to charge. Just throwing a big old bubble of -2 to charge on your block of wardens, you've got basically the whole board.
Yeah, because that's the thing you can capitalize on the hardest. -1 to hit, like, that's brutal, but it just mitigates. It just mitigates damage that you would otherwise be taking. -2 to charge, if they fail that roll, you take 0 damage, and now they're out of position, and you get the counter charge. Like, everything breaks down if they fail that one big roll, and so it's probably the better way to go.
But they're very control army too, I think, where you can throw out like the Sanctum spell. It's supposed to thematically, protect a unit or something. But since it no longer needs a target, you can throw it out and basically block an avenue of travel. And so you're controlling the actual board itself, directing where the opponent moves.
Catharsis Chaser says, current LRO meta pre-nerf was Hero Hammer Mongolian Cav Archers that fought you 4 times in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, they call it the Avengers list. Either with the Wind Chargers, you can have some, but then you get like the heroes like Eltharion, Severeth, the Twins, and then Callus and Toll, Saviors of Cinderfall. And they're just the Avengers. You hear the Marvel sting.
All right. And I know that Eltharion, his rules were so good that he became a foot hero assassin that could actually do its job for the first time ever. And I think people complain about that, which maybe they have a right to, but we got a taste of what a hero foot assassin actually accomplishing its job feels like.
Definitely. Very fun to use.
I believe it costs a command point to auto kill anything from anywhere now, that sounds fair as a nerf.
Yeah. It's fair, and then it hurts, but as long as you keep 1 command point, that threat is still there. And the main reason why they made it cost a command point is that you couldn't do that and then also all-out defense on him.
Right, yeah.
He's a 3-up, 4-up.
Jesus.
So he goes to a 2-up, 4-up.
All right, so he is Gotrek, but
yeah,
taller.
I like calling him Goku Tharian.
Yeah,
makes sense. The single note of Ultra Instinct.
So whether or not there's variety, I guess my question is, could there be variety?
Definitely.
Like if people, lots, okay.
You could run Beef Town with cows and Stone Guard. You got the Mongolian archers. You could run Venari list, which is most of what I do. I do block of 20 wardens, block of 20 sentinels, some horses, but my list shot up 110 points today.
Oof.
Yeah.
Was your list the problem list, or were they all kind of problem lists?
not problem list. It had a few of the problem units, so Severeth, Eltharion, and the twins.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And then they randomly bumped Dawn Riders, who are not nearly as good as the city's cavalry. They bumped them 20.
Okay, so they just want straight up smaller armies. They want Lumineth to actually be elite, which I believe was their goal. Like their intent was for Lumineth to be a very elite elf army, but everything's great. And then people just played 60 Sentinels for 2 years instead.
Yeah.
But I think that's the vision, is that you're not quite as elite as, say, ogres or something like that, but you're kind of close, and then your guys are just the best at everything, and that's the trade-off.
They're either the best or they're okay, and then through buffs, the magic and the runes and stuff, you make them, you juice them up.
Yeah. And that's hard to get right.
Mm-hmm. I think they did pretty good on this one.
All right. So your points went up a lot. Your army is smaller, and you have to save a command point for Altharion. Is there any other major change here?
It does affect the problem list mostly, but it also does come down on more general lists or more casual ones, because you got your Sentinels going up 10.
Sure. So it's not exactly a scalpel here.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of is, but it's a lot of things. Yeah.
It was a healthy punch.
Does the army suck now, or is it just
no? It's gonna probably stay at least in the middle.
Okay.
Still a very good army, a very good player will dominate still with it.
All right. If you could change one thing, what needs work here?
There was a list in the index days called the Rohan list, where you'd run your Venari Lord region on Light Courser with 2 blocks of 10 Dawn Riders, and you'd pop his ability to juice them, and they would just roll over whatever you pointed them at.
Mm-hmm.
That Lord Regent, the mounted one, is not very good at all anymore. I would maybe change that.
Yeah, because he's a fantastic model. I really like that guy. And it'd be nice if he was good. And usually, I don't know if anyone ever really took him. His abilities have historically been like, here's a bunch of stuff for you to play Lumineth the way no one wants to play Lumineth and isn't good. And that's like generally been his war scroll. Either choosing Teclis instead or doing other stuff. It'd be nice if he was cool.
Well, right now the named character one is the really good one. He's got a spell that gives him strike first.
Oh, never mind.
So
I was talking about the named one. Oh, so he is good now. Okay.
Yeah, he's incredible. He gives himself strike first, and you have the sub faction that lets you pick 2 to fight. So he goes in, strikes first, then he could bring in another unit to quote unquote strike first, as long as the enemy doesn't have a strike first.
Cool.
And he's just good in combat too. He's got another rule, I think, that's really good.
Okay, so the one thing to change is it'd be nice if there was a cav list supported by the generic reagent.
Yeah. Because the Dawn Riders are beautiful models.
Oh, they're so good. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and the rule they had originally was like trample on 1 wound guys or something, and that was like a long time ago though. No, way before the first time they released. It was
they
like
had
you had like Wind Fury against 1 wound guys that no one played and no one cared about. I don't know, it was weird, but they look fantastic.
It was like word salad to say keyword infantry, like models with less than or with 1 wound, and this was before then 2nd edition where they didn't have keyword infantry, and so half the rule text was describing infantry chaff models to get run over with. I think it was like an extra attack or something.
Yeah, I think it was Wind Fury. All right, Lumineth sounds good. Got nerfs, probably deserved it. Still good, but more elite. And an update would be just make other stuff in the book good, which is, in my opinion, synonymous with internal balance.
Yeah.
In a certain respect.
Not as big of a...
Certainly not as big of a problem as... Yeah. We can maybe point this one out as like actual decent internal balance for once, which is nice.
It's a good book.
It's a good book, sir. It's wet. All right. Next up, unless you got another thing to add here.
No, I'm good. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for the Luminath talk. Next up is, I believe, OBR. And that is Seption. Welcome, Seption, for some Oziark Bone Reapers.
Yeah, I can speak a bit to them.
All right, I'm just going to turn you up a little bit, and then we're good.
Alrighty.
Perfect. I'm scrolling to them right now, but to start us off, OBR has had somewhat of a troubled childhood in Age of Sigmar.
I mean, yeah, we've have in past editions had a tendency, like we usually end edition overpowered. We came in kind of late in second edition and had crazy buff stacking and save stacking, and it was obnoxious.
I thought it
And
was
third
really
edition,
cool. I thought it was really cool and fun, for the record.
It was. Oh,
But
it absolutely was.
And it wasn't even that bad. However, it was that bad. So if you had one loss or you were undefeated, if you were that type of player, then you could beat OBR by just sort of playing around what you knew they had to try to do.
Yeah.
But if you were the average player, you were like a cartoon rabbit running full speed into a brick wall and just exploding into ink.
Oh, Lord, for anybody who didn't know what they were doing and just, had the usual,
Well, I'm
like,
just going to
beginner
charge them. I'll
experience
just
of
charge them. Yeah. No, you're not.
If you're going to have a scrum in the middle of the board, OBR was just going to wreck you, and it did lead to some like bad experiences and hard feelings that I think we do kind of pay for.
Yeah, and I wish that weren't the case, and I hope it's not the case moving forward. That
it's
the sins of the father. Okay, like
yeah.
Just because you were good once in 2019 by summoning too many Keepers of Secrets against Ironjaws doesn't mean that 3 books later you still have to be paying for that for some reason. I know gamers have long memories, but as a rules writer and a designer, your job is to balance the game today. And you
Fourth
don't.
edition has been kind of an interesting, like, it hasn't been that bad. I think I'm a big defender of the OBR index in 4th edition.
Okay, well, third was probably the low point. Hopefully the low point of all time.
Early 3rd was the low point. The 3rd battle tome wasn't that bad overall, and we certainly ended 3rd edition again as one of the broken armies. It was very, like, the last season of 3rd edition, like a huge chunk of it was just like Null Myriad stomping on everything, but you couldn't get rid of Null Myriad, or Seraphon would stomp on everything. Like,
yeah,
we were the only ones keeping the big frog in check. So
well, you were rolling 4 dice to cast spells at that time, if I recall that season. So
it was pretty.
Null
ugly,
Myriad was made for this.
Yes, it was.
When one of your subfactions is an entire sideboard against a tier 1 deck, I mean, you're going to play it.
And we were also just good at what the season was doing, so it wasn't like we were struggling when we weren't fighting the frog. So again, we had a really shaky 3rd edition, but we ended it out just absolutely kind of curb stomping a lot of stuff. 4th edition, we were stuck with the index for a long time, and it was pretty even keel. Like, we were kind of lower middle, high 40s, around the 50 win rate. That's a little deceptive because our usage rates weren't super high, so we didn't have a lot of like inexperienced players like pulling the averages down. But
yeah, which you absolutely does for the big popular factions. Like, it's rare to see Stormcast or Khorne climb very high, like very high, because they're so popular that just the average is going to be brought down by that.
Yeah. So our numbers were a little, where Stormcast are better than their numbers look. Our numbers were maybe a little bit worse, but not even by that much. We were fat middle where you wanted to be. Oddly enough, our internal balance was pretty good. It was all Death Riders for a little bit, just because they were the most efficient. Because something is always the most efficient. But points evened out, and almost everything in the index saw play. And it was pretty good internal balance, and we were pretty good external balance. So it was, and most of the units, like the fourth edition rules, are of course way more boring and just uninspired than any previous edition. But at the very least, all of our units pretty much did what they were supposed to do, like what they looked like they did. The army played, it was the melee castle, and maybe you ran big stuff and maybe you ran little stuff, but it was fine. It was as much OBR as you could get out of fourth edition. The
Yeah.
battle tome, which is still pretty recent, so we're not seeing a lot of big changes yet, is just a wild change. Like this is the army is almost unrecognizable. And it's not that everything is bad. It's almost like, if you got a new book for Fire Slayers and you opened up and you saw the rules for Sylvaneth, like it's they're not terrible rules, but what is this army? Like it's not who you signed up to play.
Sure.
Um so but it's not, it's so a lot of OBR players are kind of complaining about that, and it's fair, but it's not terrible. It's just
It's just
a
very
weird
different.
situation. Yeah.
So we
So
are not.
whereas
Are we not
whereas
even like Castle Deliberate combined arms anymore?
we're like an elf army. We're fast, flighty, light
Oh.
cavalry that don't stick and fight. They poke you and then fly away before you can punch them back. And then we've got some lightly armored, medium range archers that will pepper at you while they're doing that, and maybe some shooty war machine. And it's we're not as good at being OBR, but we're arguably better at the things that win games.
Oh yeah.
The
Okay.
big the dominant unit is once again Death Riders. I mean, in an army that's mostly slow, you kind of expect like the faster cav unit to be the good thing more often than not.
Mhm.
But the gimmick of them that makes them so great is their War Scroll ability, where on a turn they charged, instead of fighting, they can do good D3 mortals and walk out of combat. Um, and that's a good ability because you move them up 10 inches. We have a battle trait to give them an extra 3 inches move. You charge in, so you're already moving like 17 inches. You get into the fight, you do good D3 mortals, you walk away 10 inches even further on the same turn. Go stand on a circle, stand in a game corner, and do a backflip for battle traits. Don't get punched back. It's an amazing ability, but what makes it like oh god, it's amazing. It's a good ability to start, and then on top of that, if you have your Cavalos hero in combat with the cavalry unit, you do an extra good D3 mortals, and the hero also gets to walk away.
Oh,
And the
okay.
hero can chain fight into them. So the hero can fight, get a couple damage in, chain into the riders. The riders do good 2d3 good mortals, run away. The hero can run away. The spectacular thing that makes them stand out over every other unit in the army is there's no chance to fail. You don't roll a die and then not do your ability, and it's not once per phase army like everything else. Like every other unit in the army has something good they do. It's maybe not what they should do, but it's something you might take them for, but it's once per army. This ability isn't. So you charge in with your, 2, 4, 6 units of Death Riders and your one hero. The hero change into the first unit of Death Riders, 2d3 mortals. The hero can run around to stand behind the next unit of Death Riders because the hero has to be in combat range of the Death Rider unit that's running away, not the enemy. So the second unit activates 2d3 more mortals. The next unit activates 2d3 more. The enemy, in theory, can fight between some of this, but I mean, Death Riders are 15 wounds, 4-up saves, 6-up ward. You throw all-out defense on them, and the army does have access to some strikes first and some strikes last, so you can manipulate that too.
Wow. Okay.
So
So
you do a
what
bunch
it
of more.
sounds
Yeah.
like to me is they took deliberate castle, combined arms, shield wall, with some decent tactics in there too, and cavalry just as feelers. Like you go out and kind of do something, and now
Yep.
it's like you are strike and fade the army.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
out of
we're
nowhere,
very
you're
much.
like, hey, what if you were Sylvaneth strike and fade though? Like, oh,
Yeah,
what a
it's
change.
very. Yeah, it feels like an elf army or like Slanesh demons or something. It's very
Hmm.
fast. You don't stay and fight. You
Slash
don't
wishes
stick
they
around
had
and fight.
any rule that was just good.
Yes. Yes. So, uh, on top of all of that, we have one. Like most of our heroic traits are pretty bad, but one of them, which like on its own isn't even that great, but happens to synergize with this one really good trick, is you give it to a hero, and then anytime a friendly unit wholly within 12 of the hero uses, other than the hero himself, uses a fight ability, bad D3 mortals to the target of that fight ability. So you're doing basically 3d3 mortal damage for each of these units, and it's spammable. It's like the only thing in the army that is spammable. So it's a lot of mortals. It's a lot of running around. Um, so that's nice, but most other stuff in the army, like most other stuff in the army, has a reason to field it, and a lot of it has seen play, but nothing is spammable like that. Um, of the new stuff, the archers are pretty good. Their range is pretty short, but they're solid. They have some anti-healing tech on them. Uh, they've been pretty good. They have benefited a lot from a soggy battle formation that is going away, that previously gave them either a 5-up ward or +1 to wound.
Ooh, okay.
So without that, we'll see if they stay good, but they'll probably stay good.
All right.
The new chariots are really nice models. They're trash. You know, most chariots are
It's a
trash in 4th edition. They're
it's a
trash.
chariot in Age of Sigmar. I can't
Yep.
think of a chariot that's ever been good aside from the
Well,
Grand Alliance Death Tomb King that you could run in 1st edition, Cetra. But he wasn't good
oh,
because he
look, he
happened to
was
be on
great.
a chariot. It was good because he could absolutely lift his hand up and summon a
Oh, he was
Destructo
great.
Disc and just fling it. Yeah. The
No,
flame.
it was. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
well, I
chariots and
mean,
AoS are
the
just like
soggy black.
lane blockers essentially, and
Yeah.
they haven't really found
So
like a way to use them so far.
yeah. So I was kind of hoping Scourge of Akshi would give us variant chariots to get, find some way to make them good. That's not happening. Instead, we get these two little. If you have the uh, on the rule, we get a slight modification to one of the chariot rule abilities. The non-hero version, once per army per shooting phase, can roll a 3-up to do 1 mortal and prevent pile-ins, which is a nice little bit of tech, but it's not going to justify taking the thing.
Yeah.
And now it has the rule where if you have the hero, you don't roll; it just happens. And it doesn't save the units at all, but I like the design of it. Like we've seen a lot of like units that have 3-up abilities where the appropriate hero gives you a +1 on the roll, but having the hero just make it happen, it's a nice design. I'd like to see it in future things, but it doesn't save the chariots. So points wise, the let's see here. The Mortis Reapers went up 20 points, and that hurts. They did see play. They're kind of they're supposed to be assassins, but they're kind of a scouty unit instead. And little cheap scouty units are good, so they've been good. They've got some movement tech, teleporting through terrain and moving end of turn or end of combat phase, something like that. But they see play. They're pretty good. They've gone up a fair amount of points, and that hurts. But apparently, they're getting a variant that stays at the previous points, so we'll see. Um, the one heroic trait where you get the extra bad D3 mortals on all of your fight activations, that's gone up in points, and that hurts a bit. But a bunch of other stuff has gone down, so it probably evens out. We've seen Morghast see play. They still hit like trucks. So one reinforced Morghast pays for that. Uh, the The new stuff we're getting is a variant of Vokmortian. He's the guy with the coffin on his back.
Oh yeah, and he had the little hand of dust for a while.
Yeah, little hand of dust for a while. His rules are fine. He sees play, so I don't know why we're getting a variant to him. The Reapers, like I said, they're pretty good. They see play. I don't know why we're getting variants of them. The Chariots don't see play. They're getting tweaks and points decreases, and it doesn't matter. Apart from Chariots, the main thing that hurts that it doesn't see play is Catacross, and I don't think 30 points saves him.
Yeah, I was
I
going to
could be
ask
wrong.
about him.
People will try to run him for 30 points less, and hopefully I'm wrong, but I don't think 30 points is enough to save him. He's just like most things in the army, he was completely redesigned for the battle tome, and it's in a way that it just doesn't quite work out. He has a fight twice buff, which is that's a big deal, but it costs so many of our special faction points, like battle trait points, that if you try to use it, you end up with less use of your battle traits than if you just didn't take Catacross.
Yeah.
And you need to be wholly within a fairly short range of him, and he himself can't be in combat, so it's really easy for the opponent to countercharge or sneak something in to touch Catacross, and then you can't do it. It turns him off. So he's it's hard.
Plus, I
There
think
will be
all the
there's a
guys on his base lost most of their rules and just became punches and kicks essentially, like just random weapon
a lot of them. He
profile.
still has some anti command ability tech.
Okay.
There's a points value where he'll see play. I don't think it's 470, but we'll see.
Okay.
But it's frustrating because we've gone from Catacross being almost always use him to almost never use him, and we skipped right over the sweet spot. And if we had to be on the wrong side of the sweet spot, for such a iconic faction leader, you'd kind of rather be on the other side of it.
Yeah. I wonder if the ground floor of the reset edition, a guy like Catacross can't quite exist yet. Like we have to wait until they want to add more back into the game from the ground floor until he's good. I mean, you could just give him something to be good, obviously, but so it seems like you're answering my change one thing already, or is that not Catacross?
Look, if it were just me, I'd pick the Chariots because they're cool new models, and I hate when cool new models sit on the shelves. But
like absolutely have nothing. It's possible someone plays Catacross, and of course he'll be good in the future eventually, so it's fine. But like, truly never use brand new model, you can't. That hurts.
Yeah, so if it were just me, I'd say the Chariots, but for overall faction identity, Catacross is probably the target. So definitely not what was picked, but it is it is what it is.
Yeah, can't
The
win them all.
interesting, to me, we're still waiting for the actual Scourge of Aqshy article. The interesting thing for me is if you scroll down a bit to the to not the units but the extra stuff, it seems like we're getting a new kind of enhancement that looks like it's something separate from artifacts and heroic traits, like maybe an enhancement that you would apply to units, and that could do something.
Mortesian refinement.
Yeah, that biz. So 10 points it looks like for each of the things, and it looks like some kind of buff to units. I'd expect it. If I was guessing, I'd say maybe a buff to non-flying infantry to maybe make up for the loss of the one battle formation that was carrying those units.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we'll see something.
Elongated tibias. Is that +2 move? You can tell me.
I wish I knew.
Utterly unquestioning. Perpetually. These are your fun names.
They're fun.
How's the casting in this army?
It's all right. We've got a few reasonably points efficient multicasters. Arcan's pretty decent these days, and he's a triple caster with a +1 bonus. We've got Nagash. So it's not as good as it was under the index because we don't have a +1 to cast battle formation anymore.
Oh, okay.
And we lost our soggy spell lore, which is slightly better than the book spell lore, but the book spell lore isn't bad. It's just it's a little bit boring. It's a little bit it feels disappointing because our unlimited spell gives units back a bonus that the whole army just kind of used to have. Like the whole army used to, for melee, have crit 2 hits, and most units don't have that anymore. Instead, that's a spell now.
All right. Somebody asked in chat about the Gothazar Harvester. I'm assuming, like, Harvester is good if Mortek Guard are good, but if Mortek Guard are too good, you don't need Harvester. And Harvester is generally like, he's either doing a rules interaction they don't intend, and then he's good, but if he ever has to follow the rules, he's bad. So
Well, like I
how's
said,
how's the Harvester?
Nothing does what you think it should anymore. So
Okay.
the Harvester heals, but he doesn't like to heal Mortek Guard. He likes to heal big stuff.
Well, friendship
So,
ended with Mortek Guard. Okay.
yeah. Now Morghasts are his best friend.
Okay.
So he kind of likes the Stalkers and the Immortus Guard. He very much likes Morghasts. It's a little hard to use with Morghast because they're a lot faster than he is. So staying in range to get the heal is iffy, but he can bring back a whole Morghast, a whole Morghast at a time, which is of course very nasty. So I haven't. He's been in a couple lists. I haven't seen a lot of him going around, but he's seen play, and we'll see how he goes.
So this kind of an idea probably wouldn't work in a game like Age of Sigmar, how it works and plays in reality. But it would be cool that if you're Gothazar Harvester, you take him, and it's kind of like blood points where you're collecting bones, and then you can like build a unit and just plop it down after you've collected enough bone stuff.
Yeah, I would.
Like
that
would be kind of funny,
right?
However,
right now,
games don't last that long, and it wouldn't be good for AoS. But in my head, it'd be funny to be building your own like custom unit that would be good within this game. Yeah. So kind of like a sideboard almost, where on starting turn 2 or 3, you can, oh man, it would be nice to have cavalry in this game, but not in my list normally. So here's another cavalry, and I just built them out of stuff.
That's way too fun.
Yeah.
Now he used to collect points and then use them to heal wounds or restore Mortek Guard. Now he is either full or empty, and if he's full, he can bring back a dude, and if he's empty, he cannot. Right. And he refills on a random roll based on units dying in the game, but not necessarily near him. So it's a wonky rule set. And he's not even a monster anymore. Now he's a war machine for whatever reason. But
well, I guess that makes sense. He's a construct. That's semantic, I guess. Well, no, it does have it has real rule implications, but still.
He's fine. He doesn't see a lot of play, especially since he doesn't particularly like the Death Riders, which are the spammable thing these days. But he has a use, and he does see some play, and he will see more play over time.
All right. So. Anything else, or is that OBR?
That's about OBR. We're just in kind of a weird place. I would say we need internal balance, but right now the only the standout internal balance problem is Death Riders being too good, and I wouldn't want them nerfed. They're like the one good thing.
Yeah. So. Well, there's internal balance is bad, and so we need to nerf that thing. Mm-hmm. And then there's internals bad, and only one unit is good, but the army isn't a problem, and so we don't need to nerf that thing. We actually need to just bring everything else up. And you don't want to always bring everything else up, because then you have insane power creep, even though that's what all the players want always. What you do is you have to look outward. You're like, is this army a problem? If it is, then nerf the good thing. If the army isn't a problem, then bring up everything else.
The biggest problem, other than just a lot of the units they do something but not the something that they should, the biggest problem is just once per army on almost every other ability in the army.
So you don't get a lot of choices, and you just have to put everything in its expected place.
Death Riders are spammed because they're the only unit that does a good thing that you're allowed to spam.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Which is what players will do. And so if you don't like spam, you're going to try to stop the players from doing that. I, however, like freedom. And so I would
Yep.
unchain the rest, but that's just me. All right. TY for the OBR implications.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Next up is Oran Guru, who I believe is on a bunch of S words. Let me scroll up here. I'm going to bring him in. Oran Guru, you, what were you here for? Armies that start with the letter S, if I recall.
Yes, hello. I was here for Skaven, Seraphon, and Ogors.
Okay, so 2 out of the 3 at least.
Mm-hmm.
Let me turn you up, and let's start with an army you may be surprised to learn is near and dear to my heart, and that is Ogres.
Yes, Ogors.
And it's something that I haven't really played since a month after, like, 4th edition-ish, or something like that.
Yeah.
Where have we been with this thing? What's happened with Ogres? What are people doing with Ogres?
So, recently Ogres, for this past GHB, it's been mostly Gutbuster spam. A lot of Gluttons, Iron Guts, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Basically every list that's like meta and at tournaments had the Soggy Iron Blaster, one of the greatest War Scrolls ever written. Which is we no longer
saw
have.
that thing and it was so sick.
And it's gone, and we'll never have fun with the Iron Blaster again.
That's very sad because it was briefly fun.
It was briefly fun, and now it'll never be fun again. Yeah. Yeah. Beast Claw haven't been doing the greatest because all the monsters are sad and bad.
Mm-hmm.
But
fragile.
And fragile
too. Yeah.
They all die easily.
Hey, but they're really cheap. Now I'm looking at it.
They are.
I'm looking
Thunder
at
Tusk is
220, 180.
180 for Thunder Tusk is crazy.
I have a story about this, not to interrupt you, but I had a game on
ahead.
stream. I had a game on stream in 4th Ed where I was just like trying. I'm like, can I make this work? And I had
yes, I saw this game.
I had a Thunder Tusk, and it fought 3 bats.
God.
In SBGL, the bats that are 100 points and just like fly somewhere, and you couldn't tell me what their attack profile is if you played the army, much less if you were somebody else. And a full life Thunder Tusk versus full life bats had an entire UFC match, no outside interference. They just straight up fought, and the Thunder Tusk lost that fight over the course of like 2 turns, 2 battle rounds.
Job, Thunder Tusk.
And
good job.
Yeah. So that was the moment where I'm like, I think it's time to let go.
it's time to go. Yeah. Hopefully these new squishy Thunder Tusks are good. Ideally have shoot in combat, which current Thunder Tusks should have, but
I'm
whatever.
surprised they don't. Most natural breath weapon creatures have that in this game, but they did forget about that.
They just don't. But yeah, also the funny thing about this update for Ogres is literally nothing changed. No points changes, no rules changes. It is all the same.
Well,
aside from losing Soggy.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it would be in general because the book's right around the corner. But it's not.
Yes, the book is coming.
It's not really right around the corner because we're still getting previews, which means pre-orders are happening weeks from now, which means like it's still going to be a while before the Battle Tome comes out, and you get to like play
Ogres
with
are
this stuff.
also getting the early release army set, which will have a Battle Tome before that officially comes out as well.
Yeah, true.
So like that's also a weird thing. I don't know how much that factors into how Games Workshop does stuff, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Ogres are most the same as what they've been doing all edition.
Any Kragnos usage?
Not that I'm aware of, but
honestly good. I'd rather play with Ogres because I chose Ogres, not Centaurs.
I remember finishing out 3rd edition. I ran a pseudo meme list where I brought Kragnos and a Tyrant, because Tyrant could take a big name that gave him +1 to his rolls for his trampling charge.
Yes, sir.
And then Kragnos let him roll 3d6, and no, it was the sub faction let him get +1 to the rolls. He had a trait that let him be a monster, and Kragnos let him roll 3d6. So you average rolling 11 dice, and 3 ups are mortals.
Yeah, I played 2 games on stream towards the end of third with Kragnos and 5 tyrants.
Okay, yeah.
And
that's great.
Multi-ball, like actual Addams Family pinball, like with tyrants. The average mortal wounds is like 10 per guy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so stupid and great. It was with the tyrant missiles, yeah.
Good.
It was the only time they were ever good because they didn't. You didn't have to care about how bad their attacks were. They appear good on paper. Like you look at a tyrant's attacks, like, oh, this guy can fight. No, not really.
No. He maybe gives a ward save to Iron Guts, but like it's only a 6-up, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at here is there's no Iron Blaster in the SOG, so that's very sad.
Yes,
but we do get 2 more bites at the apple at these 2 new Thunder Tusks. So maybe these guys can fight 3 Vampire Bats for 100 points.
Maybe they can.
And not lose in a fair fight where the rolls weren't even that bad.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Here's the answer, okay? If you want Thunder Tusks to be good, what you do is you give them good shooting. And if they don't have good shooting, then you gotta... Then the changes you would have to make to a Thunder Tusk to make it good would literally turn it into a Stonehorn.
A Stonehorn,
and you don't want to do that.
No.
And they can't give them good shooting because they're terrified of the 1 year
snowball.
of 1 year they were good 10 years ago. And they've been being punished for that for 8.5 years. And so
when they were playing Battletome Beastclaw Raiders.
Well, they weren't though. They were playing Mixed Destruction because
that's true.
Beastclaw Raiders Battletome was bad even then. And it was better to just play Cun and Ruck with a few of the cows. But hey, ancient history. As I'm scrolling down, I see we got what I'm hoping maybe mount traits. Monstrous traits 3 of and artifacts of power 3 up. No Splatter Cleaver, the family favorite, is not back yet. I'm hoping out.
I love Splatter
It wasn't actually that good, but it was fun.
It was fun. I loved it. Yeah, important one here is we lose the soggy battle formation that let the Gutbusters do the cha-cha slide in the enemy charge phase. And then monsters traits we'll see because we got in Soggy we had the big names, which could go on any hero.
Yeah.
And the only one of those that mattered was the one that said -1 to ward saves. And we'll see if any of these are that or if they're all something different.
Well, we got extremely obstinate, and I'm not sure what that could do. Horn Toss. I believe that's probably...
is that the... please be the Mega Gargant WWE Body Slam.
Yeah, it's either like its own Body Slam version or it's like a pick a guy in a unit and kill him thing, one of the two. Where you throw one guy into another guy, you know, that thing that Megas have. And then Grumpy Alpha is probably some defense thing. And they all cost 10 points, or right out the gate costing points.
Yeah.
But the monster's like so cheap now because of how bad they are that it's like, I'll take I'll take 10 points, it's fine.
Yes.
So that's all kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Meta-wise, how are the guts doing? Just around them in sheer number of attacks, essentially, and wound value is what they're trying to do.
I know.
And also, they're pretty fast because run and charge are on butchers, which is super fun. And there's no way we're keeping that in the new battle tome, so do it while you can.
Isn't run and charge in the battle traits?
Run and charge is on a battle trait after you kill something.
Yeah, but if you pay
so
the like 400 points for
but if you buy the 400 point red guy, then he gets to do it.
Yeah.
So yes, you can replace your 140 point guy that auto does it in an aura with a 300 something point guy who can do it to one unit once again. Yeah, so one of those kind of things.
Yep. Yeah.
So if you could do one thing, and there's almost no point in saying this because there's a brand new battle tome that's probably going to get spoiled by somebody next week.
Hopefully.
But hey, we're just wishful thinking at this point. If you could change one thing, and for ogres, I'm going to say 2, not necessarily because they're suffering that hard,
Yeah.
but because they're my army. Fuck you, and it's also my show.
Yeah. All right. So if I get 2, I'll do 1 BCR, 1 Gutbuster then.
Sure, if you wish.
BCR, make the monsters good. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like,
there are 6 monsters, and literally none of them are good. So
Thunder Tusk should never cost sub 200 points. Are you high?
Yeah.
Like, give Stonehorns their 5 up board back. Make it so Thunder Tusks are always like -1 to hit or something. Like, make them good again. That's basically all I'm saying for BCR, just to make the monsters good.
Yeah, and you might as well give all that to us, because clearly they're kind of on their way out, and in 5th we might not have them. So hey, let me go out with a bang here.
Yeah, I don't know if they get rid of the monsters, because we are getting some new Beast Claw stuff. Just not a ton.
Yeah, we're getting alternative sculpts for a Tyrant and stuff.
Yeah, and
the new Hunter pack that we just saw.
And Maul Beasts are technically new Mournfang. Even if the melee ones don't look Beast Claw at all.
Yeah, the melee ones are Gutbusters, and the
ranged ones are Beast Claw.
Ranged ones are Beast Claw.
Yeah. And then for Gutbusters, it's hard to say, because once again, Gutbusters are going to be all new in the new book. But hey, let us keep our black powder weapons. That'd be cool. I'd like to have Iron Blaster and Lead Belchers that actually did something.
Yeah, just look to your Scourge of Gairan beta testing. Did Ogre players like or dislike having a cannon that did anything at all for the first time ever? Checks notes. They liked it.
Yeah.
They liked it.
It was glorious. It was wonderful. I will miss you, Soggy Iron Blaster.
Yeah. All right. Hey, thanks for Ogres. Got anything else?
Not for Ogres, nope.
All right. Would you be amenable to them making a new single big kit to cover Thundertusk and Stonehorn and abandoning the rest of Beastclaw? Yeah, sure. I'd do that. I mean, that's what we have now. It would be nice if if the body wasn't entirely monopose.
Yeah.
Because I would think we have learned that if you're a very, very, very elite army, and I should hope we learn this lesson with Mega Gargants.
Yes, see Megas.
The same exact foot placement position that basically can't be changed. When you run 5 models and that's like your whole army, don't do that. Yeah, I would actually give up every other BCR unit for a new dual kit Stonehorn Thundertusk thing, which seems to almost kind of be happening a little bit.
I think literally every other BCR unit's leaving or getting replaced.
Yeah. Technically, I guess the Icebrow Hunter is kind of like those 3 guys now, and the Frost Sabers are kind of like in that, so they're kind of consolidating.
Yeah.
Mournfang are sort of that other thing, so they're like changing.
But Yetis are just gone.
Yetis are just gone because that's what Gorgers are, and that's fine.
What Gorgers are.
Nobody really liked Yetis anyway.
No, they were an awful.
And Gorgers are fun, actually. So
Gorgers are fun.
They're just too expensive, but they're fun.
They're like, you will play them just to like add some spice to your list, just to feel alive.
And they're big too. They're in 50s, I think.
They are huge.
Which, seeing them on 50s tricked me. It gave me false hope that they would size up the whole Ogre army, and then they didn't. And I'm like, oh, you tricked me. Oh man, okay.
Damn you, James Workshop, and your tricks.
Good job. You guys are forgetting the most important BCR unit. The Man Trapper. The Man Trapper.
Do you mean
he still exists?
Do you mean the fucking Hobbit that's 5'11"? He looks like
Man Trapper.
Dude, he looks like a half ogre with Skaven DNA. I don't like his biology at all. Plus, he has Noblar friends. Get him out.
Rothgorn's some guy Man Trapper.
Some guy Man Trapper. No.
He's been demoted from a named character to just Man Trapper.
He is actually now just some guy.
Oh,
He's literally
damn.
some guy, man trapper.
I
Well,
recently played a game.
We just got
against
one.
ogres.
We just got one named hero, so I guess there can be
Yeah.
only one, and he had to get
There
demoted.
can be only one, yeah. I recently played a game against ogres, and the guy actually had man trapper in the list.
Oh, hell
I don't know
yeah.
if you've seen his war scroll, but his ability is he has to hit and wound with his one attack weapon with the range. You have to fail your armor save, and it has to do damage to you. And then on like a 3-up or something, you lose a dice on the charge. And he managed to do all of that with a covering fire on it once, and I was like, "That's impressive."
Oh, he did it just like as planned. Tactical
just
genius.
as planned.
Games Workshop is gonna be like the Wojak pointing meme. Like, see, it works. It's good rules writing.
It happened.
It happened.
Now
It happened.
And you told that story. That's how. And so we wrote that rule to be terrible in 60,000 games, but one person has one story, and so it was all worth it.
Yeah, it was the third Tuesday, and it was raining, and it was all the other stipulations were met.
Yeah. Merchia Mimian, thanks for the tier 1 for 29. Whoa, big fun times. Thanks for the big sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, the 52 damage Stonehorn. Oh, I remember that article. Yeah, I tried to do the math on that in every online calculator I could, and like the scientific note, it just said error, like it was too unlikely. The amount of significant figure, or what is I think to the power of roughly the number of atoms in the universe was like 1 in that number for that to roll that.
Trust,
Malistine.
D6 attacks, D3 damage means 6 attacks, 3 damage, 100% of the time.
Oh yeah, I didn't do my change one thing, and this is also pointless, but this is make the monsters good. 5 up ward back, 3 up armor back. Stop with the D6 attacks and dice on damage. Don't do both of those.
Yeah, no, that sucks.
The reason is, if you would play the game, you would know that sucks, and it's not fun. Actually, it's really annoying. And give the Thunder Tusks good shooting attacks. Otherwise, they have no reason to exist. I know that everything's written, but hey, all right. For OBR, says Malistine, I forgot to mention their faction terrain. It's amazing anti-setup tech and only gets better with the changes to how faction terrain in general works.
Oh yeah, that's great.
True. Oh, speaking of faction terrain, before we get rid of ogres here, the Pizza Pit is secretly amazing.
Yes, and it's also going to be our only faction terrain, I think, in the new book.
Yeah, because there's like a list of stuff, and I think somebody paused a video or whatever. But yeah, kind of surprising because the pot is more thematic to all ogres in a certain way.
Yeah.
But I guess we have a mobile pot now, and so that's the pot.
And all butchers now come with their
Yeah,
own.
and butchers come with their own little
pot.
pots too, so I think that's the upgrade there. And I'll take it because the Pizza Pit's good. It is actually a true Seraphon pyramid that they wish they had of lasers.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Except it's ours, so that's funny. We'll see if the rules, I bet they might change slightly, but
they might. We'll see.
I don't think they noticed it was both hero phases, but I noticed. All right, TY for the ogre business. Appreciate it.
Yep.
And now we're getting into S's. I think Mechrat has been waiting for Skaven for a long time now.
I can also do
I reckon, Guru can do it too. Xeno is in the waiting room. What is Xeno in the waiting room for? If you're hearing this, type it while you guys talk about Skaven as I scroll to Skaven.
You can start Skaven.
Oh, I appreciate you. I was gonna not be too impatient or anything.
Each of you were gonna do oh no, you have the last cupcake on the platter. No, I insist. It's you.
Well, he's gonna have the last cupcake because I'm not gonna talk about Seraphon.
Okay.
I'm a Skaven player. I got some beef there. So
I'm a rat man. Yeah.
Hey, I got both.
Would you trust a rat?
Xeno is on Iron Jaws,
so that way
so
we will on top.
We will do Iron Jaws after Skaven and Seraphon, if at all you can wait.
Yo.
All right, Skaven it is. Roll it out.
Okay. So just to cover like the changes that we got really quickly with the battle profiles and the rules changes and stuff like that. Some good stuff. Most of the heroes I don't really care about except for the Warbringer, and there's a very specific reason. He's been pretty trash for most of 4th edition, but he uniquely synergizes very, very, very well with the Rage Dice season mechanic. Because he has a damage 3 weapon, so you can chuck 3 attacks damage 3 at the end of turn. He's big, so he can power through for more end of turn damage, and his rampage triggers end of turn. He rolls a dice, and if you roll under the amount of wounds that the enemy has taken, you do that many mortal wounds. So basically, if they've taken 6 or more damage, you just do straight d6 mortal wounds.
Sweet.
So basically, he fights with 3 attacks, damage 3 in the combat phase, and then at the end of turn, he punches you 3 times, powers through, and then punches you again. And so, like, I was fighting into Doc. I split attacks into both of their stupid wagons. Like, he had both of the Hag Queen
Blood
on the
cauldrons,
wagon or
yeah.
whatever. Yeah. And then I split attacks, and then between power throughs, rage dice attacks, and the D6 mortal wound punch, I killed both of them in the end of turn step, which starting off the new GHB on a high note, but like he's 260 for one rat that's a wizard and has a bunch of funny janky stuff he can do at the end of the turn. So I'm like, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it.
It is at
He's,
this
like,
point that I would
decently
point out that
survivable.
I would like to point out that 260 is what a Thunder Dust costs. All right, okay, carry on.
and he's 13 wounds on a 4-up, 5-up, and moves 10 inches.
Yep.
And he's also a wizard.
Yep.
And then we also got a couple of other. The one that stands, obviously, the GHB change that you can't charge faction terrain anymore is a gigantic buff for us because it means we can use Gnawholes offensively now.
So
we don't
good.
like we can teleport. We can drop a Gnawhole turn 1, teleport a shooting unit up, shoot something, and then 3 claw steps it back, but into protection. So like alpha shooting is back on the table for us. Yeah, the no longer charging Gnawholes is a big buff. And then also the Warp Grinder got a rules rewrite. It basically did this. What it did was it did this terrible thing before where you would deep strike something underground with it, and then you would roll a 4-up, and if you failed the 4-up, you wouldn't deep strike, so you'd just be stuck underground. But if you hit the 4-up, you get to like deep strike right into combat. Well, they did it so if you fail the 4-up, you just can deep strike normally anywhere on the board outside of 9 inches. And they also dropped it to 100 points. So like you could pay 100 points to deep strike anything, and maybe 50% chance deep strike something right into combat, which is funny.
Yeah. Well, also
right into
that thing
combat.
you wanna, but also that thing you want to deep strike grand combat with has to be 6 inches from everything else. It has to be alone.
Okay. But deep striking directly into combat, man, that reminds me of the old days. Goutfire Scorch. Anyone remember that?
Oh, you just woke up a buried memory.
How many wounds does your army have? Is a question that I would get asked a lot against Goutfire Scorch.
Yeah, good times. So okay, rest of the points. Thankful going down 20. I like Thankful, but the problem is that one of the 2 Scourge War Scrolls that we're getting is the Scourge Greyseer on Screaming Bell, which carried our faction so hard that we literally couldn't make a list without it. And he is just better than Thankful, and they compete for the similar spot. So you're just, as long as the Scourge Bell exists, you are never playing Thankful.
And Guru, what did the Screaming Bell do?
So Screaming Bell had a spell that could turn itself into a Gnawhole, which is funny. And then it had an ability where on like odd number turns, it gave you +1 or 2 to charge rolls for nearby Skaven. And on even number turns, it made them -1 to be hit, I think, or give them ward save.
Yes.
It was like, odd number turns it was offensive buff, even number turns it was defensive buff. and then it also like end of every turn flat healed 3 a unit.
Oh, so it was just like a Death Star totem that gave your army.
Yeah, and it had
kinda
like
all the
some
stuff.
combat attacks, but it was also like it was just a big buff wagon that was like 14 or some wounds, 4 up, 5 up. Wizard,
and so it's
2,
a
1 or 2 something. Yeah.
So it's a 3,500 point like central player thing, which is kind of what Thankful would be as well. And so they're just competing in it, and it's just better.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it was super strong. I mean, -1 to be hit is like the best defensive version of -1 to hit, and it gave +2 to move to any Skaven unit, not keyword locked in any way, which is like you as an ogre player. Oh man, +2 to move. It's really, it's really
That's
good.
good.
Yeah.
I also know about keyword bingo, and not having to care about it is pretty nice.
Yep.
Yep.
So, and then the other war scroll they decided to do is the Corruptor, which I think is entirely correct. It was, I'm pretty sure, the least played war scroll in our battle tome other than the Warp Grinder.
Oh yeah, the Warp Grinder was absolute
It is
garbage.
easily the worst Vermin Lord. It's a priest instead of a wizard, which is bad for a Vermin Lord.
Yeah.
It has bad attacks. It has an ability that does nothing. And it has another ability that does nothing. So
yeah,
I'm glad to see them taking another crack at it.
Yeah, there'd be no reason to take the Corruptor when you could pay like 130 for Plague Pack.
If I recall correctly, the last time I saw a Vermin Lord Corruptor on the table, it was holding a Sword of Japan.
Yes.
For the rerolls to hit on D6 mortals from it.
Yeah.
And that is a long time ago. That's a
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
That's like Malign Portents or Malign Sorcerer.
Yeah, I think if memory serves, the last time I played him would have been the height of Clan's Pestilence being really strong, because his command ability gave reroll hits for Pestilence, and that was when Pestilence had like
Plague Monk spam,
had like 6 different on hit effects, so you'd have like 4 piles of dice.
Oh yeah, they did.
You had some that
resolving
mortals.
Resolving 40 Plague Monk attacks required like people would 3D print stuff just to help them do that.
You need like an abacus.
Because they had 2 different weapons, and sometimes it would have rend, or on 6s it would have rend, and otherwise it wouldn't.
Like
and so you're just
wound.
and you're just like separating dice over and over and over and resolving all of them. And as an ogre player, it was tricky because you could either get hit by them and die, or you could charge in and kill a bunch of them, and they would explode, and you would die.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they were very cheap.
Oh yes. Still are. Relatively.
So how's the so you got a good list or two, and you have a good potential list or two depending on where the chips fall. How is the variety? Maybe amongst the clans, maybe amongst list building, maybe amongst units.
So I'd say right now it's probably you're looking there's like decent variety, because I mean most lists you want clan rats, right? It's clan rats. But you're seeing probably good mix of Scryer and Molder. Both of them are doing pretty good right now. Pestilence you're not seeing a lot of, because the only good Pestilence unit I think is Plague Pack, if I'm being honest. I don't know how good the new Eshin stuff is. I haven't had a chance to play with that yet. But yeah, you see like a bunch of decent lists. I don't know how many people are still doing what was it? I can't Storm Vermin. I don't know if people are doing Storm Vermin bombs anymore. I know that was like towards the start of the edition, people were doing that. Yeah, there's like a number of ways to play Skaven right now.
And I have to ask because, well, okay, 8 years ago, it was like my favorite looking model from Skaven, as well as probably a whole bunch of other people, and it is Storm Fiends.
Yes.
How are they? Are they still suffering from the we can kind of do everything, so we have to cost too much?
I mean, right now they're 230. They're still pretty expensive, but you go ahead.
I actually, because I play them occasionally, so I could speak to Storm Fiends a little bit. I can also speak to Eshin a little bit too. Gutter runners are terrible. I'll just get Ashen out of the way really quickly. Gutter runners are terrible. Night runners are pretty good. The hero is gimmicky, but sometimes playable because he's an actual hero assassin because he has 13 attacks, damage 1, but he does double damage against heroes. So he's got 13 attacks, damage 2 into a hero.
Cool.
So
And he's crit mortal.
niche. Yep, with crit mortal. So niche hero assassin.
Sure.
But Storm Fiends, they kneecapped their shooting. So basically, they have 2 roles now. You can either run them as a kind of anvil, which I wouldn't recommend. Really, the thing you do with them now is you deep strike them underground as a reinforced unit of 6 with the full melee loadout. You drop them in your opponent's turn because they can deep strike an opponent's movement phase. And then you charge up Vizik, the new super priest guy. You charge him up with double fight. You move him up, you throw the double fight on the Storm Fiends, and you just hope to cripple your opponent in one go. You just, because if you throw +1 attack and +1 to hit on double fighting Storm Fiends, they actually pump out truly ridiculous damage numbers. It's like reinforced Iron Guts level of damage.
Yeah.
So that's what you do. They are playable. They're just, it's a very like...
That's a lot of hoops to jump through.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a couple of hoops to jump through, and 6 Storm Fiends plus Vizik is literally half your army. So if one thing goes wrong in that whole
Chain
setup,
of events,
yeah, if one thing goes wrong in that whole chain of events, you're out a lot of points.
All right. That reminds me of when Seraphon used to null deploy a lot of stuff. And so if you managed to kill the Slan, they would just lose 700 points and the game was over.
Yep.
Except in a different way.
Yeah.
What else is there to talk about Skaven? We go with the changes, general playstyle. Seems to be like, relatively speaking, pretty decent variety amongst the armies.
A funny errata change they had to battle traits, not battle traits, to War Scroll abilities. They finally realized that just doing a fight after me ability is bad. It has no buff.
Yeah.
So they let the Claw Lord get +1 to hit when he fights to the other guys.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you had to change one thing,
could be relevant for like Storm Vermin bombs if people are doing that still.
Okay.
Because now they have an easy way to get +1 to hit with our Prayer Lord giving them +1 to wound with crit mortal even.
All right, so your buffs are still quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still have good synergy, and I think most of our stuff is still well-rounded. I think double wagon is going to be really strong again because we're keeping the Soggy Bell, and the Plague Furnace is actually so strong it's insane because it has a pulsing permanent within 13-inch aura of -1 ward save. So if you're running into anything that relies on ward save, you just kneecap their durability immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, and because it's on a 15 wound 4-up save, 5-up wound thing that moves 8 inches, you can't escape it and you can't kill it.
Yeah.
All right, what's the... I guess it's appropriate that Skaven get the cheat here, since there's 2 of you. One thing... One thing would you change? What needs an update? What needs a fix?
Go first, Guru.
Alright, so this is just a minor nitpick about something we're losing with SOG, but I'd like a battle formation that isn't just specific to one clan. I really liked in Scourge of Gyran, we had the Gathering of the Clans, which was every clan except Master Clan got buffed from it. And I'd like something like that again, which is going away. So
I can respect that.
Yeah, way to do combined arms Skaven.
All right, so
basically,
what I'm hearing isn't even necessarily a battle formation. It's just like, let me mix and match a little bit more.
Yeah, sure.
Because this could happen in many ways, right? So
yes. It's just all the battle formations are keyword locked.
Sure.
On the other side of that coin, you were talking about wanting to have more mixing matching. I agree, and I think the other rule change that would help that, Skaven's current battle tome has the 3rd edition Gits and 2nd edition Gits battle tome problem. I think it was bigger deal in 2nd edition, where the keyword bingo is so bad that you're cutting through, that there's so much red tape that's forcing like
Oh yeah.
every single one of our cool buffs and spells only works on infantry.
Yes.
And pretty much all of our infantry is terrible because we are a Skaven.
Yeah.
So like if we had if our prayers, like if our double fight prayer worked on monsters, oh my goodness, or war machines, like because
double
all
fight
of basically
flares.
yeah, like basically all of our best war scrolls are monsters or war machines.
Mm-hmm.
Or ranged units.
Yeah, or
like
have a shooting
our
attack.
our melee infantry is all very slow. We don't have run and charge. We don't have charge bonuses. So it's just trudging up the board and hoping to get a charge. And it's all so fragile that if the opponent has even one mediocre, like literally the opponent could have 3 stone horns and we would still have all of our melee hammers shot off the board. Like that is how fragile they are.
They're not. Yeah.
Sorry, not stone horn. 3 thunder tusks.
I was gonna say that's one shot on a 4 to hit. So
I mean, I meant thunder tusks, but like it's I just want the infantry restrictions on all of our cool buffs and abilities to be gone. That's why I like the Soggy Bell so much, because every one of its abilities affects Skaven, not Skaven infantry.
Yes. Yes.
Catharsis Chaser. There are so many good Skaven builds upcoming this season, I think. Shooting in particular looks very back, says.
Oh yes.
A lot less obscuring. Lots less obscuring, which makes shooting way more viable.
Yep.
All right. It's a good time to be Skaven.
Yeah, it is.
Like.
I do need to head off, so I would just want to say thank you, HeyWoah, for having me on the show.
Yeah, no problem. I want
to.
I'm testing something. I never have other people on the stream because the sound is fucking annoying and all this other stuff. But I'm like, all right, this time I'm just gonna go through it and we'll see who sticks around for the 17,000 hours of it. But try to get as many done as I can.
Well, and I want personally to do more collaborations with other content creators too, because I'm trying to get into the AoS YouTube space myself. I'm enjoying it.
Oh yeah.
So.
Well, I can tell you something that I learned from experience.
Please.
When you make content, you should continuously make that content and don't stop for 7 months.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of did that. It's been a while since my last video.
Yeah. But hey, if you're not feeling it, or your work gets bad, or you have a kid or something, life is life. You can only do it.
Yeah, it's true.
If you can. And also, the content game is truly about the chances of lottery pulls. Okay, so you ask famous big content creators like, oh, do you have any advice? And they'll tell you some bullshit that was absolutely irrelevant. And half of them have this opinion that it's all random, so it kind of doesn't matter. And they're more right than the other half.
Right.
But it's not that bad, I guess. But then the other ones will be like, oh, you just got to work hard and do this because that's what I did. They are actually saying you just got to go to Quick Trip and buy a lottery ticket. That's what they're really saying. But perhaps their pride or something stops.
Get a
or they just think that that's how it works. Yeah. Or start when no one else was doing it at the perfect time. It's like asking, hey, how do I get rich buying Google stock? Get yourself a time machine. It's not appropriate now, So that's kind of a lot of it.
All right, I understand.
And there it is. And there's no apology like just continuing to make content that's good. People will forgive anything generally if your content is just good and you continuously make it. I don't mean like allegations. I mean like, oh,
It's
how
like
many?
I certainly am not.
How many ads do I put in this thing, or is this too many advertisements, or what about this thing or that thing? Just continuously make really good content, and people will just forgive any of that. This current stream I'm in has ads turned off because I don't care, and it makes like $20 or something, so I might as well use DMCA music if I feel like it. But there it is. And if you want to make a Patreon, it's an extremely huge amount of extra work, but it's like probably the best way to get paid doing content. I made a video a long time ago now that got like 650,000 views or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much I made on the the ad revenue on YouTube at the time for 650,000 views?
I know.
It was $2,000.
Yikes.
$2,000 for closing in on 750,000 views on one video. You know, the ads for Squarespace and stuff, they pay pennies as well. And a lot of the ads are more like bounties than they are actual ad buys. And they're generally like not worth it either. The big money is in real actual contracts, and it's hard to tell because so many people are scams. And Patreon. If you get big because of your quality, Patreon is the way to make money. The what's the name? Like the Maxors and the Ristic Studies and you know, people who do massive, you know, Ultima retrospectives that 250,000 nerds watch every month.
Right, like, and also it pains me to say it, but like mini wargaming and
yeah,
what's the other one?
If that's ostensibly
40K?
what you're so if you're getting popular because of the quality of your content or ostensibly the quality of your content, then Patreon is the way to make money. If you're getting big by just pure slop and fire hose of content, then Squarespace, man, great, you know, fucking ad revenue, then that's the way to go.
You're pushing out literally 7 videos a week.
Yeah, and if you do shorts, you get paid $0 for them at all, but they push that so ridiculously hard that it's the best way to get eyes on your channel in any capacity, and that's just discoverability. And it's not money, it's discoverability, but discoverability is money, even though shorts are absolutely disgusting. And I can't turn them off, no matter how many times I tell it, show fewer shorts, it does not respect that choice. And most people don't hate shorts. They like them because they hit the button and then the thing happens, right? So they help a lot for discoverability, but I hate them, so I don't do them. I'm probably the wrong person to ask, but that's
well, luckily in our community, long form content is still really popular.
Yeah,
so
true.
I can just make 45-minute videos and they will still get a decent amount of views.
Also, the human brain will forgive bad visuals much faster than it will forgive bad audio. It's just how it works. It's subconscious. I mean, people will watch black and white movies. That's not how the world looks, right? Whatever, it's fine.
Right.
People will watch grainy, shitty footage if it's a documentary because then you just forgive it. But bad audio, people are out. So, and it's also annoying. They're really hard to do. Good audio, it's very hard and expensive.
I have a Blue Yeti mic, and I'm still trying to figure out how to make my voice sound not super like metallic.
Yeah, well, it's equally the room and the microphone, and it's honestly more the room than the microphone, unfortunately, because it's the harder thing to fix. Yes, I know.
I live in a studio apartment, so
I know Tyler One uses the shittiest headphone mic ever, and he's popular. But this is the exception that proves the rule.
Right.
Hey, right there it is. I've made Zeno wait. Zeno's been in the waiting room for 40 minutes. I gotta bring him in.
Nah, I'm sorry, that was me. I got you talking about useless stuff, but I do appreciate the insight, Mr. Woe. Have a good one.
All right, thanks a lot. Guru, you're on Seraphon. I'm gonna bring Zeno in here to do that, and then we're gonna swap if that's right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Zeno, apologies for the huge wait, but such is the nature of live content. What were you here for? Iron Jaws, right?
Yeah, Iron Jaws.
So you're used to being mistreated. Okay, so this is nothing new for you.
Yeah, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times.
Well, actually, I guess I don't know, but I did notice a few things. What has happened with Iron Jaws since the PDF?
Well, the problem with Iron Jaws is mostly the same problems they had at the Index, because they were one of the first armies to release in 4th edition, and they virtually left them unchanged. They're an army that is not great or terrible at hitting things. They're one of the slowest armies in the game. They're not incredibly defensive. They don't have any synergies. They don't have great magic. They're rough.
And they
But
still have a remnant of an initial restriction of not having any shooting at all.
yes,
That's left over from editions where that was actually fine because you made up for it. And now you're maybe not making up for it anymore.
yeah, and add on top of that a army rule that is basically a joke.
What does it do? What is your battle trait?
It's the WOG. This was the trait that they realized was so undertuned that it was at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the edition, a once per battle ability that they turned into a once per turn army ability.
So
it gives you a plus
now
one
you can
to
use
charge
it
rolls.
5 times.
Yeah. It's not great. Mighty Destroyers is your move any unit 3 inches at the beginning of any turn.
Mhm.
It's a band-aid on the problem that is the speed of this army, and it's a band-aid on a gun wound. It's
Sure.
not really doing much.
Yeah, you have base 4 for most of your guys, right?
Yeah.
Like you're a Fire
Everything
Slayer.
is Fire Slayers. We have cavalry, and they are the slowest cavalry in the game, I'm pretty sure.
Are they on 8 or they're on 8, right?
I think
For the-
they are on 10. 8 inches. Yeah.
For the Gore Gruntas, if I recall, they're on 8s, which is incredibly slow.
9 inches.
Okay, all right.
It's an odd number. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why. Their abilities.
Well, I have you tied because Mornfang used to be on 9, but actually, you're alone now with your 9 because Mornfang are gone, and I think the new guys are 10.
Yeah, I don't know why boars can't be fast. I look at videos online and they seem like they
Dude,
go
in real
crazy.
life, they're actually fucking fast. You know, they to the point where there's like terms for it, like a greased hog. You know, like it's hard to catch and it's fast.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, yeah. Ultimately, and it also doesn't help that Gore Grunta's ability is kind of bad. It's just the terrible D3, and
Yeah.
you have a lot. And I would say that arguably the biggest flaw of the army is its lack of synergy. I would say that this is maybe possibly the most Games Workshop destruction army that they could have possibly made.
Yeah, parenthetical
in a good way.
derogatory. Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like an NPC faction. There is very little in terms of like strategies or combos that you can do. Everything is based around using the exact hero that is attached to the exact unit and nothing else. You have nothing that helps your magic. And every battle basically comes down to the same thing, which is get into combat every single time, no matter what. And it relieves a lot to be desired in terms of choices.
I want to point out at this moment that all of the problems you just listed had previously been solved in earlier versions of this army. And we forgot our recipes for all of them. They used to have tons of synergy. They even had casting bonuses for a number of guys around them. They had great combat, which made it okay that they didn't have the other stuff. They were fast sometimes. They had a lot of tactics sometimes. The army was considered kind of like a chess army, with some interesting interactions with smashing and bashing in 2nd edition, and also sometimes in 3rd, depending. So yeah, this is, to me, not to talk over you, this is the army that here and there throughout AoS, all of their problems now have previously been solved in really fun ways that everybody liked, and they just took all of it away for some reason.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate, but there is a silver lining. It is the
good.
best of times as well.
Okay.
I would say that in the current season of AoS, and right now, I would say Ironjaws are actually in a pretty solid position, all things considered. I would feel like they're in that more that top third that you discussed about, the lower top third. they've been able to really start to go up in wins, and it's partly two reasons. One is points, and the other is battle plans. The Scourge of Ghyran was pretty rough for Ironjaws. Being one of the slowest armies means that when every battle plan is huge, it's really difficult to get anywhere.
Yeah.
But with the new battle plans, I don't know if you've checked them out yet.
No.
All of them are very closed in. They're very like a lot smaller, and because of that, and just for the nature of like the fight mechanic and the rage mechanic, they're a lot more aggressive and way more in the center, which really benefits Ironjaws.
Yeah.
And the other part of it, the points, what Games Workshop realized is that if you don't have really anything that you're good at, the thing that you can be good at is being cheap, which is what they made Ironjaws. Everything in this army is every unit in this army is really, really cheap. All of the 3 base units in your army are 160, and you are able to flood the board with any type that you want. You want to go all Gore Gruntas, all Brutes, all Arboys, you can. You can do all of them, and you're going to do the same strategy over and over and over again. But if you go in and you are a little bit lucky, you can do well, and it can actually end up being a lot of fun.
That's interesting. As you were setting it up, I kind of saw where you're going, and I'm like, oh, interesting, because usually the points, +10, -10, -10 this season, -10 next season, right? Most people are like, whatever, doesn't change anything. The problem is the War Scroll, right? But then here you have Ironjaws, where with no synergy and no this and no that, the only thing left really is points. And so that actually, for once, can fix it if it goes low enough.
Yeah, I think it's and I think part of it is just like the fact that it is orcs, and so we sort of like you can like visualize the idea of orcs flooding the battlefield, whereas this same solution for ogres, for example, would suck because you just want expensive big monsters that do things and do it well. You don't want to flood the board with cheap bad ones.
Right? Dude, it felt so bad to put 7 Thunder Tusks on the table and be like, I can't believe I can afford to do this. They're so bad. Just make them all 400 and like worth it. But Ironjaws, it's like, yeah, a sea of green. They're going to trample you. That's
you see in all of their artwork and whatnot. So I think it really works for them. In terms of the new like stuff that they added and the stuff that we're losing because of Scourge of Ghyran, it is unfortunate that Scourge of Ghyran is ending because it was pretty good for us. We had some really interesting monsterish traits that we could add to our guys. I remember watching a stream where you reviewed them. But they were a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, big, angry, and fat. This is the classic ones they used to have. Yeah.
Yeah, you could double your movement, or the one I always liked was Madden because I always like to roll the dice and get the potential infinity mortal wounds.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of like losing that stuff, it sucks. One of the things that really does suck though is losing the Scourge of Ghyran Weird Boo Rekkas. They were probably one of my favorite units because they were the only ones to ever have an actual synergy. It was a once per turn, any combat phase. If it was in combat, it would give +1 to hits to a unit within 12 inches. And I was like, oh, what a cute idea. Something benefiting another unit while doing the thing that you want. What a novel concept. And unfortunately, it seems to be going away. But in its replacement, it seems we're getting a new brute unit. It looks like
Scourge of Axii Mega Boss and Scourge of Axii Brutes.
Yeah,
Brutes are of course big and wide.
And Mega Boss. It's weird that they're.
Do they still have the old grab and bash? Do they still have that? The champion.
Oh no, for the Brutes.
I think the Brute Champion, or maybe it was a hero, he had a grab and bash, and it was called like the old grab and bash, and if you hit with the first one, you auto hit with the second one. I might be misremembering this. It was a long time ago. I have so much useless AoS knowledge because they redesign everything from the ground up every 3 goddamn years, and so I just have all this ancient knowledge. It's pointless.
That indeed was what the Brutes champion used to do.
Hell, still got it. He doesn't have early onset diabetes.
No, you'd hate the new brutes rule. The new brutes rule is hilariously bad. It's just enemy models with a health characteristic of 1 or 2 cannot contest objectives while they're in combat with this unit.
Okay, dude.
The big thing
hey,
anymore.
that's really
Yeah.
cool with vampire bats who can't fight and just want to move towards something. But I would think that, and this is a 200 IQ play, the way that an orc might consider capturing an objective is by killing the people on it.
What a concept. That's crazy.
I'm writing a letter right now.
Yeah, but so if we get a change to that, that'd be great. Getting to see something new would be really cool for that. Same with the mega boss. The regular mega boss on foot is basically just a buffered 2 brutes. So maybe they'll still be in tuned. Maybe the ability will be like it'll work together somehow. We'll see. But yeah, it's Iron Jaws altogether. It's an army that suffers from the fact that it's half an army. It's not Iron Jaws. It's Auric Warclans. It's not even a real army technically. It's half of one.
That huge mistake. Yeah. It wasn't as big of one as Gits, but it's 3. It's usually like 3 armies in a book, and that's unfortunate because the average armies who gets their entire battle tome still doesn't have enough internal balance to make everything playable, and now you put a bunch of armies in there. Yeah.
Not to mention the 1 hero tax that we were supposed to get. They gave Cruel Boys a Goblin war boss, but they gave the Iron Jaws nothing because they're part of the same army, right?
Yeah. So you're a pity hero that you didn't want. Somebody else gets it. So how's
somebody else?
You've kind of answered this, but as far as the variety is concerned, I guess I'll twist it in that you mentioned, if you want to play brutes, you can play those. If you want to play hard boys, you can play those. If you want to play other stuff on foot, just a bunch of foot guys, you have the points to just play all of them if you want. How are you? Are people doing the pigs? Are people doing mega bosses on mock rushes?
I've seen most people, if they like are leaning somewhere, they always lean towards one specific type of unit rather than like just doing, like just everything. For the point values, the Tuskbosk on Magrunta, like that went up because it's the biggest hammer that they have, and it's like everything in the army does the same role essentially, and so if people are making different armies, they're just doing it with the idea that they're getting the same basic heroes that are buffing the specific units that only they can buff, and just spamming that for the entire army.
Gordrak is looking kind of lean here at 340 points. Anybody doing the Fist of Gork?
It's unfortunate. The problem with like Iron Jaws is the problem with Gordrak is the fact that it's the compounding problem with monsters aren't great, and the fact that he is a very selfish hero who's more DPS focused than support.
And so you might as well play a Tusk Boss.
Yeah, it's a hero that you feel like for being the who is supposed to be like the biggest character in your army, or the other than Kragnos, I suppose, but he's supposed to be
I don't count him as in your army. He's in destruction.
Yeah. But yeah, for like being the head honcho of orcs, he doesn't have a lot to do, and oftentimes it feels like if you're gonna do anything, you're gonna take the default version of him and put on one of the monstrous traits that you can give them, because you can't give it to Gordrak, unfortunately.
Yeah, true. All right, so same as it ever was in that case.
Yeah.
Except basically. Way a long time ago, when you were using WoW 5 times in the same turn, which was kind of funny.
Yeah, it's limited to how many heroes you have. So,
all
bad. If you only have 3, you get 3 shots of it, but you know you're always going to use it in the same 3 turns anyway.
What does it do now? What does it exactly do now?
The actual thing itself, I think it's +2 attacks and +1 to your charge rolls and +1 to your attack characteristics.
Okay.
And
if your guys do 1 damage, it's okay. If they do more than that, it's great.
Yeah, it's a small ability, and it's only for units that are wholly within 18 inches of the hero. So usually you want to keep your heroes a little bit separated to act as like sort of satellites for your wogs,
right?
To get the most spread. But yeah, it ends up being something where you just end up doing it in the turns that you're always going to, like either first, second, or third, or second, third, and fourth. And if that, assuming your heroes are still alive, that can actually do that. But yeah, it's not very. It's so small. I think that's the thing that really gets me. Like I was looking at the reveals for the ogres, and I saw the ogre one, and I felt a sort of sadness in that I feel like Ironjaws are being left behind with the terrible army rolls. Your thing took up the whole page. It was wonderful. I don't know if it's good, but it looks like a lot of words. It must mean something good.
It's not good, but if you buy a 350 point hero, then it is good. So it's one of those. It's one of those things. I don't know what red is actually going to cost. I'm guessing 300, but we'll see.
Let me see.
And it's and it's mainly doing an ability we used to get for 140. So it's one of those. But it fills up the page, and that's exciting, and it's fun for casual players because leveling up is fun. So that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So okay, if you had one change about Ironjaws, what would you bring back? And well, it doesn't have to be bring back. Pardon me, I'm getting ahead of myself. What would you change about Ironjaws? What needs fixing?
Well, you know, classically, internal balance would be lovely. But I think Auric War Clans, or at least the Ironjaw side of it, I think needs a full rewrite. I think so much of this army feels like it doesn't know what it wants to be. It doesn't want it wants to be a fast, cheap, kind of bad army that isn't really good at anything. It doesn't feel good. I don't really understand what they're trying to get at with it.
It's made on purpose to lose to the good guys in a cutscene.
Yes, exactly.
except not even joking. That's like possibly the intent, and you can't do that because it's a game.
Yeah, exactly.
So what you do is you give Ironjaws their own book, and the third third of their line, and then you put them in a separate book from Cruel Boys.
Yeah,
and then you give them smashing and bashing back. You turn the pages of time and you look back to all the abilities that everybody liked, and you just put them back in there. You don't have to actually invent anything new.
Yeah, it's incredibly easy how much they could change it for the better, but again, and this is sort of like leads into the one thing I did want to say, which is I guess sort of 4th edition related, but I would say that I think the further we have gotten from the launch of the edition, I think the books have improved quite a bit in sort of quality. You know, I've been sort of spamming your chat every so often and whatnot, but I think that a lot of the books that have come out in 2026 have been really good. Like Magakin of Nurgle and Forward have been really solid. Even books like OBR and Slanesh, I feel like are more different than they are bad necessarily. And the ones that have been good, I think, have been great. Like Disciples of Tzeentch, I think, is quite possibly the best Tzeentch book that they have ever made. Same with Lumineth.
Yeah, the only two books that I went over were Tzeentch and Lumineth. And I read both of them, and I'm like, oh, this is like what 4th edition would be if I was writing it. I mean, not quite to that degree, but like, and I took it as these are the perennial favorites that get favoritism, but it could well, okay, it is that, I know for a fact, but I have insider information. It is that, but also it could also be that we're starting to get the battle tomes that were written later instead of the ones that were
Yeah.
written earlier under time crunch, also trying to balance Spearhead at the same time.
Honestly, that is like that is my theory. Like, people always say like they're working a year in advance. I don't know if they like take criticism or whatnot, but if they heard the idea that people were complaining about like complexity and wanted more of it, I guess that would be around the time when we'd be getting those books.
Yeah, and
But
also
like I
I would
think
imagine that it's not a surprising amount type of feedback to them either, because I don't think you do a legitimately bona fide reset edition without assuming that the players, because okay,
are gonna be a little upset.
yeah, I mean you're making Diablo, and then everybody, you have how many skills on your bar? 6. Okay, you're changing it to 4. You have 4 skills now. How are the players going to react? It doesn't take a mind reader to figure that one out, right? And so I think it was both kind of expected, but also probably about the time they would have figured that too. And maybe we streamlined it a bit too much, perhaps.
Yeah,
and so
we
we'll
went a
start
little too
to
far.
release our grip a little bit, and we'll do some beta stuff with soggy things, and maybe
Yeah,
that'll
honestly, I would say that like, especially comparing to like the new edition of 40K, which looks like a weird rule set and like a overcomplication in the bad way. I think AoS is set up really well in that I really liked the Magikid of Nurgle book. I really liked the Sylvaneth book, and the Sylvaneth book is crazy good. It's like one of the best books that have been that came out in a hot minute. They were really solid. And I think the Cities of Sigmar book was really solid. It had some parts that were tricky, but like the difference is that I think the letter grades of the books I think went up massively. They still suffer from the same internal problems that the battle formations suck, the artifacts are, and the hero traits are super limiting, and there's not a ton of them, not a ton of options. But yeah, I think like what I would say is that I think maybe it would be cool for you to get your eyes on them and see what you think. For stream.
Yeah, you might laugh, but because I've made kind of a I've made it into a joke with chat. But also there's an element of truth there. The reason how many battle tomes came out since I stopped caring? 10?
I think he's probably more.
Probably maybe 12.
Yeah, around there probably.
Okay, well, why have I only looked at Tzeentch and Lumineth? Because they're good. And it would be a stream that was fun, where we got to be positive and happy about something. And for all the why is the guest being so negative thing, that's actually true though. There's a type of content creator. There's a kind, right? And it doesn't matter the genre of what you're doing. There's a kind of content creator that twice a week, without fail, there is an 11-minute video with their face making the bad face with a down red arrow that says GW dying ? Trump does it again ? Just fucking whatever. And these people are leeches on society and miserable. I see the image and I'm just like, you are releasing pointless negativity into the world, but it is working.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
And this isn't a lot of people, in fact, a lot of content creators resent people like that because they think it's easy. And that's not my view. There are so many channels trying to do that and failing, and no one watches them. It's not the, oh, but that's beneath me because it's too easy. I just think it's shit content generally, right? And I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be seen as the guy who's just whining about whatever. And it's kind of like the boy who cries wolf. And eventually, you just you just kind of, it becomes background noise. And if that person has ever a legitimate issue that they're complaining about that's real, you're gonna be like, okay, complains about everything, whatever, right? And this is hard because in my very nature, I am a professional hater. I hate everything. You've watched me, right? Like I critique everything, right? But I'm self-aware enough to make it into kind of a meme, and it's part of the balance. I didn't want to do 6 battle tomes in a row from just shitting on it and the edition, right?
No, yeah, I think it was
I
probably
waited a long time until I was sure that there were 2 right in a row that everybody said were really good, and then I just did them. So that's why I haven't done a bunch of the battle tomes. And also I really am waiting for 4th to end because I think I'm seeing what they're doing, and you're like, the books are kind of good now, and I'm like, cool, but the complexity and the freedom of choice and the combos and the silliness and the power level and the fun of what I'm looking for in an Age of Sigmar is so much more than this.
Yeah.
That I really do probably have to wait till 5th and maybe even beyond, because if people thought that 2nd Ed with malign sorcery was too many options and too complicated and the armies were too powerful, they have no idea what I want for this game. Because I came in during the crazy era, and that's what I bought into, right? And then they're like, "Ooh, no, we got it." So anyway, that's everything. But
yeah, I think I definitely agree with you, and I think I would say that the main sort of difference I would say is that, and I think the one improvement that 4th edition has had is that I think the actual army rules themselves, the battle traits or whatever, I think they have been made a lot cleaner than previous editions. Like I think that everything that you
they
were
are
saying
made
is right.
they are made with purpose now. That's the big difference that I'm noticing. They are written, and you're looking at it, and you're like, so you intend for me to do this, this, and this. You're you are terrified of me doing anything approaching fun with it, but you're doing it on purpose. And before, they were doing the 90s. Okay, I don't know how old you are, but gaming in the 90s, video game or tabletop or whatever, game designers just wrote shit. They just typed shit. And then they're like, well, we'll see what they do with it. That's literally what they did. You know the concept of a rotation in an RPG like MMO, right?
Yeah.
You know, I use my generator, and then I use my second generator, and it gives me energy, and then I use my spender, right? Like the rotation, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then sometimes 5, and then maybe you have a proc in there, so it changes. The concept of rotation was invented in like 2008 or something. When they were working on World of Warcraft, they just gave people spells and abilities. They didn't intend or even know that people would like figure out an order to use them in. They just did that. And so the games that became really popular for their excellent like combos and fun gameplay and stuff was a pure accident. Like they just upturned a bag of marbles every game, and most of them were just nothing, and the ones that rose up had randomly coalesced, like the opposite of evolution, you know.
It's finding it randomly.
And but 1st and 2nd Ed AoS was that, and it was randomly awesome. But the problem was that not everyone got to do that stuff. And so some people were playing Age of Sigmar, and some people were playing checkers. And then you open a book, and there's 2 pages of Marvel vs. Capcom and 70 pages of Virtua Fighter 5. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, but what I would say in the
so now they're doing it with purpose, and that's good because that's the best way to do it if you actually want to succeed. You just have to be really good at it.
It's a good base level, is what I would say. Like,
and that's what they're doing. They're
the
rewriting a base level for the game. Is what they're
exactly.
Is
it
what
feels
they're doing.
like they can add so much more on top of the game because they're designing the books like this. The books that came out at the beginning of the edition, unfortunately, most of those need to be redone. But the back half, I think, have really real potential of becoming like, I think 5th edition, maybe it is like copium,
It's
whatever.
purposeful but self-aware hopium that we're like, the meme is everything's going to go back to the way, remember the good old days, 5th edition, dude. You're going to get a free hot dog. Costco's going to put everything, inflation will
Dad's gonna
stop.
come back.
You'll go to Taco Bell and get like 7 items for $10 again. Everything, yeah. Your dad will come back, and he really did just buy cigarettes. He was on a desert island trapped for 5 years. But I think it really will go up, and I think one of the main reasons that Matt decided to do that was maybe he saw that, like, if you reinvent the wheel from the ground up every 3 years, it's just going to burn everyone out.
Yeah.
And kind of look at 40K as like a Ghost of Christmas Future on that. What if we were just really, really, really responsible and we slowly added stuff forever, and then got rid of the stuff no one wanted quietly in between?
Yeah.
And so good work, but I am looking for Palladium Rifts with 30 world books and not necessarily D&D 5.5e.
True.
So hopefully hopefully they add a lot. We'll see.
I think they will, though, because like they're trying new things, they're adding new stuff. Like, I feel like there is like a vision here, which I think is the biggest difference.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess we'll see, I suppose.
There's that completes our In Defense of Fourth, and get your hopes as high as possible for 5th edition. There will be no downside to getting your hopes up that high.
I am
Dad's coming back, dude.
Hey, I'm sucking on that hopium, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my.
All right, thanks for the Iron Jaws.
Worse. It's been it's wonderful seeing you stream, by the way. It's been great.
Oh, even the EverQuest? You can be honest.
Yeah, honestly, just seeing you online, it feels like I hadn't seen you in ages.
Well, I moved, and then I did a gigantic project so that I could afford to spend more time not making money and doing content because it's enjoyable. Which is cyclically what I do.
Hell yeah.
So
well,
yeah,
it's glad to see the content. Are you gonna try and review the Scourge of Akshi stuff?
Yeah, I probably will. I think just adding a new segment, now that I'm able.
More content.
Just like remember just reading the fucking website. It's so low effort, but it's like kind of comfy in a certain respect.
Yeah, you just log in every day. It's enjoyable.
You would truly give anything to see the level of hero customization from old editions. Humongous ego. But remember the...
Oh, God.
What was it?
So nice.
The Anvil of Apotheosis, I believe it was. Technically not tournament legal, but they let you use it in some of the tournaments, including a Steve Herner event that I went to. Holy Havoc or Holy Wars. It was super sick. Anyway. Free Guild Marshal on Griffin, please. Yeah.
You wish.
Hey, all right. And look, dude, Persona 6 is going to come out in 2030, and you'll be able to play as an adult, and Waifu Weekend will be back.
We're all going to hold hands.
Mm-hmm. And there will be no lawyers and rainbows everywhere.
Yeah, it's been wonderful talking to you. I guess maybe you do Cruel Boys next, or maybe the stream.
Do you know anything about Crew Boys?
I don't know, unfortunately. I don't play that army at all.
What I'm going to do is, I believe Seraphon is next with Guru, unless he fell asleep on stream like Bobo did, and I had to quietly mute him in the background after I heard some gentle snoring. I'll be here as long as there are people that know anything about an army that no one's talked about, which is maybe we're done after Seraphon, or maybe there's another 6 hours. If so, that might be a little long. But
people waiting in chat, just wait in the wings.
Yeah. We'll see. All right, TY VM.
Gotcha.
Seraphon is up next with Guru.
Yo, I'm back.
He's back. All right, we did it.
Back.
Tell me about Tell me about the dinos.
So Seraphon.
What do they do? How do they play? I don't know anything
so
about Seraphon in this edition. My knowledge stops at third, basically.
So this GHB, so start of edition, Seraphon were doing pretty good. Like they were like, I'd say they're in that like 50%, like where you want your army to be bracket, right?
Yeah.
From balancing perspective. I remember even start edition, I did Seraphon at the team tournament at Adepticon. We did all 4 Seraphon, and we won best order there, which is pretty sick. But then the GHB hit, and Seraphon's win rate took a nosedive. Seraphon are now one of the worst armies in the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, despite having quite possibly the single greatest Scourge of Iran War Scroll written, which was the Scourge of Iran Carnosaur, because they finally decided the big dinosaurs should fight like big dinosaurs.
Oh, should it do damage now? Is that okay? We're doing that. We're trying.
It actually did damage.
Hey, you have
awesome.
like maybe a 60% sized T-Rex. Should it be able to fight? The answer generally no, but they tried yes last time.
They tried yes, and it was cool, and now it's gone. So that's a shame. And now we look at normal Carnosaur, who is now 220 points, which, hey, we're getting Beast Claw territory.
Yeah, another 20 drop as I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. Our points drops were mainly just on heroes that are like basically irrelevant. Skink Starseer though is funny because I'm pretty sure like either last battle scroll or the one before that, it went up 20 points to 160 and now it's gone back down. So
wait, that was an experience. They dipped their toe in and the water was too hot.
Yep. Although one thing I do like is you finally no longer have to pay the 20-point tax to take Lore of Celestial Manipulation down in our the enhancements and everything.
Ooh,
you can finally play good spell lore without paying points for it. So that's
Did
nice.
people just straight stop using it, or was it just?
I don't fully. I know there are times where I wouldn't use it, but it was just so much better than Primal Jungles.
Okay.
Like it was often you'd begrudgingly pay the 20 points, whereas when they made the Realm Shaper engine cost 20 points for a battle scroll, and no one brought the Realm Shaper engine anymore.
it went extinct.
Yeah, because it was still also within a massive charge target, which it's no longer is because they may change that, but it was bad, and now it's free and it's good and we're fine.
That's actually funny that they're like, oh, terrain feature 20 points isn't a lot in a whole army, right? That's 10% of your entire thing.
Not even.
No, sorry, 1% of your entire army.
It's like, yeah.
And people were just like, no. And then they looked at the number. They're like, if we make this cost points, they would literally not even play it. But they're supposed to buy it. Okay, we got to make it free again.
Yeah.
It was like when they had the Maw Pot, and I just didn't buy it, and I played in 2 tournaments without it because there essentially wasn't a reason for like Beast Claw couldn't use it.
Yeah.
Because we don't have any wizards.
Didn't have wizards. They need a guy to babysit it.
And you need a guy to baby. You can't have a guy to babysit it, and so I just like didn't play it.
Yeah.
And it was free then.
Yeah, it was free. It wasn't a charge target.
Yeah, all it did was make your deployment more cramped, essentially.
Yeah.
Anyway, this isn't about ogres. This is about Seraphon. Okay.
Yeah. So Seraphon currently, it's fairly similar to how you would typically think Seraphon plays. We're very tricksy, very magic focused. Lots of spells. We do have good melee hammers. They just aren't our monsters, which is sad. You're looking at the Agrodons and the Croxagore for that. Both types of Croxagore are good. We have exactly one good monster, which is Bastillodon with Archaeosotek, which just shits out a ton of mortal wounds every turn.
Oh, the laser, yeah.
No, the snakes.
Oh, actually the snakes, okay.
actually the snakes. Its rampage lets it pick 3 units within like 12 or something to do bad D3 mortals to, and then it has in melee 20 attacks with crit mortal. And like that's the best one because everything else is just bad. Now there was, I don't know if you heard about this. There was a brief time before the last battle scroll where there was one Seraphon list that did amazingly well, and it was the Spawn of Chotek spam. Spawn of Chotek had hit the 100 point mark, and it was at such a low enough point cost that you could just put in as many spawns into our list as possible, like just as many auxiliary and everything, and that was just dominating tournaments because it's just efficient enough, and they actually did like okay damage.
Okay.
And it was so good that it actually got a core rule change to the entire game that made auxiliary units even worse. Where now each auxiliary unit gets an additional 20 point cost onto it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Truly, just ban it. Like.
Yes.
Just don't let us even if you really don't want us to do it. Just say we can't.
Yeah, no, it's
who's ever used? No one has ever used an auxiliary unit ever, and the one time we do, the whole rules of the game change. It's like,
yes,
don't ask me what I want for dinner. You know, when you already know.
But Seraphon are one of the armies that did get battle trait changes, and they got pretty big ones. So Seraphon's battle traits for this edition is the Great Plan, where at the start of the game, you pick like an ability that applies to your whole army, right? It's like bonus casting, bonus move, crits, things of that nature. And then depending on which one you got, it gave you like a little side quest, and if you did that by turn 3, you got to pick another one. So you could get 2 over the course of the battle.
All right.
The one that, for me, 90% of the time, the one you always pick first was the Sotek, which was +2 move. So most of the time, your battle trait just said your army has +2 inches to its move characteristic, which is very good, but kind of meant the other ones were a little unused. Now what it is you pick it. You still get to pick one of those at the start of the battle, but then in every battle round, if you have done a side quest for an asterism, you get to pick another one. So in theory,
we're questing. All right.
Yes. In theory, I think you get 4. I don't think you can get all 5. Wait, 1.
Unless something weird happens.
You can get all 4. Yeah, you can get all 4 in theory if you do one every turn. It also means now the best one to pick on turn 1 is Tepok the Seer, because it has the easiest requirement by far to pass, which is have a slot on the battlefield that is not destroyed and is not in combat. And that just means
all right.
You get another one on turn 2 immediately.
Here you go.
Yep.
Oh, when are we going to get to the EverQuest factory? EverQuest Legends open beta starts on July 1st. I will be no-lifing it from that moment. You might ask yourself, how can you no-life something when you already have no life? It's easy. You just go into the negative. That's just for like testing purposes and stuff because it's a temporary beta. I believe they intend on EverQuest Legends to release for real at the very, like, they said July 26. Actually, they said by the end of July, and so I imagine it's going to be July 55. Like the 59th day of July, because they got a lot of stuff to do. Anyway, so it's in like 2 days or something like that for the beta. And we'll do I got a place on Discord for people to collaborate what server they're going to choose. I'm thinking Freeport, but I haven't done any research to see what kind of people are thinking about what kind of servers. So I'll write that down when we get to it. And if you have any questions, let me know. What other ogre kits do you think we'll get? I really do think we'll get something black powder. People don't think it's going to be lead belchers. I hope that it is. Maybe it's a cannon. I just don't think they could throw away one of the main cool things, like really one of the top 3 that every ogre player likes. Some people like Noblars, some don't. Some people like Yetis. Well, that's not true.
Well, that's a lie.
Yeah, not everything is. Some people prefer gluttons and some people prefer iron guts, right? But everyone likes the cannons. That's the one non-controversial thing, basically, about ogres. And so I feel they got to do something like that. And also, we're getting a big rhino, but everybody knows that. Hey, well, the poor hammer guys were concerned for your safety during the over reveal. Are you all right? I made a video about it on YouTube. Go ahead and click. Please enjoy. I made a video just so everyone knew that I was safe, right, in my hibernation. I made a video about it. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. So we now get to pick multiple asterisms for Seraphon. So it's like in your territory, -1 rend from enemies. Your companion weapons get crit 2 hits, +2 move for the whole army, which is great, and then +1 to cast for all your wizards. So like, you could probably pretty reliably get 3 of those now, but you can definitely get 2 of those by turn 2, which is really good. Because you'll probably very easily get the +1 to cast on turn 1, and as long as you don't fuck up your Slann, you're going to get another one on turn 2.
All right, so what I'm hearing is we're completing quests to make our whole army better.
Yes.
We have a central core of casters supported by big elite pounders, and perhaps, like a little dinosaur holding a tactical nuke.
Yeah.
That blows itself up.
Yeah, yes. And then also we got one of our battle formations changed. So Eternal Star Host. This is the one where it let you do the classic Seraphon thing of teleport a unit.
Yeah.
Where you pick up a unit near Slann and teleport it like anywhere else. This has been changed twice. Originally, it used to be a core ability.
Yeah.
So if you try to use this on a unit, you had to roll 3-up. If you failed that 3-up,
Oh,
that
you were
unit
already
also
using
couldn't
it
move that turn.
Yeah, and so your pants fell down in the middle of an open field and you were
Yes.
just dead. Yeah.
So if you failed, you could still move. But now, you cannot fail. No rolling a dice. You just pick up a unit, teleport. It just happens.
Ability just works? Dude, what is this?
Just
Chess?
works.
Holy.
It just works. Yeah. So that's honestly going to be pretty crazy, because guaranteed teleporting Proxigor across the board. Ooh.
Well, like, it's crazy, but it's not
No.
It's not out of left field. If we ever get to Cruel Boys,
Yeah.
they got something to say about teleporting.
Oh yeah. Any hero phase, huh?
Oof. And no limit per phase either. I'm sorry, per turn either.
Yep.
We're back to the original. We're all the way back to the way you originally wrote it and was fine.
Close to what it was in the faction pack.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of new good buffs for Seraphon, which they desperately needed, because they were not doing well. Looking at Scourge of Akhi stuff, we're getting a Agradon Garvet, which was like never taken.
Sure. What I'm seeing, I don't know specifically what he used to do, but it seems to me okay, last time you had a Carnosaur that could do damage. What if you had an Agradon that did damage in a different way? So maybe it's just kind of a 1-for-1.
So what his War Scroll is he had an ability where he could like give you your Agradons their Rage token, which is their like you extra damage for our mounts.
Okay.
So I guess it makes sense he's getting this, because
it's going to interact favorably with Rage.
Fury.
Yeah. Or Fury,
it's It's going to probably be Fury and Rage tokens or something. What's real interesting is a new Slann, though. Because, like, the current Slann's good. It's great. People are using that thing.
Yeah. I think this one is not so much probably, oh, this unit is bad, so we're going to try to make it good. This one is, what if the Slann just worked differently?
Yeah, because currently the Slann is tied down by the fact that it's our way of summoning units back onto the field.
Yeah, and so he kind of has to be the center of everything that you build around a little bit. And so what if he was just chilling?
Yeah.
Unlife with a late E. Thanks to the big tier 1 for 54. Appreciate the lurking. TYVM. When will they shadow drop the tendon slingshot ballista for FEC? Hey, OBR got some ranged. I guess the what would you call it? I guess the global ban on death armies having ranged has been lifted after OBR broke the curse. So tendon slingshot when?
A while ago, but yeah.
Anyway, those are the new 2 units that could be exciting.
Yeah.
Getting some more heroic traits and monstrous traits. Man, a lot of monstrous traits showing up at last.
Yes, Scourgic I ran, Seraphon also had monstrous traits. The only one here that's the same is Armor Cruncher, which was if you rolled like above the enemy's armor characteristic, they got -1 to their save.
Okay.
Which is like real nice. These other ones don't fully know. Chameleon Camouflage sounds like it's a way to give the monster obscuring, maybe?
Yeah, probably anti-shooting, and Titanic Slam sounds like Monsters Rampage.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, some new monstrous traits, which sounds fun. Notably on the heroic traits, the Lord of Space and Time costs 20 points.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It's also probably one of my favorite heroic trait names of all time.
Yeah.
For Age of Sigmar. Because it's so arrogant and hilarious.
Old school Seraphon heroic trait name, even.
Yes, it is. Lord of Space and Time.
Yeah, that was something only Slaanesh could have in like 2nd edition.
Yeah, it was.
And it let you teleport 2 units, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was.
And it stuck in my head because the name was so hilarious.
The Lord of Space and Time on that Doctor Who shit.
Yeah. What's the variety like here in Seraphon lists? Can we go? Can we do like? Ooh, I'm gonna play Saurus Warriors spam, or I'm gonna play this or that, Pterodon Riders and stuff. Or is it fairly like, if you want damage, you play these guys or those guys, and then you got a Slan and
So Saurus Warrior spam is like something you can do, because they are just like super durable. And notably the Astrolith Bearer is now only 100 points, and he can give them 6 up ward, which is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
So like a brick of 20 Saurus Warriors on an objective is like 40 wounds, 3 up save, 6 up ward. So they're like a very good anvil, but they're not very mobile, and they don't do a ton of damage. But if you really want damage, you're looking at 3 units only, really, which is Agrodons or your choice of Croxagore. Maybe you do Raptidons reinforced, but like they all hit on. They're not the greatest, but like they're fun. Raptidons
What do you do? Crocs or Warspawn?
It really actually depends. If you're just doing on a unit on their own, you'll do normal Croxagore, because they get their buffs just when they're fighting a 10-man unit or whatever, just fighting infantry. Whereas the Warspawn get their buffs specifically when they're fighting with skink units. So if you don't have any other skink units, Croxagore. If you have skink units, probably the Warspawn.
All right. I have a special note here. Peen Wand won't be around to discuss during the Seraphon part of the stream, but I would like to say that the changes to the battle trait were much needed and probably the most the army could get, considering that they are still due for a book. Internal balance is mostly good because everything has become so cheap point-wise, but I sure do wish I was no longer obligated to bring a Slan in every list. Also, RIP Soggy Connoisseur, I'll miss having one parenthetical, the number 1 monster that could actually do damage.
Yes.
So fair enough all around. And you said they were not doing well meta-wise, and I see there's just a sea of green here, so I'm imagining that is true.
Yes. Yeah, you're basically always forced to bring either Slan or Croak, or sometimes both.
Right. So what what's one thing to update, change, or fix? What needs work here?
the monsters make them actually good. Like, I know I said the same thing for ogres, but like,
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would say with ogres as well, but it's a monster mash army, and all the monsters are bad, and they used to be good, so like you can very easily figure it out. But Seraphon, and I want to put a pin on this, Seraphon is, in my opinion, kind of two armies, and they're put together, but that's their shtick, is like giga brain spellcasters and dinosaurs, the giant dinosaurs. People love dinosaurs. Kids like dinosaurs. Adults like dinosaurs. T-Rexes and Stegodons and all this. That's sick. What is like the first thing you ever think of with a dinosaur? It is pretty dangerous, right? It's huge and it does shitloads of damage because it's a fucking dinosaur that they ruled the planet for 100 million years, Maybe it would be overpowered if the monsters were amazing and you had Croak level spellcasting.
Yes.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what keeps them separated very harshly every edition, and they're trying to dance around that. But I feel like if you got to do something right, especially as approaching like a new player thing, they're going to look at the giant dinosaur army and be like, oh, I want to play the giant dinosaur army because it does lots of damage. And then they open it and they're like, actually, it's really tricky and you have a bunch of spells and the big dinosaurs kind of suck. It's like, oh, okay. And I don't think they should get rid of the tricks or anything, but the big dinosaurs ought to do some fucking damage. And if you want to make them glass cannons or something, fine. Or you have to choose between durability and damage, or durability and speed, the production triangle, production triangle being, and a bunch of different industries have an equivalent of this, but the film version is you can make a movie fast, cheap, or good, and you can only pick two.
Yeah.
So and there it is. So that's probably in the game of AoS. It's probably damage, speed, and reach.
Yes.
Maybe reach and speed are kind of similar or something. I'd have to think about this longer than actually in 1 second before I said it. But,
yes.
You got to do something about these big dinosaurs. They should kind of fuck shit up.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Get on it.
Yeah. I mean, Seraphon used to literally be two armies because you used to be able to be like Coalesced or Starborn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was how they solved the problem before, is like, well, you just can't. You can't do both. You have to choose one.
Yeah. Like,
and
you
that's
could
a little
technically
restrictive. Yeah.
run them in the like monsters in the magic list, or you could run the Salon in the monster list, but like they weren't as good then.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Make the dinos soar again.
Make dinos great again
is our advice here, or the pain point that needs doing something about. All right, TY for the Seraphon and the long stay. Some other people had to cycle through, but they kind of had to go, so.
Yep.
All right.
Well, it's been good being here, Mr. Woe.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yep.
Goodbye. I gotta take notes or something about which ones we did, and so we'll have to do the rest of them later, I think.
Yep.
All right, chat. It's 1 a.m. 7-hour stream, not bad. Hey, I figured out a secret trick to keep my voice going, for a 7-hour stream. And it's to trick somebody else into talking for 1/4 of it. Hell yeah. So hey, all right. we're gonna do the second half of this. We're gonna go through all of it. I want to catch up a little bit on this Age of Sigmar stuff. So tune in later this week for stream number 2 that will be super long, and pull people in from the audience once again, and just simply hope that they know what the fuck they're talking about. They might not. Joke's on me then, right? But this is step 1 in at least figuring out the lay of the land. Where do I play EQ? Recently I've been playing on Perky Crew. I play on a lot of EQMU stuff usually, and I like to explore what other random some guy game designer tries to figure out for being able to solo in EQ. I find it interesting from a game design perspective what those types of people in general do. And so I've played on all of them over the years, you know, classless and something of Delia or whatever, and just a million different ones. THJ for not a long time, but THJ for its lifespan. But currently I'm on Perky Crew. I basically maxed out my mage on that, and I've just about run out of things. I've beaten everything. I don't really have anything left to do there. I've kind of collected everything. Even my magician pet is wearing a full set of 75 purity. It's got the full tier 6 and everything. So like even my mage pet is decked out, and not just my character, which is perfect timing because July 1st the beta comes out, open beta comes out for EverQuest Legends, which I'll be playing, so it'll be that. Is the appeal of EverQuest something that can be explained concisely? Yes, but I would have to think about it for a long time because I'm more of a script writer than an off-the-cuffer. Although I'm trying to improve on that. If you ignore the nostalgia, which you kind of can't with any old game ever, really, but let's push that aside. EverQuest is cool because it's a simpler time. And if you like game mechanics and where those game mechanics came from, kind of like watching an ice cube melt, you're distilling where all the like hit rolls, what armor class is, how mana efficiency used to matter and kind of doesn't matter anymore, but just the idea of I'm adding a simple amount of statistics and item bonuses to stuff and seeing what kind of damage that produces, what kind of gameplay that produces, a whole bunch of random abilities that people early in the MMO design space were still trying to just emulate Dungeons and Dragons and straight up put it on the screen. And they didn't know all the stuff they'd learned yet. And this is the place where the majority of the hardest lessons were learned at the time and what they tried to do to fix it or make them better or just accept as part of the nature of it. EverQuest being the MMO where World of Warcraft took all of its mechanics and crystallized them into a smooth gameplay loop and added a bunch of quality of life to later, become the template for which all MMOs would ever be judged, right? Faction, the idea of faction and grinding for something, the idea of a camp, going to an area that has like a dungeon or something that has monsters in it in a few different rooms, and then just like camping out, parking there, killing the monsters in order, and getting it to such a degree where you're downranking spells maybe, or you're doing this and that to keep your efficiency as good as possible so that your downtime is as low as possible. And where killing them too fast is actually kind of bad. You can afford to kill them a little slower because you want to get it to a point where by the time you've killed the last one, the first one you killed 15 minutes ago has now just respawned, and then every cycle you see the placeholder, and then eventually the placeholder spawns, oh, this is the 1 in 4 that sometimes it's the placeholder and sometimes it's the named unique monster. And the named unique is the one that you're killing to get these boots that you want or whatever. And so it's like a chill, long form, it's like a super long form video kind of an MMO where you're just vibing for extended periods of time and caring about efficiency and grinding and stuff. Watching bars go up. So I would say that. And it's the kind of game that you can talk during. In the olden days, you could be sitting in a camp and you're like, all right, I'm out of mana, and so I'll sit down, which meds, and looks at your spellbook to get your mana back. And that would take 5 minutes. You just go outside, have a cigarette, work on something that you're doing, and then come back in. Oh, the thing just spawned, I'll kill it, and then we'll wait again. Now, a lot of that is going away, and has gone away over the years. EQL, for instance, and indeed all the solo servers and stuff have pushed the fast forward button on all this stuff, and the downtime is going to be lower, and the quality of, there's tons of new quality of life and everything. So it's not exactly like the olden days, but time has moved on, and people don't have the patience for that anymore. It's a patient man's MMO at its core. And it's charming and characterful, and the graphics are terrible in a way that they were so proud of in 1999, you know, and so you have to have a little bit of a sense of humor for it in a certain respect. Yeah, and that's what I like about EverQuest. And it was so brutal back in the day because they didn't know, and only extremely hardcore people really played games like that back then, and so they would just deal with it. And so, you know, if you don't really care about the game, it might not even be the worst streaming, because it's just going to be like our walk through Japan waiting for Pink Girl, except some game is up and we're just going to be talking the whole time. So even if you don't like it, we'll see. Surprised you were able to make it to the stream. Have you ever played Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous? You liked it so far. It seems like a nice bit of crunch that you would like. No, I played Pathfinder the TTRPG. And I tried Pathfinder 2 a little bit, 2nd edition, but only the TTRPGs. I assume Wrath of the Righteous is a video game of some sort. I have not. I don't think I've played any of the Pathfinder CRPGs. I played all the old TSR D&D ones and stuff. And even the Wizards of the Coast D&D ones here and there. Baldur's Gate 3 most recently, but before that, not a lot. Is it a good one? I should put it in the maybe pile. John Doe Vixen. Fascinating. And is EQ Legends just WoW Classic? No, it's very different than that. Humongous Eco. The difference between World of Warcraft and EverQuest is that World of Warcraft started out with its vanilla offering as the greatest MMO that has ever or will ever have been made. It was perfect. With all the imperfections, it was perfect, right? And people yearned to return to a time when WoW was literally better, because WoW just got worse over time straight up. And there were hills and valleys and stuff, but just it went off in a goofy ass theme park kind of solo single player thing dimension, and then the entire game was Mythic Plus. So if you didn't like Mythic Plus, too bad. It's literally the whole game, you know? And people just wanted that original experience, you know? And it was so good when I went back to it. EverQuest started out really rough in a way that was fine for 1999, but just unacceptable now. They have servers that emulate that, and it's rough. You got to wait until Kunark comes out, basically, and then that's like once Kunark comes out, that's like people's general idea of original EverQuest, sorta, and then Velios is pretty good, and then things really changed with Lucklin. And then it's just all over the place. Every expansion is either awful or cool or whatever, and it eventually basically everyone stopped playing, and there's only like 5 employees working for it, and it ended up into the same exact stat loop of every expansion being almost transparently similar to the last one. Like they're just churning it out in a factory. So like EverQuest Legends is, what if we went back and redid the original, with a whole bunch of quality of life that we've learned over the years. And you can solo because we're not sure how many people are actually going to play this. And the original, you almost needed a group to do anything. So it's almost the opposite of WoW Classic in that it's an idealized version of the original EverQuest with all the quality of life put back in. And being able to solo. And a funny twist of you can play 3 classes just pounded into one thing and you get all their abilities. You get to do combos of different classes and stuff. But that's good. It's good for EQ to do it that way, and it was good for WoW to do it the way that it did. You just couldn't handle the writing anymore, to be fair. Once they completed the Lich King's arc, they had nothing worthwhile to say as far as writing is concerned. And yeah, it's gotten worse since then. But yeah. Less talked about it, the better. I feel like WoW on release was amazing, but WoW Classics is just NASCAR RP plus GDKP. Yeah, I mean, people play games differently now. And you can never recapture that experience of being there at the time. So that is true. Made a hexing hag character that's very high strength and curses enemies, and it's working fairly well. Nice. PC game, a lot of customization comes to character creation. Just started, but it's starting to pop up for me now. She got to level 4. I'll put it in the maybe pile. Oh man, you're still live? I am. I bit off a lot, but I figured, hey, I'm just gonna do this, and however long it takes, maybe when it gets to like 1 a.m. and no other experts are on, I'll cut it off and we'll finish it next time. But I thought I'd do a nice big stream. I was able to. I just happened not to. I don't have any reason to wake up really early tomorrow as it happens, and so I could just go late. And, people watch me from around the world. It's not all America, so. To be clear on the WoW Classic thing, I really enjoyed myself in Vanilla WoW in the year 2005. And I really enjoyed being an absolute full sweat lord. Speedrunning Nexeramus and world PvPing and shit. So I liked both sides of the coin. I saw a lot of people that, man, they were nostalgic for original WoW, but they were like disgusted by how people play games nowadays and it ruined the experience for them. That's not me. I liked both of them at 100%. You just gotta, you gotta be in the mood for whichever side of the coin you're doing. I liked them both. You could tolerate it up to Legion, you just couldn't with Sylvan S anymore. Dude, oh, oof. Yeah, look, Zandalar Forever, that was the moment where I'm like, I'm like going to purposefully ignore their story now. And that was a wise choice because then it was Shadowlands. Oh, Jesus. Hey, you're from around the world, says Crow Roost, and Lemodius. Nice. Do you have any ideas what the giant foot on the Big Summer show might belong to? Yes, I do. Looking at I was concerned at first. I was hoping it was not going to be a pig. Not just because I don't really think pigs are cool as mounts or anything, which I do think that. I don't like them. But pigs are Ironjaw's thing, so I didn't want to steal their thunder. But then when they showed the preview of it, I looked at the foot, and it's not a hoof. No two, what are the two little hoof things? It is the foot of probably a rhino. And there's a lot of other rhinoceros iconography hidden in the aesthetics of everything else. And also I think somebody just said straight up that it was a rhino. So it's a giant battle rhino, and hopefully it's fucking awesome. Unfortunately, you're a retail Andy because the raiding content is so much fun. Hey, Humongous Ego, don't worry about it. The raiding content is the good part still. And even to this day, the raiding content is great. They're leaving all this woolly mammoth war element design space on the table for real. Yeah, I like woolly mammoth war elephant stuff. So I'm kind of sad to see it go. You were thinking hippo? I kind of hope it's not hippo. That's a little too silly for me. Well, okay, it looks silly. Obviously, in real life, hippos are actually quite ferocious. So people are surprised to learn. And a lot of people get injured by hippos, but I believe it has a lot to do with how innocent hippos look, but they're not. If hippos looked as scary as a lion, I think less people would get absolutely pumpkined by them. But could it perhaps be a squigoth? I hope to God not. I don't like the stupid mounts. Leave that in 40k orcs. Leave that for gits. You know, leave it for the silly factions. I would rather have stuff that looks awesome instead, to me. The Hippocratic Oath. There it is. To do harm. Hey, all right. Quarter after 1 a.m. I gotta save my voice for next stream, I guess. 7.5 hours almost. Well, 7:15. Not bad. TY for watching, everyone. I gotta cut it off, otherwise I'll yap all night. One more thing. The problem with classic WoW was same with THJ, is that there's an infinite scaling with playtime. Heavily encourages RMT to most players who want to do raiding but can't do 40 hours a week. Yeah, the way they're trying to fix that, and I appreciate that they are trying to fix that, TGG, is since it's a solo server, you're supposed to solo. You can group if you want, but you're supposed to solo. It's personalized loot. Almost everything is no trade, and money has, and like platinum has no value. So those are like the three things that they're trying to do to cut off RMT at the pass. Will that succeed? Probably not. You'd be surprised how resilient RMT is to game mechanics trying to stop them from making things have value, but they're at least aware of it, and we'll see. Also, an MMO is the exact genre where spending more time doing it equals you get an advantage, and that's like 100% by design. And if it worked any other way, it actually wouldn't make sense and would kind of be bullshit. But luckily, since it's a solo server, and grouping isn't even necessarily good. I mean, it is sometimes, but you're not, there's like zero competition. You're not competing against anyone. You're not justifying a raid spot. You're not letting your group in Mythic Plus down. You're just exploring the world, grinding, leveling up, unlocking another class, unlocking another race, unlocking another deity. And so the fact that you can play 40 hours a week and I have 6 children, 3 wives, and 4 jobs, and I can only play 1 second a week, that's fine because there's no season, there's no leaderboards, there's no playing with other people even at all. So it just actually doesn't matter unless you're just like a really jealous person, you know. Hopefully, I mean, that's what they're trying to do. We'll see, you know, we shall see. But that's the elevator pitch anyway. There will be a bunch of people, I say a bunch, but there will be a couple people playing it on HeyWoah Discord, so maybe as you see people talking about on HeyWoah Discord, that's where you'll be like, damn, they're getting better than me, and I'm mad, or so. I don't know, but I think it should be nice. Don't go, I'm not done painting for the night. Oh, okay. Since I love doing lore reasons when they Legends models, can we have it be canon that the ogres ate all the Nobblers by accident after a heavy bender? I'm kind of shocked that Nobblers existed at all without being eaten, to be honest. So that would be believable to me. Hippos are incredibly quick, territorial, aggressive, and pretty much bulletproof. Well, that's an ogre, so damn, the shoe fits. That sounds like an ogre to me. Here's hoping it's a rhino. Anyway. All right. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. I appreciate it. See you guys. I don't know when I'm streaming next. Naturally, it would be Wednesday, but I don't normally stream Wednesdays as an appreciation to Vince because I don't like to double up on when he's going. Not only do we share an audience, but I'm not trying to worry about time slots like that. But, you know, we'll see. I'll post about it on Discord. Join up if you feel like it. And we'll do the part 2 of this, and other experts can see if we can pull from some people. TY for watching. See you guys later this week. Yeah, the Vince Venn diagram.